Rebirth of the Mecha Master. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 76 Lin Tao, a great responsibility descended from heaven. Lin Tao wants to transfer departments? Liu Xueying's face changed drastically, turning ashen, his previous smugness vanishing without a trace. Startled, he rushed to Lin Tao. Lin Tao, what department are you transferring to? Why do you want to transfer? Haven't we in the materials science department treated you well? Lin Tao frowned slightly, remaining silent. In the materials science department, Lin Tao was assigned to a lower level class. Was that really a good thing? Tuang Hai, the head of the engine design department, pursed his lips, wanting to shout at him. Lin Tao, do you know why I assigned you to a class under the materials science department? At this moment, department head Liu Xueying, with an air of heartfelt sincerity, passionately said, the moment I saw you at the school gate, I knew you were a genius, an extraordinary person. As the saying goes, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those who are destined for them, but first it tests their resolve, strains their muscles and bones, starves their bodies, and empties their spirits. It's precisely because I think you're someone special that I temporarily assigned you to a lower level class. If you still can't see my good intentions, then I. At this point, Liu Xueying's eyes narrowed, and he almost burst into tears. Before Lin Tao could react, Director Tao nearly coughed up a mouthful of hot blood. A great responsibilities bestowed upon him? Test his resolve? Strain his muscles and bones? Starve his body? Empty his spirits? Test his resolve? Have he not seen a department head as shameless as Liu Xueying? You might as well say that after investigation, it turns out the two are related. That's even more direct than that. Not to mention Director Tong, even department head Yan Zhi, department head Sun Kangping, and even the dean all had strange expressions. After all, they also oversee various departments, and even the dean had once worked in the frame design department. What do those classes represent? They thought this student had no future and poor grades. But this situation, in department head Liu Xueying's mouth, was actually a divinely appointed responsibility? And a painstaking effort? They were dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. The instructors of the engine design department were even more speechless, completely bewildered. As for Liu Xueying, he was already stunned, his jaw practically dropping to the floor. What on earth is going on? After a long while, the dean finally reacted, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But then, after his tearful outburst, Liu Xueying seemed to remember something. He suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with a murderous light, staring intently at Director Tong of the engine design department. Old Tong, was it you? Was it you who asked Lin Tao to transfer to your engine design department? Liu Xueying roared angrily. That's right. Director Tong nodded. Only in our engine design department can Lin Tao's talent be fully realized. What's wrong with our materials science department? Are you saying our materials science department is worse than your engine design department? Liu Xueying was so angry that his beard bristled and his eyes widened. Director Tong spread his hands, sneering without saying a word. Get out. Liu Xueying roared. Let me tell you, Lin Tao said a question in our materials science department. That question alone is enough to show that Lin Tao's talent in materials science is no less than that in your engine materials science department. The dean then remembered that earlier, news had spread in the materials science department that Lin Tao had personally spent 100 million yuan to set a question for the department. Whoever could solve it would receive the 100 million yuan. At the time, the dean simply assumed it was Lin Tao, that troublemaker, acting recklessly again, trying to provoke the entire materials science department's elite, and didn't take it seriously. Now, with Liu Xueying bringing it up again, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Old Liu, this problem. Dean, I can guarantee with my own hands that if we can solve Lin Tao's problem, I can produce at least 7 new materials from it. Liu Xueying straightened his back. Upon hearing this, hiss. The dean gasped. Department head Yan Zhi was also stunned. Department head Sun Kangping's eyes widened in disbelief. As for Liu Xueying, He was already petrified, unable to even move his feet. One problem, enough to solve at least 7 new materials? You must know, a single new material, especially a significant one, can almost trigger a reform storm originating from the bottom up of the Mecha department. 7? What does that mean? The dean swallowed hard. He hadn't expected that Lin Tao, whom he considered a troublemaker, would have such a genius side. No wonder Liu Xueying from the materials science department wouldn't release him. Suddenly, the dean paused again. His gaze fell upon Director Tong of the engine design department, and the other instructors, who, upon hearing the news, were all smiling silently, as if they had heard something amusing. Could it be? The dean's heart skipped a beat, his pupils contracted, and after glancing at Lin Tao, his gaze quickly settled on Director Tong. Sure enough. Director Tong sneered, "Old Liu, I'm not saying anything, but have you solved this problem?" Oh. Director Liu Xueying stammered, looking somewhat embarrassed. We've mobilized the entire college to research it." Director Tong and his instructors all chuckled coldly. Hearing the cold laughter, Liu Xueying's face turned ugly, but suddenly he seemed to remember something and burst into laughter. "Old Tong, do you really think I don't know why you made Lin Tao transfer departments?" This time, it was finally Director Tong's turn to be stunned. "You know?" The dean's gaze sharpened, and department heads Yan Zhi and Sun Kangping also pricked up their ears. Liu Hanggang didn't dare to breathe. HMPH. Liu Xueying snorted coldly. Liu Xueying had originally followed behind Director Tong's group, and the reason he was late was because of a phone call. Liu Xueying, the materials science genius in the department, called him, inquiring about Lin Tao's whereabouts. This greatly surprised Liu Xueying, because first it was Director Tong's group, and then it was this Liu Xueying, and the purposes were both obvious, to find Lin Tao. Originally, Liu Xueying thought Liu Xueying was only looking for Lin Tao to analyze that problem worth 100 million star coins, but unexpectedly, after a few questions, he heard another astonishing piece of news. Lin Tao, in the engine design department's major exam, solved a problem considered a century-old challenge by the department, a problem that few engine designers in the entire Interstellar Federation could solve. Moreover, he not only solved it, but also created detailed drawings, and the prototype might even pass engine testing. In other words, Lin Tao solved a century-old problem in the engine design department while taking the major exam. What does this mean? It means that once this news is released, the first Mecha Academy's status will immediately rise dramatically, perhaps even surpassing that of Master Goulet when he was at the first Mecha Academy. However, ironically, such a figure isn't in the engine design department, but rather in their materials science department. After the initial shock, Liu Xueying was almost overjoyed. Once the news is announced, not only in the entire Interstellar Federation, but also in the first Mecha Academy, who would dare to underestimate their materials science department? In fact, Lin Tao alone would be enough for Liu Xueying to clamor for more resources allocated to their department. Remembering how Director Tong of the engine design department led a group of professors to the dean's office in a hurry, he suddenly realized that Lin Tao was also in the materials science department. So, hearing that Lin Tao wanted to transfer departments, he almost fainted from panic. And, without a doubt, the person who made Lin Tao transfer was Director Tong. Liu Xueying then turned his attention to Director Tong. Although Liu Xueying knew what was going on, he didn't say it directly, instead smilingly watching Director Tong and his group. After a moment of surprise, Director Tong quickly glanced at the professors behind him. Strange, everyone who knew about this has already arrived. Who could have leaked the information? Could it be that old Liu is bluffing me? Director Tong thought to himself, then shouted, "Old Liu, Lin Tao was assigned to a lower-level class in your materials science department. You're clearly looking down on him. He should just transfer to our engine design department. I've already arranged it. As soon as Lin Tao transfers, he'll be placed in Class 1. Class 1? Liu Xueying sneered. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm just letting Lin Tao suffer a bit first. Eventually, I'll put him in a higher-level class. HMPH. Suffer? You should cover your chest and see if your conscience hurts before you say that. Director Tong asked sarcastically. Besides, what's so great about Class 1 in your materials science department? Can it compare to Class 1 in our engine design department? Class 1 in materials science? Liu Xueying's face flushed, but he quickly recovered. With Lin Tao's talent, how could he possibly go to Class 1 in materials science? Our materials science department will arrange a special class, even above class 1, specifically for Lin Tao. You. Director Tong was dumbfounded. A specially created elite class? Above the regular class? Old Liu, where did your materials science department get this elite class? And how many people are in it? Director Tong reacted, angrily asking. It was just established, there aren't many people in the class, just Lin Tao, Liu Xueying said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lin Tao was stunned. Department heads Yan Zhi and Sun Kangping exchanged glances. At this moment, the dean finally couldn't stand it anymore and quickly coughed, stopping the two's childish talk. Old Liu, what are you doing? What elite class? What class with only one person? Did you report it? Did I agree? The dean's brows furrowed. Newly established classes had to be reported to him and approved before they could be established. Department head Liu Xueying hadn't even informed him before making his decision, which greatly displeased the dean. Dean, I'm applying for it for you right now. As soon as Liu Xueying finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and fiddled with his wristwatch, as if he were about to submit an application form. However, the dean's watch remained silent for a long time. Everyone looked on in confusion, only to be stunned. Department head Liu Xueying was actually writing an application form for a new class right in front of everyone. PFFT. You just had this idea, didn't you? Department heads Yan Zhi and Sun Kangping exchanged bewildered glances. Director Tong's eyes widened, but seeing department head Liu Xueying's actions, his face darkened, and he too flicked his watch, writing an application form in front of everyone. The content was an application for the engine design department's elite class. The dean nearly vomited blood upon seeing it. Chapter 77 The Excited Dean. The two of them completely ignored the dean. Two department heads, in front of a group of professors and two students, actually did this in front of everyone. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The dean's face flushed with anger, and his beard trembled with rapid breathing. You two. The dean stretched out a trembling arm, pointing at the two who had ignored him, too angry to speak. A sudden pain shot through his head, and he almost fainted. Just then, Liu Xueying, the head of the materials science department, stopped. Tuang Zhi, the head of the engine design department, also stopped. They exchanged a glance, both sneering. Beep. Beep. Two beeps sounded from the dean's wristwatch. PFFT. The dean, who was about to faint, instantly regained his senses. Without even looking, he knew that the two of them had already finished filling out the application forms for the special class and sent them to him. You two. The dean felt his blood surging, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood he had been holding back for so long. Dean, I've already sent over the application form for the special class, Liu Xueying said. Dean, I've also applied for the special class for the engine design department, Tuang Zhi said without backing down. PFFT. The dean finally couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, spraying Liu Xueying in front of him with red blood. What does this have to do with me? Liu Xueying, his face and body covered in red blood, looked miserable. Dean, why did you spit blood? Quickly go get some water, and some medicine too. Everyone was in a panic. After a while, the dean barely recovered, and Liu Xueying changed into a new set of clothes. The dean took a breath, his eyes flashing with fierce light, and he was furious. He stared at Liu Xueying and Tuang Zhi. You two, if you don't give an explanation today, neither of you will leave this room. Tuang Zhi opened his mouth, but then hesitated because of Liu Xueying. Liu Xueying, however, was completely unconcerned and immediately relayed what he had heard. After all, Lin Tao hadn't transferred departments yet and was still considered a member of the materials science department. What? The dean abruptly stood up, staring in shock at Lin Tao, who remained standing there nonchalantly, his anger vanishing without a trace. Department head Yan Zhi's eyes widened in surprise. Department head Sun Kangping's eyes twitched, seemingly in disbelief. As for Liu Xueying, he was frozen in place, unable to move. Department head Tuang Zhi, however, was furious and embarrassed. Who leaked the secret? Thinking this, he glanced at the group of instructors. Suddenly, he remembered, where's Xiaoma? Xiaoma, of course, was Ma Wenlin of Xianma Mech. There was no trace of him in the crowd. Without a doubt, the information had been leaked by him. On the spot, department head Tuang Zhi also harbored resentment towards Xianma Mech Company. With everything exposed, getting Lin Tao to transfer departments would likely be even more difficult. Director Tong, is this really true? The dean's voice trembled as he asked, his gaze, like chains, remained fixed on Lin Tao, fearing that this genius student might be expelled from the school at any moment. At this point, Director Tong nodded helplessly. That's right. The blueprints Lin Tao provided have almost solved the X-33 engine problem. Although it hasn't been simulated on a computer yet, from our perspective. If the engine is manufactured, it should pass engine testing. Heededly the dean laughed, his smile revealing excitement. Heaven hasn't forsaken my first Mecha Academy. As the head of the academy, he naturally understood the situation of each department. The X-33 engine of the engine design department was a pure aerodynamic engine. Since its proposal, it had been over 100 years, and no one had been able to solve it. It was even considered a century-old problem for engine designers. One could imagine that if the first Mecha Academy announced that it had solved this century-old problem, not only would it shock the world, but the first Mecha Academy's status within the Interstellar Federation would definitely be significantly elevated. It's even comparable to when Master Goulet stayed. Master Goulet's exceptional talent, achieving considerable success in the repair department and multiple Mecha design departments, earned him the reputation of a pillar of the Academy. He alone was enough to uphold the Academy's status within the Interstellar Federation. If it weren't for that incident, Master Goulet wouldn't have left, and the first Mecha Academy's status wouldn't have declined. Now, the opportunity has arrived. Unexpectedly, Master Goulet recommended Lin Tao, a genius capable of solving a century-old problem. It turns out that Master Goulet, though physically present, still cared deeply for the first Mecha Academy. The dean was deeply moved. Meanwhile, far away on Mingyuan Star, Master Goulet suddenly yawned. He rubbed his nose, and Liu Xueying, seeing this, asked with concern, "Teacher, are you catching a cold?" "I brought medicine." It's nothing, no need for medicine." Master Goulet waved his hands repeatedly. It was just a yawn, why would he need medicine? Of course, the dean didn't know that if Master Goulet had known Lin Tao's abilities, he definitely wouldn't have kept him at the first Mecha Academy. He might even have taken him away from Mingyuan Star, just like Liu Xueying. After the dean latched onto the Liu family, he didn't hesitate to break ties with him, and Master Goulet had always held a grudge. "Lin Tao, not bad, you're really quite good." In a flash, the dean's gaze towards Lin Tao became even more satisfied, and he repeatedly said not bad. As for Lin Tao's reputation for being a troublemaker in switching departments, all of that was forgotten. A genius, after all, naturally has an arrogant side. Perhaps this was Lin Tao's true nature. Indeed, the dean was very satisfied to see this side of Lin Tao. Seeing that Lin Tao was still standing there, the dean raised an eyebrow and said repeatedly, "Why don't you bring a chair over so Lin Tao can sit down?" "Dean, this is the dean's office. Besides your chair, there's only the sofa over there," said Department Head Yan Zhi. Sitting on the sofa was too far away, there were quite a few people here, and it was impossible to circle around the sofa. The dean frowned slightly. "You," the dean pointed at Liu Xueying, who was standing there dumbfounded, "hurry up and help me move this chair out." Liu Xueying was stunned. Two young, strong instructors helped carry the dean's chair over. "Lin Tao, sit down, don't stand, your legs will ache." The dean pulled Lin Tao, his face beaming. Lin Tao had been frowning the whole time, remaining silent. Even now, being forcibly pulled into the chair, he still frowned, not uttering a word. "Dean, about the application for the special class." "Dean, about Lin Tao's transfer." Liu Xueying and Tong Zhi spoke at the same time, but before they could finish, they exchanged a glance, sparks flying in their eyes. "You two, really, do you think you can compete with Lin Tao?" The dean glared at them for no reason, coldly snorting. These two, knowing full well Lin Tao's extraordinary abilities, still kept it hidden, showing no respect for him, the dean. Now they dared to argue endlessly, truly disgracing the department head. In the blink of an eye, the situation changed again. Department Head Sun Kangping sighed inwardly. He understood that Lin Tao had gained momentum, and his continued pursuit of Lin Tao's alleged leak of the framework design department's secrets was now futile. Although he had given up, Liu Xueying hadn't, because he still needed that drawing to secure a place at Yang Company. "Dean, my design proposal." Before Liu Xueying could finish speaking, he saw the dean's angry gaze glare at him. Department head Sun Kangping almost choked, slapping him hard on the head in exasperation. "Can't you just shut up?" Dean Lin Tao finally found a chance to speak, saying softly, "That drawing really does have flaws." "Really?" the dean asked in surprise. Department head Yan Zhi raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards department head Sun Kangping subtly tinged with hostility. As for Sun Zuwen, the head of the materials science department, Tong Zhai from the engine design department, and the group of instructors, their eyes all suddenly fell on Sun Kangping and Lin Tao from the frame design department. The moment Lin Tao spoke, they were on the same side. After all, Lin Tao's assignment to the materials science department demonstrated his genius, and his astonishingly successful solution to the engine design department's century-old problem made him a true genius in every aspect. In their eyes, Lin Tao was perhaps more than just these two talents. "Lin Tao, you also have research in frame design?" the dean suddenly asked. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Tao again. Lin Tao nodded. Although it wasn't a long-term, in-depth study, he had indeed studied frame design in his later life. Although the mechs of his later life were vastly different from those of this era, Lin Tao possessed a photographic memory, and had long since imprinted the mechs of this era into his mind. Lin Tao nodded, and everyone's eyes widened in shock once more. This time, they didn't even question it, immediately accepting Lin Tao's words. After all, someone who could demonstrate genius in both the materials science and engineering and engine design departments wouldn't spout nonsense. The dean pointed at Liu Xueying with a look of disdain and asked Sun Kangping, "What's his name again?" Actually, the dean initially remembered Liu Xueying's name, but after spitting blood, his memory seemed to have deteriorated, and he had simply forgotten. Liu Xueying, department head Sun Kangping sighed inwardly. "Liu Xueying, the people from the Four Symbols Mecha Company will be here later. Let them take a look first. If they approve, then build a mecha for testing." The dean pondered for a moment, then continued, "Let's test it at 3 times the standard time." The standard testing time was 3 months, so 3 times the standard time was almost 9 months. 9 months? Liu Xueying collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes glazed over. 9 months is a long time. Even if the machine itself has no problems, problems could definitely be found. The dean has completely rejected the Flying Tiger War God improved design. Everyone shook their heads in silence. Department head Sun Kangping covered his face with his hand, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 78 Special Class. 3 times the standard time, 9 months is quite long, but if the mecha comes out without any major problems, it should still pass the test. Seeing Liu Xueying's loss of composure and department head Sun Kangping's actions, the dean's face darkened. As the head of the dean's department, and having spent some time in the frame design department, the dean naturally knew some inside information. After a moment's thought and a glance at Lin Tao, he finally made a decision. The dean first scanned the people present, then signaled Director Tong to let the instructors go back first. Director Tong nodded in understanding. After the instructors left, only the 4 department heads and the 2 students, Lin Tao and Liu Xueying, remained in the dean's office. "Speak, what exactly is going on with this improved mecha?" The dean's old face hardened, and he demanded sharply. Department head Sun Kangping glanced at department head Yan Zhi, then looked embarrassed and remained silent. This made department head Yan Zhi's face turn ugly on the spot. The dean's cold gaze fell on Liu Xueying, and with just a few words, he frightened him into revealing everything. It turned out that after joining the Four Symbols Mecha Company, Liu Xueying didn't experience the smooth sailing of other gifted students. Instead, he felt constrained at every turn and ultimately had to reluctantly accept the Flying Tiger War God improvement plan, intending to use it as a foundation to secure his place in the company. However, the Flying Tiger War God improvement plan was not without its challenges. After all, this mecha had already pushed the White War God's performance to its limits, and further improvements involved so many aspects that even department head Sun Kangping couldn't fully grasp them. Finally, after Liu Xueying designed the mecha, it passed a computer simulation. Even so, as the department head, Sun Kangping noticed something unusual under his personal supervision. After much deliberation, he finally identified the issue of weight distribution. However, since it passed a computer simulation, this issue could be temporarily ignored, as such problems typically don't surface for at least 6 months. Of course, it's also possible that this problem might not even occur. It was precisely because of this, Coupled with the relentless pressure from the Four Symbols Mecha company, and the fact that department head Sun Kangping dared not personally sign as a recommender, that he ended up entering the maintenance department. He thought that by getting the recommendation of the department head of maintenance, he could pass the Four Symbols Mecha company's hurdle and officially launch this new mecha. After hearing this, department head Yan Zhi trembled all over, his gaze towards Sun Kangping almost murderous. Liu Xueying and Tong Zhi exchanged glances, their eyes shifting back and forth between the two men before finally settling on Sun Kangping, both sighing. This time it was only department head Yan Zhi. If it weren't for the next time it happened to them, not only would their later lives be completely ruined, but their entire lives would be utterly destroyed. Sure enough, that was the case. Lin Tao nodded secretly. He had long had doubts about this part of history, and now that he had personally found the answer, it was as if a piece of his past memories had been cleared up. Of course, this was also why he found department head Yan Zhi so appealing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pointed out the shortcomings of the Flying Tiger War God's improved mecha on the spot. Liu Xueying, you will leave the first Mecha Academy tomorrow, the dean said coldly after a moment's thought. Dean, Liu Xueying was horrified. He naturally understood what leaving meant. But before he could speak, the dean announced again with a stern face, Sun Kangping, you will be temporarily suspended from your position as head of the frame design department. Go home and rest for a while, and await further disciplinary action. In a super academy like the first Mecha Academy, the dean only had the right to propose disciplinary action against a department head. It had to be reported step by step to the Star Palace and then to the Interstellar Federation. Sun Kangping was pale and silent. Seeing that even department head Sun Kangping was to be punished, Liu Xueying opened his mouth, but in the end, only sobs remained. Everyone understood that compared to the young Liu Xueying, Sun Kangping was completely finished. After all, this matter would be reported to the Interstellar Federation, and even the mechs he had personally designed would be dug up and examined one by one. After Sun Kangping and Liu Xueying were escorted away from the dean's office by security guards, the dean's office fell silent. However, this silence would not last long. Lin Tao not only set exam questions for the material science department but also solved a century-old problem for the engine design department. These two achievements alone are enough to prove his monster's talent. Now, Lin Tao has pointed out the design flaws of the improved Flying Tiger War God. Considering he was in the maintenance department before transferring, the dean and others already have some suspicions. Lin Tao, when did you notice the flaws in the improved Flying Tiger War God? The dean blinked a few times, a wise expression appearing on his face, and asked. Even someone like him, who had studied in the frame design department, couldn't notice the flaws in the blueprints after reviewing them. He was very curious about how Lin Tao had done it. The three department heads also looked at Lin Tao. Although Sun Kangping's methods were unscrupulous, he was still the head of the frame design department. According to Liu Xueying, even he needed to rely on experience and multiple analyses to arrive at a conclusion. How exactly did Lin Tao notice it? This question stumped Lin Tao. He couldn't very well tell them it was based on later records, and if he answered I saw it at a glance, more trouble would follow. The machines described in later records were generally models that had already received production approval and were on the production line. If the dean accidentally showed him a design from the later era that hadn't yet reached the production line, how could he possibly spot the problem at a glance? Although Lin Tao had spent some time in the framework design department of the later era, he hadn't pursued any further advanced studies, he had merely memorized the materials. Experience, I guess, Lin Tao replied after a long pause. Experience? You studied framework design? The dean's face lit up with joy. Thump. Seeing the dean's expression, tongues high, the department head, seemed to realize something, and his heart sank. Thump. Department head Liu Xueying's heart sank as well. Department head Yan Zhi frowned slightly, but didn't seem to notice anything amiss. Sure enough, after Lin Tao nodded. Lin Tao, I used to be the head of the frame design department. How about this? Sun Kangping will be leaving the college for a while, so I'll temporarily take over as head of the department. You can transfer to the frame design department, and I'll personally mentor you, the dean said with a bright smile. Lin Tao was stunned. Despicable old bastard. Tuang Zhi's face flushed red, both anxious and angry, almost bursting into tirade. You old codger. Liu Xueying also glared, cursing inwardly. Department head Yan Zhi smiled silently. Old Tong and old Lu's ideas are also good. Suddenly, the dean seemed to have thought of something, and said with a smile, I will set up a special class in the frame design department. This class will only have you for now, and at least half of the resources of the entire frame design department will be concentrated on this class. Lin Tao, are you willing? I. Before Lin Tao could speak, department head Liu Xueying's breathing became rapid. This was his idea, and concentrating half of the department's resources was originally his idea, but he hadn't said it out loud yet. Well, now that the dean had said it, what could he say? Not only department head Liu Xueying, but also department head Tong Zhi's chest heaved, and his eyes were like sharp swords, wishing he could pierce him on the spot and turn him into a beehive. You know, putting aside the materials department's questions, Lin Tao's greatest talent is obviously engine design. He should at least stay in the engine design department. Why should he go to the frame design department? Unfortunately, status determines everything. Although the dean said he would lower himself to the position of department head in the framework design department, he was still the head of the college, so what objections could the two department heads raise? Helpless, the two could only pant heavily and stare intently at Lin Tao. Don't agree. Don't agree. Don't agree. That was what they both thought. Lin Tao frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Dean, could you set up a class like this, so that I can study in various departments? Although Lin Tao hadn't had much contact with the dean, he knew that the old guy was very hypocritical. Don't be fooled by his smiling face now, he might stab you in the back at any time, ending up like Master Goulet. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't choose to become the dean's disciple. Seeing the surprise and doubt on the dean's and others' faces, he quickly explained, I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. Although I've shown some promise, I prefer to study each part of the mecha as a whole. Lin Tao, that won't do. Being a jack of all trades doesn't mean being an expert in everything. It's better to master a single aspect, like frame design. The dean was anxious and quickly tried to persuade him, but as soon as he mentioned frame design, he seemed to have his throat abruptly choked, unable to utter another sound. Leaving aside how Lin Tao saw the flaws in the frame design of the Flying Tiger War God improved model, just considering that Lin Tao could solve a problem in the materials science department that, if solved, would reveal at least 7 new materials, and that he solved the century-old problem in the engine design department, it's clear that Lin Tao is the kind of student who isn't content with simply being proficient in one area. Such students are commonplace in the academies under the Interstellar Federation. If it weren't for the Liu family's specific requirement to cultivate individuals with specialized expertise in a particular area, the first Mecha Academy might not have adopted the departmental and class system. The dean frowned, glancing at Lin Tao, then at the two department heads, Liu Xueying and Tong Zhi, who were both breathing heavily. His gaze then swept over Yan Zhi, the head of the maintenance department. The dean then thought of Master Goulet and finally sighed deeply. It seems our first Mecha Academy needs some changes. Lin Tao, you go back first. I need to gather all the department heads for a regular meeting to specifically discuss how to establish this class. Seeing Lin Tao's frown, the dean explained, don't worry, no matter how the discussion goes, this class will be established tomorrow, and you will be its first student. Students in the elite class can study not only in the materials science department, but also in the engine design department, even the maintenance department, the frame design department, and all other departments. The dean chuckled. Hearing this, Liu Xueying and Tong Zhi finally calmed down, their expressions gradually improving. We need to study how to cultivate a group of students like you, so all of us department heads need to come up with a plan, the dean said, stroking his beard. Well, I'll head back now. Lin Tao was quite satisfied. Being able to connect with different departments meant he could build good relationships with the top geniuses in each department, which would be good preparation for his talent recruitment plan. If the principal knew about this, he would definitely be furious. Chapter 79 Liang, Gordao Wine. Stepping out of the dean's teaching building, the time was 12:45. All departments had long since dismissed. Actually, around midnight, the two siblings had been sending messages and communications incessantly through their watches, but Lin Tao had kept them on silent. He simply didn't like the annoying beeping sounds. Ever since something happened in his future life, Lin Tao had disliked the buzzing of his watch. He glanced at a dozen or so missed calls, all from the two siblings, and also from Bai Fan. Lin Tao randomly picked one and dialed back. Lin Tao, where have you been? Why haven't you called back? Lin Tao dialed Du Ruming's watch communicator, but it was the anxious Du Ruzi who answered. This sibling duo was interesting, Lin Tao chuckled. Although Du Ruzi was a short-haired beauty, Lin Tao wasn't a novice in his later life, nor would he act like a lecher for a pretty girl. It was just that he suddenly became interested in the two siblings, like meeting someone he clicked with, like department head Yan Zhi, who would step in at certain times. Of course, it was limited to guidance or help. I just left campus, where are you? Lin Tao said with a smile. We've been waiting for you in the parking lot, Du Ruzi said urgently. Lin Tao, you just left campus, right? Just wait at the campus gate, we'll be right there. Before she finished speaking, Lin Tao heard her urging Du Ruming, go to the school gate right now. Where is Lin Tao? Okay, I'm coming right away. Du Ruming and the roar of the hovercar engine could also be heard through the communication. Lin Tao smiled and turned off the communication. In less than 3 minutes, the hovercar arrived at the campus gate. After getting in the car, Lin Tao looked up and, sure enough, the Du siblings and Bai Fan were all inside. Bai Fan, since you're from Mingyuan City, are there any restaurants nearby? Lin Tao asked casually. The closer Mingyuan City is to the first academy, the more expensive the land becomes, but Lin Tao and his group were renting Aunt Bai's place, which only cost 100,000 star coins per month. Lin Tao, who thought he only had around 10 million left, suddenly received a betting fee from Cheyenne Wang, instantly gaining nearly 50 million in assets. Even Lin Tao hadn't expected Liu Xueying's name to be so valuable. But thinking about it, it made sense. Liu Xueying was a member of the Liu family, and he had also achieved good results in the Mecha pilot department, even ranking on Cheyenne Wang's Cheyenne Weishan leaderboard. With that background and those achievements alone, he could easily raise a considerable sum. A casual meal shouldn't be too expensive, Lin Tao thought. Moreover, Bai Fan was one of the people Lin Tao intended to win over. Chip design was a new field in this era, but since Lin Tao had repeatedly changed not only Master Goulet's group but also the life of Yan Zhi, the head of the maintenance department, he naturally wasn't afraid to change Bai Fan's life as well. Chip technology is a crucial component of Mecha's optical computers. In future generations, mechs will rely on chip capabilities to smoothly execute their movements. A restaurant? Bai Fan frowned, hesitating. Lin Tao, not to be rude, but some places in Mingyuan City are quite expensive. If you pick a place first, you can still come up with a few million. Lin Tao indicated that he couldn't be too modest. Bai Fan was speechless. The Du siblings sighed. Their Du herbal medicine shop had similar income, but their old man was very stingy. The monthly allowance he could give them would never exceed 200,000. Comparison is the thief of joy. Du Ruzi rolled her eyes, wondering how Lin Tao had earned so much money. Du Ruming knew perfectly well, but he dared not reveal it easily. How about this? I heard a restaurant recently opened, apparently from your Ansehang city. The taste should suit you, right? Bai Fan was equally shocked by Lin Tao's generosity. He thought for a moment and immediately thought of a place. Oh? Lin Tao was surprised. It's run by people from Ansehang city? Let's go check it out, maybe we can get acquaintances and a discount. Du Ruzi's eyes lit up with excitement. Although the old man of the Du family didn't give them much living expenses, he wasn't stingy when it came to spending money. The two siblings had practically eaten at every restaurant and hotel in Ansehang City, and they knew familiar faces everywhere. Maybe they could even save some money. For Du Ruzi, saving money was always the priority. Du Ruming shook his head without saying anything, glanced at Lin Tao, and only started the hovercar after seeing Lin Tao nod. The restaurant wasn't far, only about a 30-minute drive. After parking the car, the group entered the restaurant called Shi Wei Xian. As soon as they entered, they saw hostess Ina Chong Sam, who greeted them with a bright professional smile. Gentlemen, would you like to sit in the main hall or have a private room? The main hall, please. Lin Tao didn't think much of it and asked for a table in the main hall. There were only 4 of them, and they didn't have any secret matters to discuss, so they figured it was better to stay in the main hall and perhaps overhear the conversations of those around them. Having experienced the restaurant incident in Ansehang City, Lin Tao actually preferred the main hall seating. Inside the restaurant, at a table occupied by 3 young academy students, the 3 had been chatting and laughing. However, upon seeing Lin Tao and his group, they all stopped eating. One of the students, a muscular man, even turned pale and his expression became unsettling. Lin Tao and his group sat down and ordered. "That person, that must be Lin Tao, right?" the muscular student said softly, putting down his chopsticks and staring intently at Lin Tao. His voice was soft, but it carried a hint of resentment, as if he harbored an irreconcilable hatred for Lin Tao. "Brother Li, that's right, that's Lin Tao. The one sitting to his left is Du Ruming, and the woman is Du Ruzi. They're siblings. When they transferred schools, the three of them became famous at the school gate. The last guy looks familiar, let me think," a younger student said, frowning slightly as he mentioned Bai Fan, seemingly lost in thought. "That guy is Bai Fan, from the maintenance department. But I heard he's obsessed with chip racing cars and now owes Feng Let Hao a huge sum of money." The last student spoke up. Yes, that's Bai Fan. But I heard that his debt to Feng Let Hao was also a trap set by Feng Let Hao." The younger student lowered his voice. "Oh?" The muscular student raised an eyebrow and also lowered his voice to ask, "Third brother, what happened?" Any student with a bit of ability could find out Feng Let Hao's identity. He was from the underground Blood Wolf Gang. Offending him meant it would be difficult to stay in Mingyuan City. No. It would be almost impossible to stay in the entire Mingyuan Star. "I only heard about it," the third brother said in a low voice, almost a whisper, so only the three of them could hear. "Feng Let Hao has his eye on a piece of land belonging to Bai Fan, so he came up with this plan. A friend of mine happens to hang out with Feng Let Hao at the racing track, and he only revealed it when he was drunk. Bai Fan is really unlucky." Another person immediately shook his head. "Not necessarily," the third brother said, shaking his head. "If Bai Fan has a wide circle of friends and can find out about this, give away the land for free, and host an apology banquet, perhaps Feng Let Hao will let him off the hook. After all they care about is the land." The news of Feng Let Hao's disappearance hadn't yet reached the campus. At this moment, Lin Tao's table was already full of dishes. The burly student suddenly stood up. "Brother Li, are you going over?" the third brother asked in surprise. The other person smiled, seemingly very familiar with Brother Li's character, and without saying a word, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. "Third brother, you guys stay here. Since Lin Tao wants to steal my people, how could I, Liang, not go and say hello?" The muscular student, Liang, whose photo Wang Mingxuan had sent him, strode confidently toward Lin Tao's seat. "Take your time eating. You'll gradually discover Brother Li's character." Seeing the third brother also getting up, the student quickly pulled him back, smiling. "But don't worry, Brother Li is a man of principle. Once you understand Brother Li's character, you definitely won't regret being on our team." The student chuckled. Lin Tao and the others were eating when someone suddenly appeared at the table and stood beside him, causing them to put down their chopsticks. The Du siblings and the others also turned to look suspiciously. "Who are you?" Lin Tao asked. Liang didn't answer. He quickly glanced at the dishes on the table. Wow, this meal was quite lavish, at least they didn't seem short of money. Then, he quickly scanned Lin Tao as well. What a pity, with that physique, he should be in the Mecha pilot department. Liang shook his head slightly. He didn't answer Lin Tao's question, but snapped his fingers. "Bring over a bottle of Goldo." Goldo is a type of red wine, quite expensive, and very popular among wealthy students. Hearing Liang's words, the Du brothers frowned, and Bai Fan's face turned pale instantly. He couldn't help but glance back and forth between the two, trying to figure out what had happened between them. Because Goldo also has another name, dual wine. Whenever two people dislike each other, they'll order a bottle of Goldo, drink it, and formally declare a duel. There are many ways to duel, some traditional, some newer. The most popular now is Mecha combat. Of course, due to the Star Palace's control over mechs, these Mecha battles mostly take place on the Skynet. Mecha duels involving Goldo usually involve gambling, and the stakes are quite high. This was extremely popular among the wealthy students at the first Mecha Academy. Even Bai Fan had seen it more than once. Goldo? Suddenly, Duruzi seemed to realize something, her pupils contracting sharply. She looked up abruptly at Lin Tao, then at Liang still standing to the side. It seemed like this was the first time the three of them had come to Mingyuan City. When had Lin Tao offended someone again? Seeing Duruzi and Bai Fan's expressions, Lin Tao was suspicious. "What's wrong with you two?" The two opened their mouths, but seeing Liang's ambiguous smile, they sighed and closed their mouths. In Mingyuan Star, Most restaurants and hotels stock some Goldo liquor, and almost everyone in the catering industry understood what ordering this liquor meant. Therefore, when someone ordered this liquor, the restaurant or hotel manager would usually bring it over, partly to introduce themselves to each other, and partly to offer advice. If they could persuade the other party, it would be considered a new friendship, which would benefit the restaurant or hotel's development. Chapter 80 Dual Wine. They ordered Goldo, and it arrived even faster than the appetizers. A moment later, a beautiful waitress in a high-slit cheongsam slowly approached, carrying a plate covered with a red scarf. On the plate was a strangely shaped bottle of wine and 2 large-bellied glasses. The bottle's left side resembled a small, gold sword inlaid with metals, while the right side resembled a silver revolver, the two striking each other to form the shape of the bottle. Baifan and Duruzi, having ordered Goldo, had their eyes darting towards the serving area. Seeing the bottle with the sword and gun in the waitress's hand, they paled slightly. Goldo? The young third brother at Liang's table widened his eyes in surprise, while the second brother continued eating silently, smiling, as if he had expected it. As soon as the waitress stepped out of the lobby, the bottle she carried was immediately recognized by those nearby. Goldo? A wealthy young man exclaimed in surprise. What? Goldo? The young man beside him, also a wealthy man, was equally surprised upon hearing this. He quickly looked around and soon spotted the waitress in the high-slit cheongsam. Of course, his gaze also swept over the long legs that stretched to her waist beneath the cheongsam. However, while long legs were common, ordering Goldo was unusual, so his attention quickly shifted to the Goldo itself. Who is it? Who ordered Goldo? Huh? Goldo, looks like this is going to be interesting. It's been almost half a year since we've seen Goldo, who's had a meltdown. Everyone at the tables in the lobby focused their attention on the Goldo held by the beautiful waitress. No one noticed that in front of the waitress in the high-slit cheongsam, there was a balding middle-aged man with a large belly, walking with his head held high. I never expected this restaurant to be owned by this guy. As whispers rippled through the room, Lin Tao also looked over, but his gaze fell on the balding middle-aged man. This balding, pot-bellied middle-aged man was the restaurant owner from the time he met Liang Xiu with the gold-rimmed glasses in Anjiang City. Seeing that Lin Tao had driven away the Blood Wolf Gang members and even knew their higher-ups, he had tried every means to befriend Lin Tao, but unfortunately, he had no chance to meet the renowned Master Goulet, much to Lin Tao's amusement and frustration. Lin Tao? Before even arriving, the balding man saw Lin Tao sitting down. He stumbled, his pupils contracting sharply. Did you order this? Before Lin Tao could react, he looked up and immediately saw Liang standing beside Lin Tao, a half-smile on his face. Young Master Liang. The balding man seemed to recognize Liang as well, and froze on the spot. Although he had come forward to mediate, he might have offered some advice to others, but with Liang, he could only keep quiet. Because Liang was one of his investors. Liang? Baifan was taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly realized who it was. His expression changed abruptly, and he looked up sharply. Liang, you're Liang from the Mecha pilot department? Oh? You only recognize me now? Liang raised an eyebrow. He had assumed that even if Lin Tao and the other two didn't recognize him, Baifan, who had been at the first Mecha Academy for 2 years, would at least recognize him. Unexpectedly, Baifan was nearsighted and only recognized him now. However, it wasn't too late. If this guy acted sensibly, perhaps he could still inform him about the Marquis of Fingal. Otherwise, Liang snorted inwardly. Liang? The Mecha pilot department of the first Mecha Academy? Upon connecting the two, Duruming, who frequently browsed the Skynet, immediately recognized Liang's identity. He exclaimed, You're Liang, ranked 5th on Skynet? Liang raised his proud head, smiling but remaining silent. Lin Tao frowned slightly. He didn't seem to know this Liang. As for being ranked 5th on Skynet, even Liu Xueying, who had entered the outer heavens, was no match for him. He never took such a third-rate opponent seriously. Seeing the balding middle-aged man stop in his tracks, Liang turned around and called out, Old Chang, why don't you bring the wine over? The balding middle-aged man glanced at Lin Tao, sighed, and then took the Goldo wine from the plate that the waitress in the high-slit cheongsam had brought over. Young Master Liang, this Lin Tao is. Old Chang, you don't need to say anything. Liang took the Goldo wine, waved his hand, and then looked at Lin Tao, who had been sitting still, with a nonchalant expression. He smiled and said, Lin Tao was previously a student in the repair department of Hyacinth Academy in Anzhang City. For some reason, he was recommended by Master Gulei and entered the materials department of the first Mecha Academy. However, due to his arrogant and domineering personality, he not only offended Director Tong of the engine design department at the school gate, but also offended everyone present, including the dean. Because of the word old guy, as Liang spoke, he filled 2 large wine glasses to the brim. Because of its unusual bottle design, the bottle of Gordo has a small capacity. In addition, the glasses are quite large, and 2 glasses are just enough to fill the bottle. This is a characteristic of Gordo, making it perfect for serving to 2 duelists. I didn't expect it to be Liang who called out Gordo. Liang became famous for Gordo when he first arrived at the first Mecha Academy. I didn't expect to see him call out Gordo again after half a year. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Tao who was called out. But Lin Tao is really arrogant. He offended the dean and others at the school gate. Even if he gets into the first Mecha Academy, he might not be able to graduate. Regardless of whether he offended the dean and others, think about it, can a student transferring from Hyacinth Academy really graduate from the first Mecha Academy? Yet, although they are both Mecha Academies, the 2 academies are vastly different in strength. Transferring from a weak school to a strong one, he probably won't even be able to keep up academically. Maybe that scene at the school gate was intentional on Lin Tao's part, to prevent people from underestimating him, just like Liang did before. Yet, Liang was in a similar situation before, but he's a capable person and quickly stood out. Otherwise, how could he have achieved 5th place in the Skynet ranking? Strange, these 2 guys are from completely different departments in the academy, one is from the materials science department and the other from the Mecha pilot department. How did they end up together? Whispers rippled through the dining tables around the hall. Lin Tao, hearing this, gave Liang a strange look. He hadn't expected Liang to be such a prominent figure. It was a pity that there was no record of him in later generations, otherwise he would have thought even more highly of him. Master Gulei, that person is Master Gulei. Ouch my eyes, ouch. After hearing Liang's words, the balding middle-aged man seemed to have realized something and stood there, secretly heartbroken. The person was right in front of him, yet he had no chance to get to know him, thinking he was just an ordinary person. This made the balding middle-aged man, who had been trying to establish a connection between heaven and earth, almost want to vomit blood. However, it seemed that the information young Master Liang had obtained was incomplete. Lin Tao knew someone in the upper echelons of the Blood Wolf Gang in Anzhang City. If the 2 were to duel. Thinking of this, the balding middle-aged man became extremely anxious. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Liang had already picked up 2 wine glasses and handed one to Lin Tao. Lin Tao, you don't need me to tell you what Goldo wine means, do you? Liang said with an arrogant smile. Goldo wine? Lin Tao's lips curled up and he smiled. When he first heard about this wine, he hadn't been able to react, but after hearing the conversations of the people around him, he suddenly remembered. Speaking of which, this wine still existed in his later life, but it was generally only popular among the wealthy. Lin Tao came from a poor background and had only heard of it a few times, let alone come into contact with it, so he hadn't thought of it as a dual wine. Even Lin Tao hadn't expected that after his rebirth, someone would actually order a bottle of Goldo for him. However, this Golden Dew is a dual drink. Once you drink it, it's equivalent to accepting a duel from the other party. Although the content of duels has long since shifted from traditional to modern, mainly involving Skynet Mecha battles, Lin Tao couldn't find a reason to drink it. He had absolutely no recollection of Liang before him. In other words, a complete stranger suddenly offering a duel drink without explanation, demanding a duel from you, wasn't that a joke? So Lin Tao didn't accept it, simply asking, why? Indeed, why would young Master Liang ask Lin Tao to drink Golden Dew? The balding middle-aged man also looked puzzled, scanning the 2 of them. Huh? Right, why is Liang targeting Lin Tao? I remember there wasn't Director Wei from the Mecha Pilot Department among the department heads at the school gate. Yet, that's right. Not only was Director Wei absent, but even the Mecha Pilot Department's instructors were missing. What did Lin Tao do to offend Liang? You guys don't know, do you? Let me tell you, which department did Lin Tao apply to? Need I say? Lin Tao entered the first Mecha Academy, but he went to the Materials Science Department. Oh, how could I forget? Liu Xueying is in the material science department. I see. I really didn't expect Lin Tao to be so capable. He's only in the material science department and he's already trying to seduce Liu Xueying. She's from the Liu family. And Lin Tao has a short-haired beauty with him. How does this guy have so many female admirers? The crowd's voices weren't loud, but they all reached Lin Tao's ears. Actually, Lin Tao didn't want to hear them, but due to the enhancement of his body, his five senses had also been amplified, and these voices sounded as if he were in a bustling marketplace. Liu Xueying? This Liang is Liu Xueying's suitor? Lin Tao looked at Liang's somewhat gloomy face and couldn't help but find it amusing. If that were the case, then he really wouldn't drink this glass of wine. After all, he didn't come to the first Mecha Academy to pick up girls, he had other purposes. As for Liang's 5th place ranking on the Skynet, to be honest, Lin Tao didn't take him seriously at all. Chapter 81 Department Head Meeting. The surrounding noise wasn't loud, not only could Lin Tao hear it, but everyone at the table could too. Liang snorted coldly, handing the glass to Lin Tao. His hand trembled, and he nearly spilled the wine on Lin Tao's face. He said with a smug look, "Lin Tao, since you understand, then take it." He paused, then chuckled, "Don't worry, this wine isn't cheap, but you don't have to pay." Goldo wine was expensive, so it had always been popular only among the wealthy. "I'll cover the wine," the balding middle-aged man hurriedly said. Actually, the moment he saw Lin Tao and Liang, he was thinking more about how to stop them from drinking the Goldo, but he couldn't think of anything. Now, he could only offer to cover it. "Old Chang, how could I let you spend money here?" Liang refused on the spot. Having said that, the balding middle-aged man could only wipe the sweat from his brow, shut his mouth, and remain silent. Lin Tao frowned slightly and stood up. "Lin Tao." Seeing Lin Tao reach for the glass, Bai Fan, sitting beside him, quickly tugged at Lin Tao's sleeve. Lin Tao, pale-faced, shook his head repeatedly. With societal development, the duels involving Gordo wine had evolved into the wildly popular Skynet Mecha battles. Liang was ranked 5th in Skynet, how could Lin Tao possibly be a match for him? Duruzi was also secretly worried, while Du Ruming remained silent, knowing exactly where Lin Tao's money came from. Seeing Bai Fan actually intervene, Liang's face darkened. "Bai Fan, you're in big trouble now. Don't get involved in what's between me and Lin Tao anymore, or it won't do you any good." Bai Fan was stunned, clearly unaware of what had happened. Lin Tao remained calm, taking the glass in front of him and examining it briefly. Compared to ordinary red wine, Gordo wine had a deep amber color and no impurities. However, those in the know understood that it was actually just a regular red wine mixed with flavorings, with a slightly spicy aroma. If it weren't for the rumors surrounding Gordo, this wine, if repackaged, would definitely be worth 100 times more. "Very well, if you accept my challenge, perhaps I can reveal some information to you." Liang didn't seem to be an unreasonable person. Seeing Lin Tao accept the wine glass, his gaze drifted towards Bai Fan. Lin Tao frowned again. Did Bai Fan have other trouble besides Feng Letao? Under everyone's gaze, Bai Fan was at a loss, his mind a jumble of thoughts. Could it be about Ling Hizi? But it was Lin Tao who made the move. What does it have to do with me? He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out who he had offended. As for Feng Letao, they weren't from the same social class, so Bai Fan couldn't think of Feng Letao at all. Lin Tao blinked. In later records, Bai Fan was known as Bai Wufan, and he gave a chip to someone who developed the Wufan series. Even though the chip industry hadn't yet appeared in this era, Lin Tao still valued him highly. Because Lin Tao wanted to expand his power, he needed a group of Mecha personnel, and chips could quickly increase their Mecha strength. Thinking of this, Lin Tao asked softly, "The duel's content, is it a Skynet Mecha battle?" "That's right," Liang nodded proudly. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. He raised his wine glass and drank the wine in one gulp. The wine was spicy but easy to swallow. After finishing, he turned the glass upside down to show that not a drop was left. Liang was stunned for a moment, but quickly laughed loudly. "Good." He then also drank it all in one gulp. "Tell me, what trouble has Bai Fan encountered?" Lin Tao asked directly without beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, because they understood that Lin Tao had accepted Liang's duel not for Liu Xueying, as everyone said, but for Bai Fan. Bai Fan trembled all over, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Liang was taken aback, Then his expression darkened. He snorted coldly and lowered his voice. Marcus Fingal. Lin Tao, I have to patrol today. Let's set the time for tomorrow. I'll send you the location. After saying that, Liang turned and left without waiting for Lin Tao's reply. Marcus Fingal? Lin Tao was a little dumbfounded. He thought Bai Fan had gotten into some trouble again, but it turned out to be just this Marcus Fingal. This guy had long been buried by Lin Tao himself, and there was no such person in the world anymore. Therefore, Bai Fan's trouble was no longer trouble. Tomorrow? However, Lin Tao didn't take the Skynet Mecha battle he had accepted seriously. In the Skynet rankings, when Lin Tao was still in the Mecha pilot department in his later life, his name was no longer on the list. That's right, even when Lin Tao was in the Mecha pilot department in his later life, he had already won the first place in the outer heaven. Otherwise, he would not have been able to achieve the title of the #1 ancient martial arts Mecha master in the Interstellar Federation. Lin Tao, you, sigh. The balding middle-aged man, who had witnessed the entire event, sighed upon seeing Lin Tao drink the Golda. However, his concern wasn't for Lin Tao, but for Liang. He stepped forward, bent down, and pleaded softly beside Lin Tao. Lin Tao, no, brother Lin, win or lose, could you please not cause trouble for Liang? Oh? Lin Tao responded with a no. The balding middle-aged man glanced at the two siblings and the others, then whispered again, brother Lin, I know you have the Blood Wolfgang's background. Although Liang is one of my investors, I'm quite close to his family, so don't worry, if you can persuade him not to cause me any more trouble after this, I won't bother him either, Lin Tao said nonchalantly. Meanwhile, at the first Mecha Academy, in the dean's office, all the department heads, except for Sun Kangping, were present. Huh? Where's old Sun? The speaker was Su Junsheng, the head of the mechanical engineering department. He had a good personal relationship with Sun Kangping, and as he spoke, he looked around. Su Junsheng's words immediately alerted many department heads to Sun Kangping's absence, leaving them all puzzled. Upon hearing this, department head Bian Zhi's face darkened, and he remained silent. Liu Xueying and Tong Zhi frowned, also remaining silent. Department head Wei Lin of the Mecha pilot department frowned deeply. Why did the dean call us here for no reason? Where is he? Where is he? In the dean's office, besides department head Sun Kangping, the dean himself was nowhere to be seen. That old bastard. I was still eating lunch when he called us here, and now he's nowhere to be found. Hu Wei, the head of the electronic design department, was furious, his stomach rumbling softly. The department head next to him heard this and couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Old Liu, what's wrong with you? Why are you making that face? Did that troublemaker Lin Tao, after old Tong, anger you again? Rui Zhi, the head of the chassis department, teased Liu Xueying and the others, noticing their expressions. I heard Lin Tao spent 100 million to set a problem for their materials science department. Could it be that this problem really stumped everyone in your department? Wei Lin laughed. What do you mean, troublemaker? Before Liu Xueying could speak, Tong Zhi couldn't take it anymore. He glared and shouted back, Lin Tao is a learned and talented, exceptional student. Calling such a student a troublemaker? Are you two out of your minds? Silence. The entire dean's office fell into deathly silence. Lin Tao learned and talented? Exceptional? The department heads looked at each other, wide-eyed, incredulous. If these words had come from Liu, an old man in Lin Tao's department, they might have listened, but coming from Director Tong, they were truly bewildered. Not only was Director Tong from a different department than Lin Tao, but he was also the first person Lin Tao had confronted at the school gate. Could Director Tong really be a forgiving and magnanimous department head? Nonsense. The department heads present had been colleagues for years, they knew each other well. So why would old Tong speak up for Lin Tao? Old Tong, you. Wei Lin's mouth gaped open, his mind blank, unable to utter a word for a long time. Rui Zhi's eyes widened, as if his brain had truly broken. Alright, can't you all just say less? At this moment, Liu Xueying frowned and spoke up. The dean called us here today because of Lin Tao's matter. The dean is handling some matters now, he'll be back when he's done. You'll find out what's going on after you wait a little longer, Department Head Bian Zhi said. This. What exactly is going on? The department heads were astonished to be summoned to a regular meeting just because of Lin Tao, that troublemaker. Fortunately, The dean returned shortly afterward, though his face was pale and grim, indicating he was in a very bad mood. Once the dean returned, the department heads finally quieted down. Ahem. The dean coughed twice as he sat back in his chair. I called you all here today to discuss two things. First, the announcement of the disciplinary action against Sun Kangping, the head of the frame design department. What? Sun is being punished? No wonder Sun wasn't here. What happened? Sun has been in the frame design department for a long time. What happened? Dean, Sun is a good person. How could he be punished so easily? Yes, didn't Lalu just say that today's meeting was only about Lin Tao? Why is Sun being dragged into this? Before the dean could finish speaking, the department heads erupted in an uproar. A department head, issuing disciplinary action on a whim, this is a power even the dean doesn't possess. What happened that led to such a disciplinary action being issued without their knowledge, and now being announced? Alright, the dean quickly raised his hand in the air, gesturing to calm the clamor of the department heads. Finally, the dean's office fell silent once more. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dean, waiting for an explanation, otherwise, who would they turn to for justice next time? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82: The Establishment of the Special Class. The dean spoke slowly and concisely, summarizing the entire matter in just a few words. I never expected old Sun to be like this. We usually have a good relationship, but if he's using this to his advantage, I might fall for it. He's so old, what's there to fight for? Haven't you seen old Liu from the Materials Science Department and old Yan from the Maintenance Department? Even with so few resources, they haven't really fought for anything. Liu Xueying. Tian Zhi. The two hadn't intended to discuss Sun Kangping's matter, but unexpectedly, just a few words had drawn their own fire. Not fighting for resources? Did they really think they didn't want to fight? But their departments needed the necessary conditions. The entire First Mecha Academy's curriculum favored the design and Mecha pilot departments. Their materials science and maintenance departments were consistently at the bottom. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the resentment in each other's eyes. Fortunately, the topic quickly shifted to Lin Tao. Old Liu, if we can really solve that problem, Lin Tao said, and it truly has the effect of applying the knowledge to other problems, it could solve at least 7 new materials? Su Junchang from the Mechanical Engineering Fundamentals Department asked, his eyes narrowing. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on Liu Xueying. That's right. Liu Xueying raised his right hand, turned on his wristwatch, and said while operating it, many of you here should have some experience with materials science. Take a look at this problem, and you'll understand what I'm saying. A moment later, all the department heads' wristwatches beeped. As the head of the Mechanical Engineering Fundamentals Department, Su Junchang understood the relationship between materials science and mechanical engineering best, so he had studied some materials science knowledge. He opened the problem and his eyes lit up at first glance. Excellent. If we can really solve this kind of problem, I'm sure it's definitely not just about solving 7 new materials. Seeing the acknowledgement, Liu Xueying stroked his white beard and nodded repeatedly. Solving 7 new materials was just a conservative estimate. So, Lao Tong, Lin Tao's work on the X-33 engine. Another department head looked intently at Tong's Hai. Actually, there was no need to ask. Did everyone see that even Tong's Hai, who had been contradicted by Lin Tao at the school gate, was now siding with Lin Tao and strongly supporting him? Knowing everyone's familiarity with Director Tong, this hot-tempered, selfish old man would never have acted this way unless he had an exceptionally talented student. Director Tong stroked his goatee, his face beaming with joy. Lin Tao's blueprints, after analysis by the entire engine design department's instructors, even without manufacturing the engine, the blueprints alone will be enough to shock all engine designers in the Interstellar Federation. From now on, our Mingyuan Star First Mecha Academy's engine design department will undoubtedly become the most influential department among all the academies in the entire Interstellar Federation. Despite saying this, Director Tong wasn't about to simply release the blueprints. He would wait until the engine was manufactured before announcing it to the world. Upon hearing this, the dean stroked his beard and smiled broadly. He naturally understood this change. which might even shift the focus of the first Mecha Academy towards the engine design department. The other department heads, like those who had eaten sour grapes, wore expressions of bitterness. If Lin Tao could also come to their department and help solve a similar problem, their department could probably achieve the same status. What a pity. What a pity. Lin Tao only showed promise in the engine design and materials departments. Suddenly, these department heads' eyes lit up. Since Lin Tao could spot the flaws in the Flying Tiger War God improved model in the frame design department at a glance, he must have made achievements in the frame design department as well. Also, before transferring schools, Lin Tao was in the maintenance department. Could it be that this guy is also proficient in mecha maintenance? The department heads seemed to have a tacit understanding, exchanging glances and sensing similar thoughts in each other's eyes. Sure enough. At this moment, the dean also spoke up. Well, Lin Tao is such a learned and talented student. I believe his achievements should not be limited to the materials science department, engine design department, frame design department, or even the maintenance department. Was this their key point? Department heads Wei Lin and the others perked up their ears, their eyes fixed on the dean. As for department heads Liu Xueying, Tong Zhi, and Yan Zhi, they already knew the meeting's content, so they remained seated, considering how to cooperate with the dean's words. Next, I plan to establish a special class, the dean emphasized. Students who can enter this special class will have the privilege of choosing to study freely in any department. I hereby decide that Lin Tao will temporarily be the first student in this class. After speaking, he glanced around and fell silent. Clearly, he was waiting for the opinions of the department heads. Dean, isn't this what the academies of the Interstellar Federation do? Department head Wei Lin frowned slightly and said. He was from an Interstellar Federation academy and naturally understood the teaching methods of various academies. Yes, if our academy didn't require students to specialize in a single subject, we would have originally planned to use this teaching method. Su Junchang nodded. I think every teaching method has its own advantages. Sometimes, learning too many different subjects doesn't necessarily allow you to focus your energy on the subject you are proficient in, Rui Zhi from the chassis department said. However, no matter which academy you are in, there are always some students whose talents are beyond expectations, just like Master Goulet, department head Yan Zhi said. Speaking of Master Goulet, everyone present had to admire him. Master Goulet came from an ordinary academy, and his first subject was also maintenance. In the eyes of the department heads present, Master Goulet would at most become an ordinary mecha repairman after graduation. But unexpectedly, after graduating, Master Goulet saved all the money he had earned from part-time jobs and took the time to enroll in several departments at an advanced age. In the end, he confirmed his ability to learn a wide range of subjects, not only achieving certain results but also closely linking his various studies together and proposing many unimaginable ideas. More importantly, these designs not only succeeded but also improved the mecha strength of the entire Interstellar Federation. Originally, with Master Goulet's qualifications, it would have been impossible for him to come to their first Mecha Academy on Mingyuan Star. After all, with his eclectic abilities, he was best suited to stay in an academy within the Interstellar Federation. However, several of Master Goulet's outstanding disciples were from Mingyuan Star, which is why he ultimately chose to settle there. It's a pity about that one thing, otherwise, with Master Goulet's presence, their first Mecha Academy wouldn't be in its current awkward situation. In fact, many department heads suspect that this is the result of a collaboration between academies closely connected to Master Goulet. Well, that's why I decided to establish this special class. The dean nodded and pondered for a moment. The preliminary decision is that only students who have achieved certain results in their original departments can apply to enter this class. This way, students won't be distracted and fall behind in their original studies. Yes, that's good. I agree. Su Junchang from the Mechanical Engineering Department was the first to agree. Rui Zhi from the Chassis Department held a similar view and also raised his hand in agreement. Tuang Hai and Liu Xueying exchanged a glance. The old dean had already set the rules. Who could object? They both nodded in agreement. Besides, they hadn't expected it. They didn't even need to cooperate. The department heads present had already given their full support. This was understandable. Perhaps once this special class was established, a student like Lin Tao would suddenly become incredibly powerful in their department. At that time, they would be overjoyed, so why would they refuse? In a short while, All the department heads present approved the dean's proposal. Next was the allocation of resources for this class. According to the dean, each department should contribute 1/10 of its resources. This sparked strong opposition from the materials science and engineering and maintenance departments, as they already had the fewest resources allocated to any department in the entire college. Ultimately, considering Lin Tao's connections with these two departments, the dean exempted them from the contribution. The meeting ended. At 3 p.m., a notice was posted on the college BBS. The notice contained only 2 points. First, Sun Kangping was removed from his position as head of the frame design department. The dean would temporarily assume the role until a new head was appointed. Second, the academy would establish a special class. Students who had achieved certain results in their original departments and wished to study in other departments could register with their respective department heads. The announcement caused an uproar throughout the academy. Sun Kangping was the head of the department. His suspension was only possible due to extremely serious consequences. This shocked all the faculty members, especially those in the frame design department, as it directly affected them. Fortunately, Sun Kangping didn't have many students, otherwise, the entire academy would have been in an uproar, just like when Master Goulet left the first Mecha Academy. If it weren't for the Star Palace's intervention, the entire academy would likely have had to suspend classes. The second point, however, left all the faculty and students utterly astonished. The first Mecha Academy had long used the departmental and class system. What did this special class signify? Was the academy preparing for a transformation? Students were already accustomed to the departmental and class system, and this sudden change only caused dissatisfaction. Some students even started a poll on the BBS to boycott the special class. Fortunately, before the poll could escalate, the academy released another announcement. The announcement was simple: the conditions for entering the advanced class were incredibly stringent, almost requiring graduation from the first Mecha Academy. Upon seeing the announcement, the students were in an uproar. How could anyone possibly meet such conditions? Moreover, if they truly had the qualifications, they might as well apply for graduation sooner, which would attract numerous special offers from Mecha companies. However, the announcement concluded by announcing the provisional student for the class, Lin Tao. That's right, there was only one person in the entire class, and that person was Lin Tao. It was even specifically noted, Materials Science Department, Lin Tao. Chapter 83 Feng Li Hao Search Team. After finishing their meal, Lin Tao and his group left. Du Ruming went to get the car, and Du Ruzi, seeing Bai Fan hesitating as if he had something to say, frowned slightly before following Du Ruming and leaving together. Seeing that only he and Lin Tao remained, Bai Fan finally couldn't help but say, "Lin Tao, thank you." Lin Tao had drunk Liang's gourd due to help him gather information, and he would definitely have to pay a large sum of money, since Liang was ranked 5th in the Skynet rankings, and Lin Tao was no match for him. Lin Tao smiled but remained silent. "Lin Tao," Liang said, "I offended Marcus Fangle, but I can't figure out where I offended him, so I'm thinking of going to Flying Cart Town to ask him in person." Bai Fan sighed. Ever since Liang learned that his troubles were with Marcus Fangle, Bai Fan had only thought it was because of the debt, but the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Because he remembered that this Feng Li Hao seemed to have an underworld background, and perhaps the debt was just a trap to lure him in. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. At this moment, Bai Fan was even planning to say goodbye to Lin Tao and head to Flying Cart Town to find out the truth. "Bai Fan, listen to me, go back and rest immediately, don't think too much." Lin Tao shook his head slightly when he saw his expression. This guy was too cowardly. But Bai Fan wanted to speak, but just then, 4 hovercars suddenly appeared in front of them, speeding towards them, seemingly about to crash into them. Bai Fan was so frightened that he quickly jumped aside. Screech. The 4 hovercars came to a sudden stop less than 2 meters away from Lin Tao and the others, surrounding the two of them. Bai Fan's face was pale, and Lin Tao also frowned secretly. The car doors opened, and a group of people got out one after another, led by a strong, bald man. The bald man stepped off the hovercar, holding an electronic notebook. He quickly glanced at it and nodded. "These are the two." No sooner had he spoken than a group of people surrounded Lin Tao and Bai Fan. "You must be Lin Tao and Bai Fan. We have some questions for you." The bald man lightly stepped forward, approaching the two. He arrogantly raised his eyes, quickly scanning Lin Tao's taut muscles, his eyes narrowing slightly. Not bad physique. You must be a Mecha pilot, right? It seemed they had found the right people. Bai Fan was terrified, his face drained of color, and he trembled violently. Lin Tao's expression darkened. He snorted coldly, his muscles bulging. After taking the gene-enhancing drug, his strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. He didn't even consider this group of people a threat. With his muscles bulging, Lin Tao resembled a ferocious beast poised to hunt in the jungle, radiating a chilling aura of danger. Huh? The bald man's pupils suddenly contracted, startled. He staggered back several steps, simultaneously adopting a fighting stance. Suddenly, Lin Tao's gaze sharpened, landing on the bald man's arm. A member of the Blood Wolf gang? A blood-red wolf's head was tattooed on the bald man's arm. Sensing the slight change in Lin Tao's expression, the bald man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was afraid of the Blood Wolf gang, things would be easier. He felt reassured. It seems you know about our Blood Wolf gang. This isn't the place to talk. Get in the car. He pointed to the hovercars, gesturing. Lin Tao, we. Bai Fan's legs went weak with fear. Lin Tao's eyes flickered a few times. After a moment of contemplation, his muscles relaxed, and he suddenly nodded, okay. Lin Tao and Bai Fan got into the car, and with a screech, the four hovercars quickly drove away from Mingyuan City. A short while later, the Du siblings arrived, but Lin Tao and Bai Fan were nowhere to be seen. Where did those two go again? Duruzi was greatly surprised and also tried calling Lin Tao. No one answered. Could they be dealing with Bai Fan's matter? Duruming raised an eyebrow. He had seen Bai Fan fidgeting after hearing Liang's words, looking like he wanted to leave immediately. Never mind, let's go back first. Duruzi shook her head. Lin Tao was elusive, and she didn't know why. Not only in Flying Car Town, but also when they first arrived at the campus, it was the same. Duruzi was helpless. After all, if Lin Tao hadn't intervened, not only would they not have been able to enter the first Mecha Academy, but even their accommodation would have been a problem. Of course, if they hadn't angered the department heads and the principal, they might have been able to stay in the school dormitories, for which Duruzi was quite resentful. The four hovercars drove out of Mingyuan City and stopped in a secluded place. After the doors opened, Lin Tao and his sister were escorted out of the cars. Huh? Where is this? As soon as he got out, Lin Tao looked around in surprise. This place was the very spot where Feng Lehao had arranged to meet, the very forest where Lin Tao had annihilated Feng Lehao and his group with an old-fashioned white tiger mech. After Lin Tao and his companion got out of the car, the bald man and his group surrounded them. Since you know about our Blood Wolf gang, I won't beat around the bush, the bald man said, pulling out a pistol and deliberately showing it off. After all, even he felt a sense of danger from Lin Tao's bulging muscles. If Lin Tao were to suddenly retaliate, it would likely be a major battle. Seeing the metallic pistol in his hand, Bai Fan's eyes glazed over, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Tao, however, remained calm. Faced with Lin Tao's composure, the bald man's face darkened, and he demanded sharply, Lin Tao, did you do what happened to Feng Lehao? What do you think? Lin Tao smiled slightly, his expression calm, his hands behind his back. Lin Tao's composure and calm demeanor caused the bald man's brow to twitch violently. His expression changed abruptly, and with a click, he swiftly pulled back the bolt of his gun, aiming it at Lin Tao. This action nearly scared Bai Fan so much that he wet himself, his face turning ashen, his teeth chattering. Lin Tao, however, remained calm. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the bald man before him. Lin Tao, do you know that Feng Lehao is the biological son of our Blood Wolf gang leader? If anything happens to him, not only you alone, but even the academy can't protect you, the bald man said sternly. Quickly tell me Feng Lehao's whereabouts. How many people have you deployed here? Lin Tao suddenly asked with a smile. What did you say? The bald man was taken aback. Although Lin Tao didn't explicitly agree, the bald man had already sensed from Lin Tao's expression that Feng Lehao's disappearance was most likely Lin Tao's doing. His eyes lit up with excitement. Because finding Feng Lehao's whereabouts would definitely elevate his status in the Blood Wolf gang headquarters. Lin Tao, quickly tell me Feng Lehao's whereabouts, otherwise. He subtly shifted the direction of his pistol. Bang! After the gunshot, a nearby stone instantly shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground. Hearing the gunshot, Bai Fan's face turned deathly pale, his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. At the same time, Lin Tao moved. His muscles bulged, and he pounced on the bald man like a bird, his speed so fast that no one present could react in time. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tao was close to the bald man, and with a swift movement, he squeezed. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, along with the bald man's scream of agony. Lin Tao chose to act, showing no mercy. After breaking the bald man's wrist, he seized the pistol and immediately dispatched the rest of the men. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The intense pain paled in comparison to the shock. The bald man could hardly believe his eyes. You actually dared to attack our Blood Wolf gang? Besides you, how many other people are stationed nearby? Lin Tao demanded in a deep voice. The bald man's face was ashen. He now fully understood that Lin Tao was definitely the one who had made Feng Let Hao disappear, and it seemed that it was more than just a simple disappearance. Seeing the bald man remain silent, Lin Tao had no time to wait. He aimed his pistol and fired a shot, instantly killing the man in the thigh. The bald man winced in pain, realizing Lin Tao's ruthlessness, and quickly confessed everything. It turned out that after Feng Let Hao disappeared, Hao Tonghe, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, assumed there had been a rebellion among the branch members. All the members of the Blood Wolf gang headquarters were dispersed to various branches to investigate. However, Hao Tonghe didn't give up searching Mingyuan City. Through connections, he finally found out who Feng Let Hao had last contacted and immediately dispatched the bald man and his group to question Lin Tao. So, this place is only for you? Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold. The bald man nodded helplessly. All right, then you can go. Lin Tao turned his gun and immediately killed the bald man. Lin Tao, you. Bai Fan's teeth chattered, making a rattling sound. These people were all members of the Blood Wolf gang. Lin Tao killing them meant he was going against the entire Blood Wolf gang, a massive force spanning the entire planet. There were even rumors that the Blood Wolf gang was backed by the Liu family, one of the 8 great powerful families. The Liu family was the master of Mingyuan Star. Now, unless they flee to Mingyuan Star, the two of them are likely to face endless retaliation. Bai Fan's face was deathly pale, his mind filled with thoughts of the future. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes and beckoned to Bai Fan, come with me. Choosing to attack Bai Fan in front of him was to completely bind him to his side, and Lin Tao also planned to use this opportunity to see if he could unleash Bai Fan's extraordinary abilities in chip technology. Mingyuan Star was still Liu family territory. Even though he could control a branch of the Blood Wolf gang, many things, both overt and covert, still had to go through the Liu family, which made Lin Tao eager to have his own power. Power is only for those who are on the same side. But Lin Tao also understood that for a mecha pilot in this era, the only way to quickly increase their strength was to learn mecha maneuvers. However, mecha maneuvers were not something that could be learned at will, they required a lot of training to gradually master. Lin Tao couldn't wait for that. The only solution now is to incorporate a set of mech movements into the chip. With simple practice, a mech pilot's skill could at least double. Looks like I'm still too weak. The mere Blood Wolf gang almost left me helpless. Sitting in the driver's seat of the hovercar, Lin Tao shook his head. Where are we going? Bai Fan had just settled in when he glanced at the corpses outside and swallowed hard. Lin Tao didn't answer. He slammed on the accelerator, and the hovercar creaked and sped away. A short while later, relying on his memory, Lin Tao once again arrived at the Crimson Tiger's hiding place. Chapter 84 Lin Tao's Plan. In the small cave, a massive tiger-shaped mecha sat silently. Bai Fan, who had just gotten out of the car and was preoccupied with escape, suddenly had his pupils contract, his expression one of disbelief as he stared ahead. A mecha? How can there be a mecha here? On Mingyuan Star, mechs were strictly controlled. Even underground gangs had to ally themselves with powerful families like the Liu family to obtain one. Here, there was actually a real mecha. How could this be? Bai Fan turned to Lin Tao in a daze. Lin Tao, is this your mecha? Lin Tao had gotten out of the car, his brows furrowed, but suddenly his expression darkened. His eyes darted around, and he demanded in a low voice, who's there? The tiger-shaped mecha before him should have been entirely crimson, but now the front half was coated with a layer of black paint. Clearly, someone had arrived long ago. Are you Zhang Tuo's men? I'm Lin Tao? Lin Tao's eyes flickered for a moment, then a thought struck him, and he called out softly again. Finally, a slightly sharp voice rang out from behind. Is that brother Lin Tao? Lin Tao turned around and saw a young man dressed entirely in black slowly emerge from the other side of the cave. He held a pistol in his right hand and looked cautious. Are you from the Zhang family or the Blood Wolf gang? Lin Tao asked after a moment's hesitation. My name is Zhang Cheng. The man in black did not admit to being from the Blood Wolf gang, but his name clearly indicated the Zhang family surname. Lin Tao remained silent. He slowly extended his right hand and once again made the gesture that only those who had cultivated the Zhang family's powerful finger technique could make. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up with surprise. He remained calm, extended his right hand, and made the same gesture. Afterward, he quickly put away his gun and jogged over. Third brother was right. You must be brother Lin. Third brother asked me to help you apply cloaking paint to your mecha. He turned to look at the tiger-shaped mecha. This is Feng Lehao's Crimson Tiger, isn't it? I heard it's a custom-made model, almost a third stronger than the standard tiger-shaped mecha. The third brother Zhang Cheng referred to was undoubtedly Zhang Tuo. Lin Tao nodded, glancing at the Crimson Tiger, which was nearly half covered with paint. How much longer until it's completely finished? At the current pace, it should be completely finished by tomorrow evening. Zhang Cheng said, running to an inconspicuous spot under the mecha's feet, retrieving a device with a nozzle, and activating it on the crimson area of the mecha. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Instantly, a jet of black paint shot out from the nozzle, landing on the crimson parts of the mecha and instantly covering them with a crimson hue. Wait! Lin Tao called out, stopping the mecha. What kind of paint are you using? Zhang Cheng, though puzzled, also stopped what he was doing. This is paint number 171. It's effective against heat, infrared radiation, and electromagnetic waves. Paint number 171? Upon hearing the name, Lin Tao immediately raised his hand to stop Zhang Cheng. Lin Tao had researched stealth paint in his previous life, and in his mind, stealth paint in this era mainly consisted of three types: 171, 172, and 175. Paint number 171? In the blink of an eye, the formula for this paint appeared in Lin Tao's mind. Paints number 171 and 172 were generally used by the 8 powerful families, while 175 was widely used by the military. Therefore, paint number 171 could only be considered a civilian stealth paint, detectable with specialized radar. If he wasn't mistaken, the Interstellar Federation was currently focusing on stealth coding number 176, while the 8 major powers were primarily researching codings number 173 and number 174. After a moment's thought, Lin Tao named several special raw materials. Can you get these materials? Zhang Cheng was taken aback, then nodded, yes. Except for 1 or 2 materials that required certain methods, the rest were relatively easy to obtain. Then get these materials back first, at least 30 kilograms of each. Also, find 2 more spraying machines. The 3 of us can spray together to speed things up, Lin Tao said. The special raw materials Lin Tao mentioned were a formula for a new type of stealth coating developed in later generations. Its performance even surpassed that of number 173, number 174, and number 176. Once formulated, it would be virtually undetectable by radar in this era. By the way, what's your communication number? Lin Tao asked again. Zhang Cheng quickly sent a communication signal to Lin Tao's wristwatch. After quickly operating his wristwatch and leaving a coordinate, Lin Tao said calmly, Zhang Cheng, could you also come here and clean up the scene? Zhang Cheng didn't ask what scene to clean up, and nodded repeatedly. Brother Lin, is there anything else? We'll probably be here for 2 or 3 days, so prepare some extra food. That's all for now. Lin Tao thought for a moment. I understand, Brother Lin, I'll arrange it right away. After a pause, Zhang Cheng added, Brother Lin, if it's urgent, I might send someone else. Lin Tao frowned slightly. If possible, it's best if we communicate directly. The more people involved, the easier it is for complications to arise. Lin Tao didn't want too many unexpected events. This encounter with the Blood Wolf Gang's Feng Lehao search team instantly put Lin Tao on guard, and he wanted to deal with the Blood Wolf Gang's affairs as well. This unexpected encounter with the Blood Wolf Gang made Lin Tao determined to resolve this thorny issue once and for all. Zhang Cheng hesitated for a moment, but nodded repeatedly. After Zhang Cheng left, Lin Tao turned to Bai Fan and said, Bai Fan, come here. Bai Fan had been standing there in a daze, not daring to speak or even move. When Lin Tao called him, He suddenly bristled like a startled cat. Lin Tao, you, who exactly are you? Bai Fan, do you know why Marcus Fingal is targeting you? Lin Tao asked with a smile. He knew that given Bai Fan's current state, there was no way to explain this matter, so he had to temporarily change the subject. Lord Fingal is going to deal with me? Bai Fan's expression changed slightly, then he bristled and exclaimed, could it be that Lord Fingal's scheme to make me owe money is all a plot? I'm not sure if it's a plot, Lin Tao said. However, Lord Fingal did tell me that he will continue to provide you with funds. When you can no longer repay them, he will bring people to your home. At that time, not only will the building we rent be forcibly seized, but also another property of yours will be taken to offset the debt. Feeling that this wasn't enough, Lin Tao recalled Bai Wufan's experience in his later life. Aunt Bai and the others might not be able to bear it and commit suicide by jumping off a building, while you might collapse and leave your hometown. As for whether you will rise again, only heaven knows. Hearing Lin Tao's words, Bai Fan's face turned extremely ugly, especially upon hearing that Aunt Bai might commit suicide by jumping off a building. He trembled all over, his face as white as a sheet. Although Lin Tao's words were shocking, if it really came to that, it would definitely be as he said, because Bai Fan knew his relative's temperament very well. Why? Why would Marcus Fingal do this? Bai Fan was on the verge of collapse. Why? Lin Tao crossed his arms and chuckled coldly, because you are the weak, and Marcus Fingal is the strong. The strong attack the weak, there's never a reason. If I hadn't helped you deal with Marcus Fingal, this would have happened within 3 months at most. Such things weren't unique to Bai Fan. Looking at later records, there were even more cruel lives than Bai Fan's. Some succumbed to despair, while others became famous figures in later generations, ruthless individuals, or people like Bai Wufan. Lin Tao didn't know if the current Bai Fan would become the Bai Wufan of later generations, but he knew that with further investigation, Bai Fan's extraordinary abilities in chip technology would eventually be discovered. Bai Fan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a fierce, fiery light. His teeth clenched so hard they seemed about to break. Seeing him like this, Lin Tao felt the time was right, but he wondered if, after such a blow, Bai Fan would still become the infamous Bai Wufan of later generations. Bai Fan, do you want to become a strong man? Not only standing above the Blood Wolf Gang, but even the 8 great clans, and even the entire Interstellar Federation, will look up to you with awe, Lin Tao said softly. I really can? Clearly, Bai Fan was extremely tempted. If you want to do it, anything is possible, Lin Tao smiled. Seeing Bai Fan lost in thought, Lin Tao left him and contacted Zhang Tuo of the Blood Wolf Gang branch in Anzhang City again. Lin Tao, things are a bit troublesome now. Headquarters has sent people, probably specifically to monitor our branches. Zhang Tuo's soft voice came from his wristwatch. His tone was somewhat anxious, and also carried a hint of dissatisfaction, though it was unclear whether this dissatisfaction stemmed from Lin Tao or the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. I also sense that the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters on Mingyuan Star is in some trouble. Can you take their place? Whoosh! As soon as Lin Tao finished speaking, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the other end of the communication channel. Lin Tao, you're going to make a move? It seemed that Lin Tao's plan to attack the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters didn't surprise Zhang Tuo, only shock him. Clearly, Zhang Tuo's earlier dissatisfaction wasn't directed at Lin Tao. Not only was Zhang Tuo shocked, but Bai Fan, standing beside him, also stared wide-eyed in disbelief upon hearing Lin Tao's words. Gulp. Bai Fan swallowed hard. His voice was soft, but it carried through the communication. You have someone on your end, is it Zhang Cheng? Zhang Tuo's tone changed abruptly. Not Zhang Cheng, but he's one of ours. Lin Tao glanced at the panicked Bai Fan and gestured for him to quiet down. Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, Zhang Tuo finally recovered. After a pause, he asked, Lin Tao, is there anything I can do? Send over all the information about the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Also, if I were to wipe out the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters in one fell swoop, would it cause any unnecessary trouble? Lin Tao said with a smile. Chapter 85 Lin Tao's Plan. Not long after, Zhang Tuo sent over a lot of information. Seeing this, Lin Tao's lips curled into a smile. It seemed Zhang Tuo had long desired to infiltrate the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters and had put in considerable effort, but unfortunately, his current strength was insufficient to do so. Otherwise, He wouldn't have prepared so thoroughly. After reviewing the information, Lin Tao rested his chin on his hand and began analyzing it. After a while, Zhang Tiyuo, if Hao Tonghe dies, who do you think is most likely to become the new leader of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters? Lin Tao suddenly asked. Hearing this, Zhang Tiyuo's breathing became rapid. With Hao Tonghe dead, there are 3 suitable candidates to be the new leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, and I am one of them. Perhaps for this reason, as soon as Feng Let Hao disappeared, Hao Tonghe immediately assumed that her branch would rebel. This morning, 5 people came from headquarters. I don't know the situation of the other 2, but I think it should be similar to what happened to me. With a crimson giant tiger now in Lin Tao's hands, Zhang Tiyuo guessed that Feng Let Hao was probably in grave danger, yet he still used the word disappeared. After a pause, Zhang Tiyuo continued, if we're going to assassinate Hao Tonghe, I can at least bribe 3 of the people sent by headquarters. As for the other 2, we can ignore them. With these 3 having connections with headquarters, I should be able to get away and come to Mingyuan City to help you. Lin Tao smiled slightly. You don't need to come. I'm here, along with Zhang Cheng. That should be enough manpower. Lin Tao, just you and Zhang Cheng? Zhang Tiyuo was shocked. Zhang Tiyuo had assumed that Lin Tao had another force behind him, and that with that force's help, they could devise a plan to assassinate Hao Tonghe. He hadn't expected it to be just Lin Tao and Zhang Cheng. 2 people? Was this a joke? Hearing Lin Tao not in agreement, Zhang Tiyuo became anxious. Lin Tao, this won't do. You'll just be throwing your life away. With your and Zhang Cheng's strength, you can't even get close to Hao Tonghe, let alone enter the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. His anxious tone made Zhang Tiyuo's soft voice sound even sharper. Lin Tao smiled without saying a word. Seeing Lin Tao remain silent, Zhang Tiyuo gritted his teeth and said, Lin Tao, calm down and listen to me. This matter can wait a while. We're all in the same boat now, there's no rush. As the head of the Blood Wolf Gang branch, how could he not know the strength of the headquarters? Not to mention ancient martial arts masters, they even left a considerable number of mechs on the perimeter. Lin Tao and Zhang Cheng, let alone getting close to the headquarters, would probably be killed on the spot before even reaching the gate. Zhang Cheng was one of the few ancient martial arts masters in the Zhang family, and Lin Tao knew the Zhang family's 8th form. Before obtaining the training method for this move, Zhang Tiyuo was unwilling to see Lin Tao perish, nor did he want to see Zhang Cheng buried with him. We have a crimson tiger, Lin Tao said calmly. In fact, this crimson tiger didn't really catch Lin Tao's eye. If it weren't for the fact that the crimson tiger was a custom-made mech, with performance superior to ordinary tiger-shaped mechs, Lin Tao planned to wait a while longer. It was like the difference between the flying tiger war god and the white war tiger. Of course. The flying tiger war god and the white war tiger are standard military issue mechs, and aside from the 8 major clans, ordinary people cannot obtain them from the military. Given Lin Tao's current skill in operating the crimson tiger, coupled with a more advanced stealth coating available in this era, leaving shouldn't be a problem. Lin Tao, the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters has more than just one mech, Zhang Tiyuo said quickly. Have you forgotten? Even someone like Feng Let Hao can mobilize 5 or 6 mechs. Can you imagine how many mechs there are? Oh? Lin Tao was slightly surprised. Do you mean there are dozens or even hundreds of mechs there? While it's not that high, there are still 30 or 40 mechs, Zhang Tiyuo explained. Even though our branch has connections with the Liu family, the mechs we apply for always go through headquarters first, and then are transported here. Over time, headquarters has accumulated quite a few new mechs. Our Blood Wolf Gang branch in Anshang City applied for 8 mechs back then, but as you know, I only have 5 mechs on hand now, 4 of which are still engineering mechs. Oh? Zhang Tiyuo's words did not dispel Lin Tao's thoughts, instead, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Because, in his future life, Lin Tao was a mech master. Mech combat was his forte. Can you tell me about the level of the mecha pilots? Lin Tao asked. Zhang Tiyuo felt that Lin Tao wouldn't give up unless he revealed the mecha strength of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, so he immediately explained what he knew. The strongest was only one A-level mecha pilot, and these A-level mecha pilots usually stayed with the Liu family. In other words, the strongest mecha pilot at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters was only a B-level mecha pilot. Lin Tao wouldn't be afraid of a dozen or even one of these level mecha pilots. After listening to Zhang Tiyuo's words, Lin Tao suddenly had an idea. Zheng Tuo, does the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters have humanoid mecha? Humanoid mecha are only issued to those who can rank in the outer heavens on the Skynet and have mecha pilots specially authorized by the military, as well as those who are part of an outer space exploration team. Zheng Tuo shook his head. While Lin Tao was communicating with Zheng Tuo, Bai Fan, who was standing to the side, had already made up his mind. To avoid being bullied again, he decided to become strong, the kind of strong Lin Tao had described. He made a decision, but he didn't know how to achieve it, or even how to begin. Meanwhile, Lin Tao's communication with Zheng Tuo wouldn't stop anytime soon. Left with no other option, Bai Fan temporarily used his wristwatch to log on to the internet. The Academy's BBS was the favorite gathering place for all the students of the first Mecha Academy. Suddenly, Bai Fan saw a super hot post pinned to the top of his chat list. The post title was extremely brief, the Academy's #1. However, the number of replies exceeded 100,000. Seeing the number of replies, Bai Fan was stunned. The entire first Mecha Academy, including instructors and department heads, only had about 2,000 students. 100,000 replies meant that almost every teacher and student would post 50 or 60 replies each. And most importantly, this post was only published at 3:20 p.m., and it was only 4:30 p.m. now, just over an hour later, yet it had already reached such a number of replies. Bai Fan was shocked. Has something major happened at the Academy again? In Bai Fan's memory, only when Master Goulet left the first Mecha Academy did such an astonishing scene occur. Of course, compared to Master Goulet's departure, the power of this post was still a bit weaker. However, for a post to generate such strong firepower in such a short time, something major must have happened at the Academy. The Academy's #1 person? Bai Fan frowned slightly and clicked on it. After just one glance, Bai Fan froze on the spot, seemingly unable to believe it, and compared the content of the post again before looking up in astonishment at Lin Tao, who was still communicating. This. Bai Fan felt his eyes twitching uncontrollably. No wonder Lin Tao asked him if he wanted to become a strong person who stood above the Blood Wolf Gang, and even the 8 great clans and the Interstellar Federation had to admire. Bai Fan naturally wanted to, but even now he didn't know how to do it. However, Bai Fan knew clearly that Lin Tao was not far from that step. He posed a question in the materials science department that could introduce at least 7 new materials, solved a century-old problem in the engine design department, and even spotted a flaw in the framework design, leading to the disciplinary action of a department head. Any one of these achievements alone would likely qualify him for graduation from the first Mecha Academy. No wonder Lin Tao received Master Goulet's recommendation, and no wonder he harbored such ambition. It turned out he had already planned everything. The Academy's #1, truly the Academy's #1. Bai Fan sighed deeply. Normally, Bai Fan would have commented over 100 times on this post, which explains its popularity. Unfortunately, Bai Fan was no longer in the mood. Meanwhile, Zheng Tuo continued his long speech, but Lin Tao didn't change his mind. Instead, he asked Zheng Tuo to send a combat deployment map of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters within the next 2 days before ending the communication. Suddenly, Lin Tao turned his head and saw Bai Fan looking dazed. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Lin Tao, you should log on to the Academy's BBS and take a look." Bai Fan opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Lin Tao was puzzled. He didn't have the habit of logging on to the Academy's BBS, so he walked up to Bai Fan and grabbed his wristwatch. The Academy's #1? I really didn't expect the Dean and the others to be so efficient. Lin Tao smiled slightly. You already knew? Bai Fan was shocked. Yes, it's because I stayed in the Dean's office for a while that I left a little later. Lin Tao replied with a smile. Hiss. Bai Fan gasped. The Dean's office? And stayed for a while? You have to know that Bai Fan has been in the first Mecha Academy for more than 2 years, but in these 2 years, he hasn't even stepped into a tutor's office, let alone the Dean's office. No wonder Lin Tao dared to completely offend a bunch of old guys at the school gate. It turns out he has great talent. Thinking that Lin Tao also has a certain level of expertise in chip flying cars, Bai Fan became even more discouraged. Lin Tao could naturally see through Bai Fan's expression. He smiled silently and, after a few operations on his wristwatch, immediately sent a document to Bai Fan's watch. When you have time, study these 2 design drawings and see if you can make it, Lin Tao said with a smile. Bai Fan, puzzled. Opened the document. After just one glance, he looked up sharply, his eyes wide with shock. Lin Tao, this is a chip design drawing? Indeed, what Lin Tao sent to Bai Fan was a chip design drawing. After guessing Bai Fan's future identity, and considering that Lin Tao himself also wanted to develop a chip, he had prepared these two design drawings long ago. He sent them to Bai Fan now precisely to test his abilities in this area. Chapter 86 Searching for Lin Tao. As dusk fell, a medium-sized hovercar entered the cave. Lin Tao was somewhat surprised by Zhang Cheng's efficiency. The truck was loaded with barrels of special raw materials, and on the other side of the truck bed was a large iron box. After unloading the large iron box, Lin Tao opened it and found it contained various small instruments needed to mix the materials. Lin Tao looked up in astonishment, giving Zhang Cheng a strange look. This guy seemed to have guessed that Lin Tao wanted to mix the invisibility coating himself and had prepared everything so meticulously. Zhang Cheng smiled slightly, nodded, and didn't say anything. Lin Tao's eyes flickered slightly. He had originally planned to ask if the Blood Wolf King had handled things properly, but now he didn't need to ask, he already knew the answer. Zhang Cheng was a martial artist, and Lin Tao himself had been enhanced by gene-enhancing drugs, making him quite strong. The two of them quickly unloaded the raw materials barrel by barrel. After unloading, Zhang Cheng seemed hesitant and walked away. Lin Tao called out to him, "Zhang Cheng, you watch from the side." "Brother Lin, this." Zhang Cheng frowned slightly. Lin Tao smiled. He sensed that Zhang Cheng was a talented person and very capable. Although he was Zhang Tuo's man, he was still a member of the Zhang family, and Lin Tao wanted to cultivate him. After all, without instructor Zhang in the later generations, Lin Tao wouldn't have achieved his current status. "Do you know how to mix materials?" Lin Tao asked with a smile. "This stuff is too troublesome." Zhang Cheng shook his head repeatedly. After a pause, he chuckled and said, "Brother Lin, usually, if I can buy these things with money, I just use money to solve the problem." Lin Tao laughed. "What if I can't solve it with money?" The stealth coating that Lin Tao was about to mix wasn't something money could buy. It was a high-grade coating that would only appear in the later generations, even more advanced than the 173, 174, and 176 stealth materials that were still under development. Without hesitation, Zhang Cheng said, "Then let's take it back." Lin Tao chuckled, but since Zhang Cheng wasn't interested in preparing the raw materials, he didn't press the issue. "Can you operate a mecha?" Zhang Cheng nodded. "We're martial artists, people who practice martial arts. We're physically strong, so our families arrange for us to attend Mecha academies and study to become mecha pilots." Lin Tao's eyes lit up. However, what Zhang Cheng said wasn't wrong. The stronger the physique, the better it is for the mecha pilot entering the machine. Some special mecha maneuvers can only be performed by those with strong bodies. Even with enhanced protection mechanisms in the cockpit, the powerful cushioning force generated at high speeds is something most people can't withstand. This is the reason for the Superman project, and also the reason for the popularity of gene-enhancing drugs in later generations. While preparing the medicine, Lin Tao casually asked, "Could you tell me how many people from the Zhang family are currently on Mingyuan Star?" Lin Tao had intended to recruit the entire Zhang family, but upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng's expression immediately darkened. He remained silent, his mouth tightly shut. Lin Tao was taken aback, then secretly shook his head, realizing his question had been abrupt. The 8 great families of ancient martial arts were only nominated by the Interstellar Federation in later generations. This concept didn't exist in this era. In Lin Tao's mind, the Zhang family should still be developing in secret. Although Lin Tao had made contact with the Zhang family through the Jinzi technique, it didn't mean that the entire Zhang family would accept his presence. Lin Tao then changed his tune, looking up at the massive Crimson Tiger mech and smiling. "Zhang Cheng, do you know how to operate this mech?" The Crimson Tiger is a custom-made model. Its performance is stronger than ordinary tiger-shaped mechs. Skynet doesn't have this type of mech, but I can master its operation within an hour or two at most. Zhang Cheng glanced at the Crimson Tiger and nodded. "Then go and familiarize yourself with how to operate this mech," Lin Tao gestured. "Eh?" Zhang Cheng looked surprised, but quickly realized something. Without saying much or being coy, he turned and pounced on the Crimson Tiger. The cockpit of the Crimson Tiger was 3 or 4 meters off the ground, but Zhang Cheng, upon reaching the auxiliary ladder, leaped more than 2 meters into the air. He extended his right foot, pushed off the auxiliary ladder, and gracefully entered the cockpit. With just one movement, Lin Tao discerned Zheng Cheng's strength. He frowned slightly. In later generations, the strength of martial artists could be measured numerically. A normal human's punch typically doesn't exceed 50 jin, 25 caddies, and even with explosive power, it's only around 100 to 150 jin, 50 and 65 caddies. Those who can throw over 200 jin are mostly trained martial artists. In later generations, an ordinary human taking the number 1 gene-enhancing drug could easily reach this level with a single punch, even without any explosive power. Therefore, later data generally uses pure physical strength as a unit, with 100 kilograms of pure physical strength constituting 1 unit. Zheng Cheng, in front of him, doesn't seem to have reached even 1 unit. Such physical strength might be considered martial arts training by ordinary people, but to gene warriors, it's practically nothing. Just like Lin Tao's current body, although using an impure drug, because it's the number 7 gene-enhancing drug, it can barely be considered 1.5 units. This physical strength, while far from the peak of later generations, is still enough to perform many difficult mechanical movements. With Lin Tao's sharp eye, Zheng Cheng at the moment could only withstand rapid turns at a certain speed, as if the machine's performance was too superior, making it uncontrollable. It seems that simply creating a chip is not enough. While pondering, Lin Tao glanced at Bai Fan, who was deep in thought. With tools and strength, the process of making the stealth coating did not take long. In less than 2 hours, Lin Tao had made the stealth coating, which was as black as ink. This coating, later known as the 180 stealth coating, was a new material developed by the Interstellar Federation based on the 175 coating. As long as this stealth coating was applied to the Crimson Tiger, no radar could detect it unless seen with the naked eye at close range. In these 2 hours, apart from Bai Fan who was still deep in thought, Zheng Cheng had also long since figured out how to operate the Crimson Tiger. Zheng Cheng, seemingly wanting to show off on the Crimson Tiger, performed several bionic mecha movements after familiarizing himself with the machine. However, to Lin Tao, these movements were merely ordinary operations, unremarkable. Once the paint was finished, Lin Tao called Bai Fan, and the three of them painted the Crimson Tiger together. Time flew by, and 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Mingyuan City, Aunt Bai's building. Early morning. The Du siblings were still asleep when they were awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Who is it? Du Ruming rubbed his sleepy eyes. It's me, it's Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai's panicked voice came from the other end of the door. Thump. Even Du Ruzi, who was lying in bed, rushed out. Without even washing up, she hurriedly opened the door. Aunt Bai, why are you here? Zia Ozzy, my Bai Fan hasn't come home for 2 days. I don't know what happened. Aunt Bai's eyes were red and swollen, clearly very anxious. Isn't he going to school with you? Du Ruzi was stunned, and Du Ruming's expression also changed slightly. Fortunately, Du Ruzi reacted quickly, repeatedly reassuring her, Aunt Bai, your Bai Fan has been staying at the academy these past 2 days. But why haven't I received any response when I keep calling him? Aunt Bai's eyes reddened, almost bursting into tears. This child wasn't like this before. Alright, Lin Tao is with him. Du Ruzi smiled. Have you forgotten? Lin Tao is now the top student in the entire First Mecha Academy. The entire academy has specially set up a special class for him. With him, do you still need to worry about Bai Fan? Lin Tao is the dean's personally acknowledged number 1 student in the academy. By his side, Bai Fan can probably learn more than any of us. Du Ruming also quickly added, moreover, large-scale experiments within the academy are generally prohibited from contacting the outside world to prevent leaks. Really? Aunt Bai's eyes reddened, but the worry in her eyes had subsided. It seemed that compared to Bai Fan, she trusted Lin Tao more, and she trusted Du Ruzi more. That's right. Large-scale experiments in the academy are always kept under wraps to prevent leaks, so participants are generally prohibited from contacting the outside world, Du Ruzi said. Okay, when you get to the academy, tell this kid to come back as soon as he has time, Aunt Bai instructed before leaving, muttering to herself, if something like this happens again, make sure he tells the family first. After Aunt Bai left, the Du siblings exchanged glances, looking at each other in confusion. Sister, Lin Tao hasn't come back for 2 days. Could something have really happened to him? Du Ruming asked cautiously. Sigh. Du Ruzi sighed softly. Not only was Aunt Bai looking for Bai Fan, but even Director Tong of the engine design department had approached her more than once, trying to find Lin Tao's whereabouts. She had initially thought that two of them had disappeared, but they hadn't appeared for 2 days, and she didn't know what had happened. Never mind, let's go back to the academy right away and tell Director Tong the news first, see if they can find a solution. Helpless, Duruzi had no choice but to do so. The two quickly washed up, didn't even have breakfast, and went straight back to the academy. Engine Design Department, Professor's Office. This was the first time Professor Tongzhi had returned to the professor's office so early. Normally, he wouldn't be back until after 9 o'clock. What's wrong with this guy? He hasn't shown up for 2 days straight. Professor Tong paced back and forth in the professor's office, his beard trembling with anxiety. Not only him, but many other professors had also arrived early, sitting and waiting anxiously. Ever since Lin Tao provided the design blueprints for the X-33 engine in the exam, almost all the professors had been working tirelessly to build the engine according to the blueprints. But as soon as they started, they realized that the actual product was vastly different from the blueprints. They couldn't build this engine based solely on the blueprints. Chapter 87 Searching for Lin Tao. Materials Science Department, Class 1. Department Head Liu Xueying, a group of professors, and the department's top students were all gathered in this classroom. Each person had a steaming cup of bitter coffee on their desk. Including Liu Xueying, their eyes were bloodshot, resembling rabbit eyes. Some professors even had swollen eyelids resembling small sausages. Everyone was pondering the problem Lin Tao had set. Since the department head's meeting, the dean had decisively taken over Lin Tao's 100 million yuan prize money, announcing publicly that whoever solved the problem would receive the 100 million yuan prize money personally awarded by the first Mecha Academy. A problem that, if solved, could also lead to the development of more than 7 new materials. Not only department head Liu Xueying, but even the dean understood the significance this problem held for the entire Interstellar Federation. To exaggerate, if even the problem setter, Lin Tao, couldn't solve it, this problem would undoubtedly become a century-long puzzle for materials scientists throughout the Interstellar Federation, much like the X-33 engine in the engine design department. If it really came to that, one can imagine how many people would fight tooth and nail to get into the materials science department of the first Mecha Academy just to solve this one problem. With such a problem, how could the dean be stingy with 100 million yuan? However, up to this point, no one had actually been able to solve it. Director Liu. Suddenly, a delicate figure in white lightly approached department head Liu Xueying. While pondering, department head Liu Xueying, who was gently stroking his beard, suddenly tightened his grip and yanked out a tuft of white hair. Ouch! Liu Xueying winced in pain. Looking up, he saw Liu Xueying, one of the top students in the entire materials science department. He quickly swallowed the curse he was about to utter and asked with a smile, Liu Xueying, have you found the solution? At this, all eyes in the classroom fell on Liu Xueying. Liu Xueying gave a bitter smile. 2 days of agonizing thought had left her looking dejected. She gently rubbed her temples, her delicate hands moving lightly, before sighing softly. If she had found a solution, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. Director Liu, since this problem was set by Lin Tao, why don't we ask him to help us solve it? Her words immediately drew a chorus of admiring glances from several professors. That's right, Director Liu. If it weren't for that formula, we would have thought this kind of problem was practically unsolvable. Yes, since Lin Tao was able to set this kind of problem, he must have done in-depth research. Perhaps if we follow his approach, we can more easily grasp the core of the solution. The professors gathered around. 2 days had passed, and they hadn't even found a starting point, let alone a solution. Hearing this, Liu Xueying felt even more troubled, because Lin Tao had suddenly vanished without a trace since that day, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Not only their materials science department, but also Tongzhi from the engine design department, and the newly appointed dean of the frame design department, were all searching for him. Just as Director Tong was about to speak, his wristwatch beeped. Looking up, he saw it was a signal from Director Tong of the engine design department, and his eyes lit up. Wait a minute, I'll be right back. Avoiding the professors and students, Liu Xueying answered the call, but his voice was quite loud, and even though he avoided the crowd, it still reached everyone's ears. What? Lin Tao hasn't returned for 2 days? Could he have been kidnapped? Lin Tao really disappeared? Suspected of being kidnapped? The professors and students present exchanged bewildered glances. Liu Xueying, who was drinking bitter coffee, even spat out a mouthful of brown coffee on the spot. After a moment of stunned silence, she strode out of the classroom. By this time, Director Liu Xueying was already gone. Engine Design Department, Professor's Office. At this moment, the entire tutor's room was filled with people, including the dean, the heads of various departments, and 2 students. Students? Liu Xueying, who had just arrived, looked over in confusion and immediately recognized the 2 students. What are you doing here? Where's Lin Tao? Isn't Lin Tao with you? The 2 siblings looked embarrassed. Old Liu, don't scare them. They couldn't find Lin Tao either, so they came to report. Director Tong Zhai waved his hand quickly upon seeing this. But don't worry, I've already asked some friends for help, and I should have results soon. As the head of the engine design department, and given that engines are the core of mechs, Director Tong Zhai had a vast network of connections outside the academy. Before long, he received a document. It was a video. After watching the video, everyone's expression changed slightly, because the video content was the scene of Lin Tao encountering Feng Letao's search team. In the video, everyone noticed the blood-red wolf head on the bald man's arm. The Blood Wolf Gang? All the department heads were puzzled. Why would the Blood Wolf Gang target our students? This is the last video Lin Tao sent before he disappeared. Judging from the situation, the Blood Wolf Gang took Lin Tao and his group away from Mingyuan City. Tong Zhai's expression was grim. Investigate this immediately. The dean's face darkened. Anyone who could become a department head at the first Mecha Academy would have some social connections. The dean even used the Liu family's connections to directly contact the person in charge, Hao Tonghe of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. The communication was connected. Who is it? Hao Tonghe's voice came from his wristwatch. His voice carried a hint of violence. Just hearing it from the wristwatch was enough to send chills down one's spine. The 2 siblings, hearing it, were so tense they didn't dare breathe. The department heads frowned, remaining silent. The dean chuckled coldly. Hao Tonghe, what a show of power. Who exactly are you? Hao Tonghe was already in a bad mood due to Hao Xiaoyi's disappearance. If it weren't for the Liu family's involvement in this phone call, he would have almost lost his temper on the spot. Return Lin Tao back, or don't blame us for using all our connections to wipe your Blood Wolf Gang off Mingyuan Star. The dean said coldly. HMPH. How dare you speak like that in front of me, Hao Tonghe? You're courting death. Hao Tonghe's tone was sinister. Is that so? The dean snorted heavily. Hao Tonghe, Gu Zhenki, will not beat around the bush. Return our first Mecha Academy student, Lin Tao, immediately. Otherwise, only one of your Blood Wolf Gang and our first Mecha Academy can remain on Mingyuan Star. With that, the dean hung up the call. All the department heads were stunned for a moment. Then they realized what was going on. Lin Tao was now the rising star of the first Mecha Academy, almost capable of replacing Master Gu Lei's position, representing the face of the first Mecha Academy. Not to mention the dean, all the department heads present shared the same thought. If the Blood Wolf Gang doesn't release him, they will use every means to wipe the entire Blood Wolf Gang off Mingyuan Star. The first Mecha Academy is searching for Lin Tao's whereabouts. In a cave on the other side. In the quiet cave, a jet-black tiger-shaped mecha is parked. This is the Crimson Tiger, now coated with cloaking material. After being coated with cloaking material, this tiger-shaped mecha will transform into a terrifying beast in the night. Unless spotted with the naked eye at close range, even the Interstellar Federation might not be able to detect its approach using the radar of this era. Lin Tao rested his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming as he examined the jet-black mecha before him. Now this mecha has lost its crimson hue, the name Crimson Tiger is no longer suitable. Lin Tao, you want to rename this mecha? Bai Fan was taken aback. Of course it needs a name change. Zheng Cheng nodded in agreement. The Crimson Tiger was the name Feng Letao had given to the mecha, but now that it was in Lin Tao's hands, it should have been renamed long ago. Pure black all over, and tiger-shaped. Lin Tao frowned, deep in thought. In that case, how about calling it Black Tiger? Bai Fan had a sudden inspiration and shouted out. PFFT. Hearing this, Zheng Cheng, who had just put down the painting machine, almost laughed out loud. Do you really think mecha names are just chosen randomly? They're not just chosen randomly, are there rules? Bai Fan shrugged, unconcerned. Although he had entered the maintenance department of the first Mecha Academy, His interest was still mainly in chip-powered flying cars compared to mechs. Regular mechs go through a series of naming rules when they leave the factory before they can be named, and these special customized models need to go through even more complex rules. Otherwise, a name chosen randomly would greatly reduce the value of the mecha. Zheng Cheng explained. Lin Tao smiled and nodded. He knew a little about the naming rules for mechas from the records of later generations, but this only applied to the time when the 8 great families still existed. In later generations, due to the attack by mysterious celestial creatures, the naming rules for mechas were limited to mecha companies. Individuals mostly just chose whatever name sounded good. For example, the mecha Lin Tao used in his later life was named with only one character because of someone else. However, using that name for the mecha in front of him would be a disservice to the mecha from his later life. Lin Tao rubbed his temples and didn't think too much about it. Black Tiger is a good name. Let's call this mecha Black Tiger from now on. Huh? Lin Tao, you. Bai Fan was surprised. Zheng Cheng was also stunned for a moment. As for the name of the mecha, just pick anything. It's just a transitional machine anyway. Lin Tao paused, then smiled at the two men. Could it be that you've taken a liking to this mecha? Bai Fan shrugged. Mecha piloting has always been my weakness. I rarely even use Skynet, so how could I possibly be interested in mechas? Zheng Cheng remained silent. He was genuinely interested in the mecha before him, especially after learning it was a custom-made one. Even Zhang Tuo couldn't secure a custom-made mecha for him. Seeing their expressions, Lin Tao smiled and remained silent. He had long wanted to recruit Zheng Cheng. If he was interested in the mecha, things would be much easier. Chapter 88 Impossible Mission. For 2 days, Lin Tao and his 2 companions were applying cloaking material to Black Tiger. However, Zhang Tuo hadn't sent a single message for 2 days. This made Lin Tao frown deeply. Feeling that everything was ready, Lin Tao dialed Zhang Tuo's number again. Lin Tao, you haven't given up on that idea yet? Zhang Tuo sighed in the communication. He had thought a lot these past 2 days, even conducting a new investigation into Lin Tao. This time, he even found out why Lin Tao was able to make so much money at this Hangwei Mecha Center. Because L had a betting bonus, all of its battle recordings could be purchased on the Skynet. However, after seeing these battle recordings, Zhang Tuo was dumbfounded. Because in those battles, Lin Tao had practically hit the jackpot. Especially those accounts with the L prefix, it was as if they were just handing over money, standing still and letting themselves be harvested. Only a fool would do that. Because each bet was worth 1 million star coins. 1 million star coins might not seem like much on Mingyuan Star, but this was Zhangjiang City. Even for students in the Mecha Pilot Department at Hyacinth Academy, 1 million star coins was a considerable sum. 1 million star coins in a single game? Were those guys all idiots? Fortunately, Zhang Tuo's contact in Anshang City was Liu Xueying. After some investigation, he finally learned something that made him extremely uneasy. It turned out that those money-giving accounts were specifically ordered by Liu Xueying. Their purpose was simply to send money to Liu Xueying. Upon learning the truth, Zhang Tuo wanted to curse on the spot, even smashing several valuable items on the table. Clearly, Liu Xueying had mistaken Lin Tao for Liu Xueying. Zhang Tuo had thought Lin Tao's mecha skills were extraordinary, able to win over 20 million in just over an hour. It turned out it was all based on a misunderstanding. Zhang Tuo was almost spitting blood with anger. The more Zhang Tuo learned the truth, the less he dared to expose it. While Liu Xueying's mistake was a minor matter, this would completely offend Liu Xueying. After all, Liu Xueying was a future genius mecha pilot ranked high on the Xianwei platform. As for the final match, Zhang Tuo simply categorized the account named LZS as a pay-to-win smurf, given that it started with a prefix L. The initial display of power by LZS was likely a deliberate attempt to avoid offending anyone. From the beginning, Zhang Tuo hadn't dared to associate Liu Xueying with this account. As for why Lin Tao used a similar arc-shaped step to Liu Xueying's, Zhang Tuo had no doubt it was another coincidence. Lin Tao's luck was so strong that even Zhang Tuo was impressed. Otherwise, how could Lin Tao, a student in the Hyacinth Academy's repair department, have received Master Gulei's help and entered the first Mecha Academy? After learning the truth, Zhang Tuo was speechless. Because at this moment, he was inextricably linked to Lin Tao. If Lin Tao hadn't known how to contact the Zhang family, Zhang Tuo would probably have personally gone to Anzhang City and brought Lin Tao before Hao Tuonghe. Of course, if Liu Xueying knew his conclusion, he would be furious, because LZS was his real account. One careless mistake, and he was mistaken for an imposter. He had no idea where to turn for justice. Now, Lin Tao had come knocking again, and Zhang Tuo was desperate to avoid him. Lamenting his bad luck. "I've almost finished preparing here, just waiting for your map," Lin Tao said calmly, unaware of Zhang Tuo's thoughts. When he said this, Lin Tao didn't hide it from Zhang Chengbei and Fan, because in his view, these two were accomplices. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuo on the other end of the communication channel remained silent for a long time. Sensing Zhang Tuo's silence, Lin Tao frowned deeply. This was his last chance for Zhang Tuo. If Zhang Tuo still didn't appreciate it, then he would have no choice but to find someone else to take over the Blood Wolf Gang's affairs. As for Zhang Tuo, who knew about the gene-enhancing drug, Lin Tao would ruthlessly eliminate him. There was no other reason than that the Green Bamboo sect of this era, or perhaps Xin Ye's research, had not yet yielded any results, and Lin Tao did not want to expose it so early. Thinking of this, he sighed inwardly. It seems I still lack the mentality of a ruthless hero. After all, if it were a ruthless hero, would he expose his secrets so prematurely? After a long while, Zhang Tuo's voice came again. "Will Zhang Cheng go?" Zhang Cheng was standing right next to him. Hearing Zhang Tuo's words, he narrowed his eyes, looked up at the tiger-shaped mech that had been dyed as black as ink, took a deep breath, and said, "Third brother, I will go." As a mech pilot, he had never had the opportunity to pilot a mech, which had become a regret in Zhang Cheng's heart. Perhaps this trip would be a deadly mission, but as a mech pilot, dying in mech battle would be enough to make up for this regret. Is that so? Zhang Tuo seemed not to have expected Zhang Cheng to be right next to him, and suddenly felt a little caught off guard. After another long silence, Zhang Tuo finally made up his mind. "Lin Tao, I will send the data over immediately." After saying that, Zhang Tuo hung up the communication. A moment later, Lin Tao's wristwatch received a map showing the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters and the distribution of its defensive weapons. After ending the call with Lin Tao, Zhang Tuo immediately dialed a number he rarely used and which would never exist on his wristwatch. "Zhang Tuo, are you fully prepared?" On the other end of the line was a slightly aged yet powerful voice, sounding as if he had been waiting for this call for more than a year and a half. "Second uncle, this is what happened." Zhang Tuo briefly explained everything about Lin Tao. "Ridiculous. How could you agree to such a thing?" The old man on the other end of the line was furious. "Zhang Tuo, you're the only person from our Zhang family to infiltrate the Blood Wolf Gang. You." "Wait, what's that person's name?" Suddenly, the old man paused for a moment, then asked. "Lin Tao." Zhang Tuo replied respectfully. "Lin Tao? That name sounds familiar." The old man on the other end of the communication line paused for a moment, then seemed to remember something and asked in a low voice, "Zhang Tuo, is this Lin Tao now at the first Mecha Academy?" "That's right. He was at Hyacinth Academy before, and then somehow got close to Master Goulet, and was recommended by Master Goulet to enter the first Mecha Academy," Zhang Tuo said. Mentioning Master Goulet, Zhang Tuo paused for a moment, then continued, "Second uncle, about Master Goulet." Zhang Tuo briefly mentioned Master Goulet sending him out of Mingyuan Star. I've wanted to remind you about Master Goulet for a while. Master Goulet's influence extends far beyond Mingyuan Star. You helped him this time, so even if we can't make it on Mingyuan Star in the future, we can still get his help outside. You did a good job." The person on the other end of the communication line didn't scold him, but instead praised him highly. "Lin Tao?" After speaking, he turned the topic to Lin Tao again. "Zhang Tuo, what do you think of this Lin Tao?" His tone softened. How could Zhang Tuo see it? In his eyes, Lin Tao was definitely a guy who had gotten incredibly lucky. The old man on the other end of the communication line chuckled. "Zhang Tuo, go and make the arrangements immediately. If this succeeds, you can safely take the top position in the Blood Wolf Gang." His tone suddenly turned cold. "Even if it fails, you can retreat and hold your ground. No one will suspect you." Hearing this, Zhang Tuo was startled. "Second uncle, Zhang Cheng is involved too." "Zhang Cheng? Don't worry, no one will recognize Zhang Cheng's identity. Even if this assassination fails, Zhang Cheng will just be an ordinary person, and it has nothing to do with you." "Second uncle." Zheng Tuo was alarmed. Zheng Cheng was reliable and usually his most capable henchman. He wouldn't sacrifice him unless absolutely necessary. A person destined for great things cannot be indecisive. Otherwise, how will you lead the Zheng family in the future? Zheng Tuo, our Zheng family is a martial arts family with a history of nearly 1,000 years. The old man on the other end of the communication was exasperated. Zheng Tuo, you must remember, although our Zheng family is not as powerful as the 8 great families of the interstellar world, it is still a family with a long history. We cannot let our heritage be broken in our hands because of 1 or 2 people. Do you understand? Second uncle, I understand. After sighing, Zheng Tuo nodded sharply. If the Lin Tao you are talking about is the Lin Tao I know, perhaps there is still some hope for this matter. I will handle the work at Xingfu for you. You also need to be careful not to let any information leak out. I understand, second uncle. Although he didn't know what had happened, Zheng Tuo naturally dared not disobey the order. Whether it succeeds or not, we will not contact each other for 3 months. After saying that, the communication was forcibly cut off. Second uncle thinks highly of Lin Tao? What exactly did Lin Tao do in Mingyuan City? In Zheng Tuo's opinion, Lin Tao's assassination attempt was almost an impossible task. Although Zheng Tuo was puzzled, he quickly recovered. Time flew by, and night fell in the blink of an eye. Lin Tao glanced at the night sky, then checked the time on his watch, and instructed, Bai Fan, you stay here. Bai Fan nodded. He still couldn't grasp the chip diagram Lin Tao had given him, and he desperately wanted to immerse himself in it. Although he didn't know what these chips did, based on his experience with chip-powered flying cars, they were definitely not just for driving chip-powered flying cars. Custom-made mechs usually come with a pilot and a co-pilot. Lin Tao greeted Zheng Cheng and then leaped into the cockpit. Unlike Zheng Cheng, Lin Tao jumped in easily, which greatly surprised Zheng Cheng. His expression changed slightly, but his confidence in the mission increased significantly. The engine started, and the black tiger roared. Fasten your seatbelts, we're going. Lin Tao gripped the control stick tightly. And after Zheng Cheng was ready, he pushed it forward sharply. Instantly, Black Tiger, like a real tiger, took steady and powerful steps. After walking a few steps in the cave, he disappeared into the night like a shadow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Blood Wolf Gang Headquarters. Goose Henki. You've gone too far. Hao Tuanghe grabbed a horse-shaped porcelain piece and hurled it against the wall. This was an antique he had bought at a high price, nearly 500 years old. With a thud, the antique shattered into pieces, falling to the corner of the wall, where a pile of various fragments had already accumulated. Men. Hao Tuanghe roared. 2 men in black, close-fitting clothes pushed open the door and entered. Have the Feng Li Hao search team returned? Hao Tuanghe's face was ferocious and extremely ugly. He had also seen that video, but what good was it? Not only was Lin Tao's whereabouts unknown, but even the search team was nowhere to be seen. Hao Tuanghe hadn't even asked Goose Henki for their return yet. Chief. Chief. The 2 men responded respectfully in unison, their faces expressionless. Immediately send more men to find them. Hao Tuanghe roared. Although he didn't specify who they were looking for, the 2 men nodded in unison and withdrew. Shortly after the 2 men in black left, another person entered, an elderly man in a suit and exuding an air of wisdom. After glancing at the pile of shards, the old man shook his head slightly before looking away and tapping his wristwatch a few times. Old you. This Goose Henki is simply outrageous. Who does he think he is? Isn't he just a dog of the Liu family? Hao Tuanghe's attention shifted after the old man entered. Chief Hao, Goose Henki is the dean of the first Mecha Academy. If he really wants to fight the Blood Wolf Gang head-on, the Liu family will probably side with them, old Yu said in a deep voice. Hao Tuanghe's face immediately darkened. Chief Hao, this Lin Tao has a very powerful background. Why didn't you investigate him thoroughly before arresting him? Old Yu frowned. How would I know who Lin Tao is? If Xiao Wei hadn't contacted him on his last phone call, why would I have sent people to look for him? Hao Tuanghe's expression grew even more grim. Besides, I only ordered a questioning. Old Yu had been with the Blood Wolf Gang for a long time and knew everything about questioning. He shook his head and narrowed his eyes. Lin Tao disappeared with the search team. I'm not worried about Lin Tao himself, but rather about whether someone is targeting the Blood Wolf Gang behind this. Old you, what do you mean? Hao Tonghei's expression changed drastically. I hope this is just my guess. Old you sighed. Of the 5 major forces on Mingyuan Star, the Blood Wolf Gang and the Green Bamboo sect are the most powerful, and each of these underground forces belongs to a different wealthy family. I suspect that someone from the Liu family is colluding with Davis to specifically target us. The Green Bamboo sect? Hao Tonghei roared through gritted teeth, his hands clenched into fists. At this moment, the person old you had ordered to come had arrived. It was a small, pot-bellied robot. After entering, the robot went to the pile of fragments and began to sweep and dust the debris. Beep beep. Just then, Hao Tonghei's wristwatch rang, and he answered it immediately. Sun Kangping? Let him come over. Sun Kangping? Old Yu wasn't surprised to hear the name. A short while later, Sun Kangping, the former head of the frame design department at the first Mecha Academy, appeared. What bad luck. Although Sun Kangping had been dismissed from his position as department head on the spot, he had been questioned by the Xingfu people for 2 days. Now that he was out, he could head straight to the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Old Sun, how could you be so careless? Old Yu frowned slightly. What do you mean accidentally? I didn't expect Lin Tao to have such terrifying talent in framework design. He only glanced at it and pointed out the flaws in the design drawings. Suddenly, Sun Kangping seemed to remember something and looked at Hao Tonghei again. Old Hao, where did you take Lin Tao? This guy is now highly regarded by the entire First Mecha Academy. These words only fueled Hao Tonghei's anger. What do you mean take him? I haven't even seen him yet. Sun Kangping looked puzzled and turned to look at Old Yu. Old Yu shook his head, indicating that he hadn't seen Lin Tao either. Beep beep. Hao Tonghei's wristwatch rang again. Chief, our western defenses have been attacked by an unknown force, resulting in 2 explosions. What? The Blood Wolf Gang headquarters was attacked by an unknown force? And it caused 2 explosions? Old Yu and Sun Kangping were both stunned. Hao Tonghei's eyes widened in disbelief. Beep beep. Another communication rang, this one without even a displayed number. Hao Tonghei, puzzled, took the call. Old Hao, I received word that someone might try to assassinate you tonight. The other party only said this one sentence and hung up before Hao Tonghei could react. Assassination? Hao Tonghei's face darkened. Who was he? Where was he? Who would dare assassinate him? Old Yu and Sun Kangping exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. However, although the other party only left 1 sentence, they hadn't used any voice-changing software, and Hao Tonghei and Old Yu could still recognize the voice. It was Zheng Keichao, one of the 3 deputy planetary leaders of Mingyuan Star Prefecture. Zheng Keichao was a relative of Zheng Tuo, the head of the Blood Wolf Gang in Anshang City. Therefore, Zheng Tuo's position in the Blood Wolf Gang rose rapidly. At a young age, he became a leader in his own right. As a deputy planetary leader of Xingfu, Zheng Keichao had his own intelligence channels, and this tip-off was highly likely. Recalling the information reported by his subordinates, Hao Tonghei and Elder Yu exchanged a glance, then gritted their teeth and roared, Kings Who sect. Davis family. My Blood Wolf Gang will never let you live under the same sky. Elder Yu, immediately summon all mech pilots, all mechs take to the air. Hao Tonghei roared furiously. Sun Kangping raised an eyebrow, glancing at the enraged Hao Tonghei out of the corner of his eye. Despite his displeasure, he remained silent. Black Tiger Cockpit. Lin Tao lightly pushed the control stick, seemingly effortlessly making the Black Tiger move like a ghost through the night. Zheng Cheng, in the co-pilot's seat, stared wide-eyed, as if in disbelief. Even he, the former top-ranked mech pilot, could achieve the same effortless control as Lin Tao. However, upon seeing Lin Tao enter the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters area and head straight for their defensive weapons, triggering a series of explosions, they were taken aback. Brother Lin, weren't we here to assassinate Hao Tonghei? They'd already caused explosions, this must have alerted them. What assassination were they talking about? Assassination? Lin Tao shook his head and chuckled. After his communication with Zheng Tuo, Lin Tao could easily understand the unspoken meaning in Zheng Tuo's words. Assassination? Who is Lin Tao? He was the #1 ancient martial arts mecha pilot in the entire interstellar federation of the future. Even with a less than ideal mecha, Lin Tao could easily use it to deal with ferocious beasts in space and withstand attacks from 2 mecha pilots of the same level. With such strength, asking Lin Tao to assassinate someone? Unless Lin Tao didn't have a mecha and was alone, perhaps he would consider it. But that was just a consideration. Lin Tao not only possessed a custom-made Black Tiger mech, but the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters also had numerous mechs. Even alone, he would likely first head to their mech hangar and seize one. As for assassination, that was hardly the act of a mech master. Moreover, since arriving in this era, Lin Tao hadn't truly piloted a purely mechanical modular mech until he acquired a Black Tiger. Although the Black Tiger was remarkably new, in Lin Tao's eyes, it belonged to an ancient era. The opportunity to operate such a mech in battle was something even in later generations hadn't had. Why would Lin Tao give it up? As for the White Tiger mech, it was merely a transitional mech, even its chassis still using a relatively primitive wheeled design. Such a mech couldn't be considered a true mech. Lin Tao smiled silently. He pulled up the map and glanced at it. This is the west side of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. They've set up 3 lines of defense here. We've already eliminated 2, leaving 1 location. With that, Lin Tao lightly tapped the map, then pushed the control stick. In a flash, the Black Tiger mech vanished into the dark night like a ghost. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng paused, seemingly understanding something. Needless to say, Lin Tao was definitely setting up a retreat route, and this would also have a diversionary effect on the assassination of Hao Tonghe. No wonder Lin Tao was able to snatch the Crimson Tiger from Feng Lehao. Zheng Cheng nodded to himself. A diversionary tactic. They're planning a diversionary tactic. Just as the order was issued, Old Yu shuddered and exclaimed in surprise. A feint? Hao Tonghe walked to the window, gazing at the firelight rising in the west against the dark night sky. His face was grim, and he remained silent. Sun Kangping frowned slightly, then walked to the side, as if back in his own home, and took a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, pouring 3 glasses. Old Yu, whether it's a feint or not, do you really think they can get here? Sun Kangping picked up 2 glasses, approached Old Yu, and handed him one, a chrysanthemum-like smile spreading across his old face. That's hard to say. If someone in the Liu family is colluding with Davis, the map of this place will probably be leaked. Old Yu took the glass, his brow furrowed. So what if the map is leaked? This is the headquarters of the Blood Wolf Gang. Our mech hangar has dozens of mechs. Are all those mech pilots just bored? Sun Kangping seemed to know something about the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's right, old Sun is right. Hao Tonghe's expression immediately returned to normal. He stepped forward, grabbed a glass of wine, and eagerly gulped it down, the liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth. This is Mingyuan Star, Liu family territory. Even if Davis's men are colluding with the Liu family, they won't deploy too many mechs. Right now, what we need to worry about isn't the assassin in front of us, but the damned Lin Tao. Having just finished drinking, Hao Tonghe angrily threw the glass into the corner, shattering it into pieces on the floor. The assassin in front of him was like a petty thief, impossible to approach. It was Lin Tao, being pursued by the first Mech Academy, who was truly troubling him. Chapter 90 Zheng Cheng's Shock. At this moment, Lin Tao, whom Hao Tonghe was keeping an eye on, had already destroyed the 3 defensive points on the west side of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. The third one. Lin Tao gently gripped the control stick and pushed it forward slightly. The Black Tiger mech leaped again, disappearing without a trace into the night like a nimble tiger. From memory, Lin Tao remembered there were 3 defensive points on the west side, 2 on the south side, 2 on the north side, and 3 on the east side. Now that the 3 points on the west side were completely destroyed, Lin Tao didn't hesitate and controlled the Black Tiger mech to rush south. Lin Tao, are we going the wrong way? Zheng Cheng in the co-pilot's seat frowned. He had also looked at the map. Now, they only needed to head north to reach the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Moreover, although the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters was on the edge of Mingyuan City, the skies above Mingyuan City were patrolled by mechs from the first Mech Academy. If this continued, it would soon attract those genius-level mech pilots. In other words, their time was very limited. Lin Tao smiled slightly upon hearing this. The patrol mechs from the first Mech Academy left this area long ago. They won't come. As early as when the first defensive point exploded, Lin Tao had already detected several patrol teams of 3 groups on the radar. However, These patrol teams abruptly turned a corner and headed far away, seemingly ignoring the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Although the Black Tiger mech was coated with advanced stealth materials, allowing it to bypass enemy radar, its presence could still be detected at close range. However, after a moment's thought, Lin Tao understood what was going on. Now that Lin Tao had made contact with the Blood Wolf Gang, he had disappeared for several days. The first Mecha Academy undoubtedly believed he had been kidnapped by the Blood Wolf Gang, so why would they help the Blood Wolf Gang now that they were in trouble? After all, Lin Tao was hailed as the #1 person in the Academy on the Academy's BBS. Even the question Lin Tao posed to the Materials Science Department, and the X-33 engine issue he resolved for the Engine Design Department, were enough to make the first Mecha Academy take him seriously. As a result, the first Mecha Academy would definitely consider the Blood Wolf Gang a mortal enemy. Thinking of this, Lin Tao grinned and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Tao, you're still laughing? This is Mingyuan City. The genius mech pilots from the first Mecha Academy patrol this area from time to time, Zheng Cheng said anxiously. Don't worry, they won't come, Lin Tao smiled. You. Zheng Cheng hurriedly looked out through the cockpit, but unfortunately, under the cover of night, even as a martial artist, he couldn't see what was happening in the distance. Just after Lin Tao destroyed the defensive points on the west and south sides, the Blood Wolf Gang's mech squadron finally appeared. At a glance, the radar detected at least 50 points of light. Lin Tao, their mech squadron has appeared. We should avoid them. Zheng Cheng hadn't finished speaking when he saw his mech, under Lin Tao's control, rushing straight towards the enemy mech squadron. Am I seeing things? Zheng Cheng rubbed his eyes, incredulously checking the Black Tiger mech's direction again. His face immediately paled. Lin Tao, you're going the wrong way. Our target is to assassinate Hao Tonghe of the Blood Wolf Gang. Their headquarters isn't in this direction. Who said I was going to assassinate Hao Tonghe? Lin Tao said. We're not assassinating Hao Tonghe, so why are we going to the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters? Zheng Cheng stopped abruptly, realizing a possibility. Lin Tao had already discussed it with Zheng Tuo, planning to split into two groups. One group was the real assassins of Hao Tonghe, while the other was bait to lure them away. Clearly, Lin Tao had chosen to be the bait. So we were used as bait. Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes, but he didn't blame his third brother, Zheng Tuo, nor did he regret sitting in the passenger seat. He knew in his heart that this would greatly increase the chances of assassinating Hao Tonghe, and bring his third brother, Zheng Tuo, closer to that goal in the future. Soon, Lin Tao appeared about 100 meters in front of the enemy mech squadron. Not only on the radar, but even with the naked eye, he could vaguely spot the leading mechs of the squadron. This was a mech squadron with various biomimetic animal-shaped mechs. In the darkness, the enemy radar failed to detect the Black Tiger mechs, instead dividing into groups and slowly searching the surroundings. No humanoid mechs? Lin Tao frowned deeply. He had brought Zheng Cheng along to see if the Blood Wolf Gang had any humanoid mechs, then leave the Black Tiger mech to Zheng Cheng so he could seize one. What a pity. Lin Tao shook his head. In a short while, the enemy mech squadron had split into about 10 groups, spreading out to search for the person causing the disturbance. Lin Tao, haven't they noticed us? Zheng Cheng asked, puzzled. At this point, even without radar, Zheng Cheng could see the enemy mechs, but they seemed blind, not only unaware of their presence but also searching around. Lin Tao smiled. Don't forget the cloaking material we applied to the Black Tiger mechs. That cloaking material is not only undetectable by current radar, but it also reflects light. Unless they're only about 10 meters away, they won't be able to see us. Hearing about the effects of the cloaking coating, Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. He knew that if they could mass-produce this coating, they would possess a formidable nighttime force. However, Zheng Cheng's expression quickly darkened, as he realized the danger of this mission. Unfortunately, the formula wasn't left behind. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng abruptly looked down, pulled out his wristwatch, and quickly began operating it. He remembered the raw materials Lin Tao had asked him to buy. If he could keep them, Zheng Tuo and the others could definitely research this stealth material. In the blink of an eye, before Zheng Cheng had even made a few movements on his wristwatch, he felt a jolt throughout his body. The Black Tiger mech moved. With a whoosh, the Black Tiger mech, like a tiger waiting for its prey, leaped out. Zheng Cheng looked up in astonishment, only to see a group of Blood Wolf Gang mechs in front of him, 3 tiger-shaped mechs. However, Zheng Cheng's gaze wasn't on these three tiger-shaped mechs. He quickly turned his head and glanced at the control panel in front of him. Hiss. At that glance, he gasped, almost screaming, how could it be this fast? It turned out that under Lin Tao's control, the Black Tiger mech had unleashed a terrifying speed. The speedometer needle was pointing to 200 kilometers per hour. 200 kilometers per hour, that's almost the speed of a wheeled chassis mech. Keep in mind, the Black Tiger mech has a four-limbed chassis. Zheng Cheng's eyebrows twitched. Four-limbed chassis are specifically designed for complex terrain, but mastering them requires slowly learning to maintain balance, otherwise, the mech will fall over after only 2 or 3 steps. So, let alone running, even walking requires careful balance. Reaching 200 kilometers per hour is simply impossible. Even Zheng Cheng, who graduated first in his class from the mech department, only reached a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour when piloting a four-limbed mech. Exceeding that speed would be impossible, not only in terms of hand speed but also in terms of balance. Thinking this, Zheng Cheng quickly looked down at Lin Tao's hands. But, before Zheng Cheng could even look, the cockpit shook violently again, as if the earth were turning upside down. Amidst this violent shaking, Zheng Cheng felt a churning in his stomach. Yes, he felt nauseous. As a martial artist with a robust physique and an excellent mecha pilot, feeling nauseous in the cockpit was incredibly embarrassing for Zheng Cheng. However, as the vibrations subsided, Zheng Cheng realized that Lin Tao had actually forced the mecha to make a 360-degree turn at 200 kilometers per hour. Damn it! Zheng Cheng almost cursed aloud. At such high speeds, a forced change of direction, especially a 360-degree turn, would be too much for even a wheeled mecha to withstand, let alone a four-legged chassis. Boom. 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 Suddenly, 3 loud booms echoed outside. Huh? Zheng Cheng was startled, staring blankly outside, his mouth agape. With just one sharp turn, Lin Tao had taken down 3 mechs. What on earth happened? Zheng Cheng racked his brains but couldn't understand what had just transpired. Before he could think any further, Lin Tao slammed on the accelerator, and the Black Tiger mech vanished into the night, speeding towards another mech squad. Zheng Cheng was stunned, his mind a jumbled mess. Weren't they bait? Weren't they supposed to be a diversionary tactic for the other squad? How could they possibly destroy the enemy mechs? And in the blink of an eye, they wiped out an entire mech squad. Yes, it truly happened in the blink of an eye. At least that's what Zheng Cheng thought, because during that 360-degree high-speed turn, he hadn't even had time to react before the 3 enemy mechs exploded with a series of booming sounds, and he hadn't even noticed how the explosions happened. Just what level of mech pilot is Lin Tao? Zheng Cheng, usually a very calm person, suddenly became like a fool after just one trip with Lin Tao, unable to react for a long time. Actually, it wasn't that Zheng Cheng couldn't react, but rather that Lin Tao's mech piloting skills were too astonishing to him. Mingyuan Star also has high-level mecha pilots, not to mention A rank, there's even one S-rank pilot. Although Zheng Cheng hasn't seen this S-rank mecha pilot in action yet, he's seen many battles on the outer heaven rankings on the Skynet. Zheng Cheng can swear in his heart that he's never witnessed a fighting style similar to Lin Tao's. The 2 squads ahead are quite close together, Lin Tao spoke up as Zheng Cheng was pondering. Chapter 91 Bizarre Attack Methods. 2 mech squads, 6 mechs. Lin Tao's narrowed eyes gleamed, a bit troublesome. Zheng Cheng, hold on tight. Before Zheng Cheng could react, he felt another jolt in the cockpit, and in the blink of an eye, the mech's speed reached 200 kilometers per hour once more. This time, Zheng Cheng endured the powerful impact and finally had time to see Lin Tao's actions. Lin Tao's hands moved like butterflies, incredibly agile, and under his control, the Black Tiger mech showed no stagnation or imbalance. Just what level is this guy's mech pilot? Zheng Cheng was shocked. As a fellow mech pilot, Zheng Cheng understood that to achieve the same level of skill as Lin Tao, it required not only a strong sense of rhythm but also continuous, uninterrupted endurance, otherwise, the wrist joints would have long since given way. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng froze again. Where were the weapons? What weapons was Lin Tao using on the Black Tiger mech? Even though it was a custom-designed mech, the Black Tiger only had 5 built-in standard missiles, a long cannon on its back, and a retractable knife in its mouth, nothing else. These 5 missiles were only approved due to the Blood Wolfgang's special status. A regular mech pilot might not even be able to carry them. The 5 missiles had already been used up during the attack on the Blood Wolf Gang's defensive positions. As for the long cannon, it was out of ammunition. So how did Lin Tao manage to take down those 3 Blood Wolf Gang mechs so easily? With just a retractable knife? This wasn't Skynet, this was real combat. Zheng Cheng shook his head sharply, dismissing the seemingly fantastical idea. However, besides the retractable knife, the entire Black Tiger mech had no other weapons. Thinking of this, Zheng Cheng widened his eyes, eager to see how Lin Tao would deal with the 6 mechs before him 200 kilometers per hour. In a short time, the Black Tiger mech was less than 20 meters away from its opponent. However, the opponent seemed unaware of the Black Tiger mech's presence. 15 meters. Zheng Cheng, get ready. After Lin Tao finished speaking, Zheng Cheng in the cockpit suddenly felt like he was on a roller coaster, experiencing a sudden sharp change in direction. Even though he was mentally prepared, the immense centrifugal force almost threw him off the co-pilot's seat. Despite this, Zheng Cheng didn't close his eyes and even quickly glanced at Lin Tao's hands. No retractable daggers had been deployed. Boom, 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 boom. After a rapid 360-degree turn, a series of booming explosions echoed outside. Zheng Cheng was stunned. No missiles, no retractable daggers. How did Lin Tao attack? A ramming attack? That was impossible. If he used a ramming attack, it would inevitably create a huge shockwave. The mech pilot in the cockpit would even feel a vibration comparable to an earthquake. Zheng Cheng, however, remained seated in the co-pilot's seat. Aside from the impact of high speed and the immense centrifugal force from the high-speed turn, he hadn't felt a massive jolt of the mech. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to lose his mind, unbeknownst to him, the pilots and the remaining 2 of the 6 mechs were also going crazy. Zheng Cheng couldn't see the attack method, but they did. They only suddenly noticed the black mech approaching at high speed when it was too late. Before they could react, they saw the approaching mech suddenly make a huge turn, a 360-degree turn. Leaving aside the question of whether such a rapid turn at such high speed was even possible, they witnessed an unbelievable scene in the cockpit. As the black mech made its rapid turn, a huge steel tail at the rear of the Black Tiger mech suddenly swung out, straightening completely. And with the swing of the black mech, this tiger tail instantly destroyed 4 mechs. The 2 pilots were dumbfounded. Generally, to achieve perfect simulation, bionic mechs often have decorative accessories, like the tiger tail of a tiger-type mech. Of course, to use it purely for decoration would be to underestimate the designer's ingenuity. Take the Black Tiger mech, for example. Its massive steel tail also functions as an antenna, enhancing communication range. However, even with enhanced communication capabilities, no one had ever considered using such a thing as a weapon. At this moment, they were truly amazed. A single flick of the tiger tail instantly obliterated 4 mechs. Damn it! No one would believe such a thing. However, despite the shock, the Black Tiger mech continued its rapid spin, its tiger tail striking 2 unresponsive mechs. With 2 thunderous booms, 2 squads, 6 mechs, were completely destroyed. After taking down 6 mechs, Lin Tao finally came to his senses. He narrowed his eyes, quickly glanced at the instrument panel, and after spotting the locations of the glowing points, piloted the Black Tiger mech again, disappearing into the dark night. Zheng Cheng sat in the passenger seat, dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had happened. The disappearance of 3 consecutive squads finally alerted the Blood Wolf Gang's mech squadron. Be careful, they should have mechs. The squadron leader's voice came through the communication channel. Squadron leader, the radar cannot detect any enemy tracks. Their mechs should be using stealth materials. I will report to headquarters immediately and have them activate the special radar. Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. The other side used stealth materials? Hao Tonghei's face darkened upon hearing his subordinate's report. It must be the green bamboo sect, Sun Kangping said without hesitation. Stealth materials were a type of controlled item, and only members of other major forces could obtain such materials. Strange, who exactly are they? What kind of operation are they using? Old Yu frowned, deep in thought. Damn Guzhenki. Hao Tonghei gritted his teeth and cursed. They had already received news of the first Mecha Academy's patrol mech's departure, and both Hao Tonghei and Sun Kangping were furious. You stay here, I'm going out too. I refuse to believe they've all hidden themselves. After a moment, Hao Tonghei finally couldn't contain his anger any longer. From the moment they appeared until now, Less than half an hour had passed, and the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters had already lost 5 defensive points and 9 mechs. Now, with the addition of cloaking materials, the enemy was definitely prepared. Old Hao, Sun Kangping frowned slightly. Old Sun, you're the vice leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, I'm leaving this to you. After saying that, Hao Tonghe hurriedly left. Sun Kangping, the former head of the frame design department of the first Mecha Academy, was actually the vice leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. Seeing Hao Tonghe leave, Sun Kangping, who remained behind, frowned deeply and shook his head inwardly. They destroyed 5 of our defensive points and 9 mechs in just half an hour. How many people did the Green Bamboo sect send? Until this point, everyone believed the attack came from the Green Bamboo sect. A short while later, his subordinates continued to report. Vice leader, we. Speak quickly, don't beat around the bush, Sun Kangping sneered. The man swallowed hard and quickly said, Vice leader, we activated our special radar, but we still couldn't detect their presence. How is that possible? Sun Kangping exclaimed in shock. Did they change the frequency? At this moment, Elder Yu, who had been pondering, spoke up in astonishment. We've changed them. We've switched to frequencies specifically designed for 171, 172, and 173 stealth materials, but we still can't locate them. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Old Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his eyes widened, and his mind raced. Could it be the military? Old Yu didn't voice these words. As a wise man, Old Yu not only knew many secrets only those at the highest levels could access, but he also had access to numerous undisclosed information. He was intimately familiar with stealth materials. Throughout the Interstellar Federation, the military generally used 173 material, while the 8 major clans used 171 and 172. Therefore, at his suggestion, the Blood Wolf Gang used their connections to purchase a state-of-the-art radar at a huge cost. Under his guidance, several frequency bands were modified, enabling it not only to detect aircraft using 171 and 172 stealth materials, but also the military's 173. This was a secret the Blood Wolf Gang never revealed, even the Liu family was unaware of it. However, even with a special radar, none of these 3 materials were detected. There's only one explanation: the military has intervened. Old Yu had secretly received information that the military was currently researching a new type of stealth material, tentatively named Material 176, and that their research on this material was ahead of the 8 major powers. The fact that even the special radar couldn't detect the enemy's mechs meant only this: the military had been mobilized, and using the latest stealth material. Gulp. Old Yu swallowed hard, his mind racing. Could it be that Goose Hanky from the first Mech Academy persuaded the military to intervene? At the start of the battle, the patrol mechs from the first Mech Academy seemed to have received orders and left the area early. That's right, that's the only possibility. Who exactly is Lin Tao? Why would he provoke Goose Hanky to persuade the military to intervene? Old Yu glanced at Sun Kangping, who was constantly frowning. Old Yu clutched his stomach, his face contorted into a grimace. Sun Kangping turned back in confusion. Old Sun, I ate something wrong when I came out, and I want to leave for a while. Old Yu's face showed slight pain. Go quickly, go quickly. Sun Kangping waved his hands repeatedly and shook his head. A wise man indeed, making such a basic mistake as eating the wrong thing. He's really getting more and more confused as he gets older. After getting permission, Old Yu hurriedly left. The military has already taken action. The Blood Wolf Gang will definitely not survive today. He's not a member of the Blood Wolf Gang, why stay and die? Old Yu didn't even turn his head. Thank you for your support, Junlin Flower C. Personally, I feel that the connection between this part and the previous part is a bit lacking. I wrote about 15,000 words yesterday, revised and edited it down to only 3 chapters, and I'm still not satisfied. It feels like a string in my brain snapped and I can't put it back together. I will try my best to take more notes to improve it later. Chapter 92 Humanoid Mecha Heavenly Armored Divine General. A patrol mech was parked about 1,500 meters from the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Brother Lee, is that the direction of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters? The speaker was the young rookie, the 3rd brother. This patrol mech was the one led by Liang. On the communication channel, Liang frowned, remaining silent. 3rd brother, don't cause trouble. "The Dean has ordered all patrol mechs to stay away," the second brother quickly shouted. However, the second brother's shout had no effect on the rookie third brother, Brother Li. Could it be because of Lin Tao? His tone was tinged with doubt. Liang had drunk some Godor wine with Lin Tao at the Hyacinth restaurant, although they had rescheduled due to time constraints. But just as the three returned to the first Mech Academy to prepare for patrol, they received news that shocked them all, leaving them stunned on the spot. Lin Tao, the Academy's number one. Immediately, the three abandoned their patrol duties and rushed to inquire about the news. What they learned was astonishing. The Dean, along with all the department heads, unanimously agreed to establish a special class at the first Mecha Academy. The requirements for entering this class were extremely stringent, almost impossible. Lin Tao was their first choice. Moreover, rumors began to circulate about Lin Tao's achievements in the material science department, engine design department, and the Flying Tiger War God improved model. Liang's face turned ashen. He remained silent and turned to leave. During that patrol mission, the three remained silent. Even the next day, Liang did not initiate a challenge to Lin Tao. It wasn't until this morning that they learned of another piece of news. Lin Tao had been kidnapped, suspected to be by the Blood Wolf Gang. Today, it was the patrol day again. After exchanging bewildered glances, the three immediately piloted their mechs towards the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. From a distance, they saw frequent explosions at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Since the headquarters was located within Mingyuan City, they immediately reported it to the Academy. However, the instructions that followed left them dumbfounded. Stay away from the Blood Wolf Gang, and prohibit all patrol mechs from entering within 1 kilometer of this area. This time, not only Liang, but even the rookie third brother noticed something amiss, and all three knew in their hearts that this matter was definitely related to Lin Tao. Silence fell over the communication channel. No one spoke. A short while later, a series of rumbling sounds came from afar. "This is..." Liang exclaimed in shock. "That's the sound of mechs exploding," the second brother cried out in alarm. "Immediately turn on the radar and search for nearby mechs." Liang, being the captain, calmly gave the orders. Even though the Dean had issued an order forbidding entry into the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters area, they, as patrolmen, had to ascertain the whereabouts of these mechs. Because if these mechs sneaked into the first Mech Academy under the cover of night, it would cause unavoidable damage, a consequence the three of them could not afford. Moreover, not only them, but even the Dean probably couldn't bear it. A moment later, the rookie third brother's shrill voice came through the communication channel. "Brother Li, so many mechs. Where did these mechs come from to enter Mingyuan City?" Looking at the radar, there were at least 40. These mechs might be Blood Wolf Gangs. The second brother, who had spent more time at the academy and had heard some rumors, gasped. "Keep an eye on them. I'll report back to the academy immediately," Liang said in a deep voice. Before he finished speaking, the rookie third brother suddenly cried out again. "Brother Li, look! That one looks like a humanoid mech." The third brother had a particular fondness for humanoid mechs. Every time he went online, he would pick out one or two, so he had been collecting information on similar mechs. The radar flashed a few times, immediately revealing the appearance of this humanoid mech. "It's the Heavenly Armor General," the rookie third brother exclaimed. "Impossible. How could it be?" the second brother and Liang said in unison. Humanoid mechs are a type of mech that the Interstellar Federation has been forcibly promoting in recent years. Even Liang and his group don't know the exact reasons behind this, but one thing they are certain of is that pilots of genuine humanoid mechs must possess at least an A-level mech pilot's license. In fact, the regulations governing them are even stricter than those for biomimetic mechs. Ordinary people wanting to apply for a humanoid mech not only need to present a mech pilot's license but also apply to the military and receive approval before they can obtain one. Just what kind of background does the Blood Wolf Gang have that they were able to apply for a humanoid mech? Liang was shocked. But before Liang could finish his shock, another exclamation rang out. This time, it wasn't the rookie third brother who exclaimed, but the usually composed veteran's second brother. "Brother Li, look at the radar." "What's going on?" Liang responded, quickly looking down at the radar. He frowned, and in a short while, Liang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed in surprise, What happened?" On the radar screen, which originally had no less than 40 points of light, nearly 10 disappeared in a short period of time. As a Mecha pilot, he naturally understood what this meant. At the same time, after his initial shock, Liang also looked up sharply in the direction of the Blood Wolf Gang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Suddenly, 9 streaks of light appeared in the distance. At this point, not to mention the other 2, even Liang himself understood that the Blood Wolf Gang's appearance of such a large mecha force meant they had encountered a terrifying enemy. To be able to destroy 9 mechs in such a short time, the enemy must have deployed at least that many mechs. However, Liang's eyes swept across the entire radar screen, and he was shocked again. He hadn't found any trace of the new mechs. Brother Li, the Blood Wolf Gang's enemy must have used stealth coding. Let's report to the academy immediately. At this moment, the second brother urged urgently. Liang nodded and quickly reported. Stealth materials were far more terrifying than detectable mechs, because no one knew when these mechs had infiltrated the first Mech Academy. A short while later, the Academy sent a message ordering all patrol mechs to return to the Academy's airspace immediately. Liang frowned deeply. In that short time, 6 more Blood Wolf Gang mechs had disappeared. Go, we'll go back immediately. Don't let these scoundrels infiltrate the Academy. With a command from Liang, 3 patrol mechs quickly returned to the first Mech Academy. Not only them, but all the mechs patrolling over Mingyuan City at this time returned. Lin Tao rapidly operated his hands, keeping the Black Tiger mech moving at an extremely high speed, while glancing down at the radar panel. Compared to the beginning, more than half of the spots had disappeared. 6 more groups. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Zheng Cheng, sitting in the passenger seat, was a martial artist. He quickly adapted to the rapid high-speed maneuvers, but his mind was still a complete blank, unable to process what had happened. Reaching 200 kilometers per hour, followed by a rapid change of direction at high speed, the enemy mech exploded on the spot. What was going on? Zheng Cheng could swear on his chest that he had never witnessed such an attack method during his time at the Mech Academy. Moreover, he still couldn't understand Lin Tao's attack method. This was practically a disgrace to a mech pilot. However, Lin Tao didn't care about him. With rapid manipulation of his hands, the Black Tiger mech quickly approached another group of mechs. Crazy. Hao Tonghe, who had just piloted his mech, was almost insane. Where are they? Where are the mechs? Where did our mechs go? Looking at the radar panel, where only about 20 dots remained, his eyes were bloodshot. These mechs were the ones he had painstakingly collected. Old Hao, those mechs are gone. Sun Kangping sighed deeply over the communicator. King's Hu sect. Hao Tonghe's features contorted in a grimace as he gritted his teeth and hissed, "After today, I will make you pay for your crimes in blood." At this moment, Hao Tonghe had already identified the attacking enemy as the King's Hu sect. Besides other factions, they had no other rivals. "Old son, have you found their whereabouts?" Hao Tonghe roared again. "Can't find them." Sun Kangping shook his head. "I've already used the special radar set up by Elder Yu, but I still can't find them." "How is that possible?" Hao Tonghe's expression changed drastically. He was naturally aware of the special radar set up by Elder Yu. A radar capable of detecting 3 types of stealth materials, on the entire Mingyuan Star. Besides the military, only the Blood Wolf Gang possessed it. Even the Liu family, the mastermind behind the Blood Wolf Gang, didn't know this. Even this special radar couldn't detect the King's Hu sect's mechs? Could it be? Suddenly, Hao Tonghe's expression changed, then his eyes narrowed, and he shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. If the military really wanted to take action against our Blood Wolf Gang, the Liu family would definitely have notified me. Could it be that the Davis family behind the Green Bamboo Gate has developed new stealth materials? Hao Tonghe's eyes narrowed into slits. Just then, the lights on the radar panel flickered again, and in an instant, 6 more lights disappeared. I. With a buzzing sound, Hao Tonghe felt his brain fill with lead, and he had long forgotten whether the Davis family had developed new stealth materials. It's right there. Based on his experience, Hao Tonghe immediately determined a direction from the location where the lights disappeared. Without thinking too much, he gripped the control stick tightly, and with a whoosh, the machine leaped into the air. Hao Tonghe's machine was the humanoid Mecha, the Sky Armor War God. This machine was not a brand new one, but a machine that had been discarded by the military and purchased through old use connections. Although these types of mechas are strictly regulated, with money paving the way, there's nothing that can't be done. At least, That's how it is for Hao Tonghe. After leaping into the air, the Sky Armor War God quickly locked onto a certain direction. With just a few jumps, Hao Tonghe arrived at the location of the malfunctioning crew. By this time, the Black Tiger mech had long since disappeared. Fortunately, Hao Tonghe himself was an experienced mech pilot, and after careful observation, he finally detected the Black Tiger mech's trail. It's in this direction. Following the trail, Hao Tonghe gritted his teeth and chased after it. Chapter 93 Seizing the Mech. He chased after them relentlessly. Hao Tonghe was furious the whole way, almost bursting with rage. Along the way, instead of seeing any enemy aircraft, he spotted another group of wrecked mechs. All mechs, converge on my direction. Seeing that 6 groups of 18 mechs had dwindled to 15 in the blink of an eye, Hao Tonghe finally snapped out of his daze, opened the external communication channel, and roared angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 15 mechs seemed to find their leader and rushed towards him at breakneck speed. However, only 12 mechs ultimately arrived. Another group was intercepted and killed halfway. Including the Heavenly Armor General. Of the 43 mechs at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, less than 2 hours later, only 12 remained. Inside the Heavenly Armor General, Hao Tonghe's eyes were bloodshot, his heart bleeding. If I, Hao Tonghe, don't completely annihilate the Green Bamboo sect after tonight, I'm not Hao. Hao Tonghe roared, his furious voice echoing throughout the entire Blood Wolf Gang via the communication channel. Hao Tonghe was using an external speaker for communication, which Lin Tao and his companion inside the Black Tiger mech could also hear. The Green Bamboo sect? Could the Green Bamboo sect be here too? Lin Tao wondered, then turned around and asked, Zheng Cheng, does your Zheng family have any secret connections with the Green Bamboo sect? It's no wonder Lin Tao asked this. Back when he met Zheng Tuo at the Blood Wolf Gang branch in Anzhang City, Zheng Tuo, seeing Lin Tao's muscles, almost immediately concluded that Lin Tao had used gene-enhancing drugs. Therefore, Zheng Tuo not only knew about gene-enhancing drugs but also knew that the Green Bamboo sect was secretly using Xinya for research. Coupled with Hao Tonghe's outburst, Lin Tao immediately suspected that the Zheng family had secretly contacted the Davis family. At this moment, Zheng Cheng's thoughts had recovered somewhat. Hearing Lin Tao's words, he shook his head repeatedly. These powerful families are cunning as devils. If we follow 2 families at the same time, they will definitely notice us, and we'll end up pleasing neither side. Lin Tao frowned. That was strange. Could it be that the Green Bamboo sect was also involved in tonight's operation? However, regardless, all the mechs were now gathered together, and with a newly appeared mech, the enemy still had 13. 13? Lin Tao chuckled. Having witnessed the strength of the Blood Wolf Gang's mech pilots, even with 13 mechs gathered together, Lin Tao didn't take them seriously. The cloaking material coated on the Black Tiger mech meant that if it continued its high-speed attack, even if the enemy was on guard, they would only be able to detect its presence within 50 meters. This gave Lin Tao enough time 200 kilometers per hour, 50 meters, that's about a second. A 1-second difference, and the enemy might not be able to react immediately. As long as he remained calm and collected, Lin Tao could definitely make the Black Tiger mech perform 2 maneuvers in a single exchange, thus eliminating 5 or 6 mechs. At that point, nearly half of the Blood Wolf Gang's mech fleet would be wiped out. With Lin Tao's mastery of mechs, dealing with the remaining half would be more than enough. Zheng Cheng, hurry up, we're going to do something big, Lin Tao said. Immediately controlling the Black Tiger mech as it accelerated towards the Blood Wolf Gang's mech fleet. Going to do something big? Zheng Cheng was still somewhat bewildered. Hadn't they already pulled off something big? Although the Black Tiger mech was a custom-made model, it was merely based on a tiger-shaped mech, its performance similar to a standard military mech. For a single mech to effortlessly destroy 30 Blood Wolf Gang mechs was something no one would believe. While the Blood Wolf Gang's mechs were somewhat weaker, they weren't far behind. Even if Zheng Cheng personally took to the field, let alone 30 mechs, even 3 might not be enough to destroy them on the spot. After all, the opponent was a squad-level mech team. If he could achieve that, Zheng Cheng could probably pass the A-level, or even S-level, mech pilot assessment. This Lin Tao, could it be? Suddenly, Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted. Before he could think further, the Black Tiger mech had already surged back to 200 kilometers per hour. In fact, Lin Tao had already accessed the Black Tiger mech's data. 200 kilometers per hour was not the upper limit. It was just that Lin Tao had only taken an impure version of the number 7 gene enhancement drug, and if he increased the speed further, his physical body probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, even if Lin Tao forcibly increased the speed, the first one to succumb would probably be Zhang Cheng in the co-pilot's seat. After all, real mech piloting, unlike the Skynet simulator, requires an extremely strong physical body, otherwise, it would be impossible to perform those high-intensity mech maneuvers. This is also the reason why the Interstellar Federation later launched the Superman project. At 200 km per hour, the Black Tiger mech, like a giant tiger charging towards its prey, rapidly closed the distance to the Blood Wolfgang's mech formation. Click 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 click. While manipulating the control stick, Lin Tao flicked his right index finger, pressing down a row of buttons. Instantly, the Black Tiger's tail, propelled by the high speed, straightened vertically, resembling a steel rod. Here it comes, Lin Tao murmured. At the same time, Zhang Cheng felt a powerful impact. The Black Tiger mech's speed seemed to have increased slightly. He quickly gripped the passenger seat tightly. Indeed, Lin Tao had increased the Black Tiger's speed slightly. In the blink of an eye, the speedometer had soared to 210 km per hour. This was Lin Tao's current hand speed limit, and also the limit of high speed, rapid changes of direction Zhang Cheng could withstand. This speed might not seem high, but there would be 2 consecutive high-speed spins to come. After 2 spins, Zhang Cheng, who had never done similar training, would definitely be close to suffocation. 100 meters. The Blood Wolfgang members were still unaware of the Black Tiger mech's arrival. 50 meters. The sound of the Black Tiger mech charging forward finally alerted the Blood Wolfgang members. However, at a speed of 210 km per hour, 50 meters was less than a second. Swoosh! The Black Tiger mech attacked swiftly, like a wolf pouncing on a flock of sheep. Boom! 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 In one circle, the tiger tail had already lashed out at 3 mechs. Before the explosions even reached Hao Tonghei's ears, Lin Tao once again controlled the Black Tiger mech in a 360-degree spin. This time, he was quite lucky, managing to destroy 4 mechs with a single swing. Boom 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 boom. What on earth is happening? Inside the Heavenly Armor General, Hao Tonghei was stunned, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. Even when the Black Tiger mech was about 50 meters away, although the radar hadn't detected its presence, Hao Tonghei had already vaguely sensed something strange. Before he could react, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes, followed by a series of deafening explosions. When he came to his senses, 7 balls of fire erupted around him, and 7 dots disappeared from the radar screen. PFFT. Hao Tonghei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had thought that by gathering all the mechs together, he might be able to lure out the enemy and engage in a more evenly matched battle. But before he could even react, 7 of his mechs had already been destroyed. What kind of weapon is the Green Bamboo sect using? Hao Tonghei, both anxious and furious, stared at the dark shadow. What he saw next left him speechless. The enemy was a mech. A completely black mech, impossible to detect on the radar screen. How could this be? Finally, Hao Tonghei forced back the blood that had been accumulating in his throat, which welled up in his mouth. 1 mech, the Green Bamboo sect sent out 1 mech, and it actually destroyed more than 30 of his mechs? Wait a minute, suddenly, Hao Tonghei's pupils contracted again. The mech in front of him seemed somewhat familiar. He narrowed his eyes and quickly recognized the mech. Crimson Tiger? Although the Black Tiger mech in front of him was painted jet black, Hao Tonghei was definitely more familiar with this mech than with his son, Hao Xiaoyi, also known as the Marquis of Fingal. Because when this mech was first ordered, it had always been his personal aircraft. Hao Tonghei was so familiar with this Crimson Tiger that he could even recite its basic data. Impossible. After recognizing the Crimson Tiger, Hao Tonghei could no longer hold back. His lips curled into a grin, and bright red blood immediately seeped from the corner of his mouth. He froze on the spot. Whether he stood there stunned or not, Lin Tao inside the Black Tiger mech was also taken aback. A humanoid mech? Zhang Cheng, didn't you say the Blood Wolfgang didn't have any humanoid mechs? He asked, turning his head. After 2 consecutive high-speed spins, Zhang Cheng felt dizzy and his stomach churned. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: if there was a next time, he would never sit in the passenger seat of Lin Tao's mech. Damn it! This was even more terrifying than a roller coaster. Zhang Cheng gripped the passenger seat armrest tightly. Seeing Zhang Cheng's expression, Lin Tao frowned slightly. He quickly turned around and slapped Zhang Cheng across the cheek, instantly bringing him back to his senses. Lin Tao, you. Zhang Cheng was stunned. There are still 5 mechs left. Can you hold them off for a while by yourself? Lin Tao asked repeatedly. 5? Zhang Cheng was taken aback and quickly looked at the radar panel. Huh? Aren't there 6 more? I'm going to seize that humanoid mech. You hold off the other 5. Lin Tao didn't give a chance to argue and his hands were already rapidly operating, starting a series of settings. I'll make contact with their humanoid mech first. Once the hatch opens, I'll jump out. Everything else is up to you. Lin Tao said. Eh? Zhang Cheng was stunned. He wasn't mentally prepared. Moreover, he didn't have Lin Tao's skills. Facing 5 mechs at the same time, he would probably only get beaten up. Lin Tao, I think I'll pass. Before Zhang Cheng could finish speaking, Lin Tao had already made all the preparations. Alright, before they can react, I'm going to charge. With that, the black tiger mech, like a dark ghost, quickly pounced on the humanoid mech, the heavenly armored general. It was so fast that even Zhang Cheng couldn't react in time. Chapter 94 Success, Heavenly Armored General. In the blink of an eye, the black tiger mech collided with a heavenly armored general. Bang! A deafening crash echoed, and both Lin Tao and Zhang Cheng felt a violent tremor in the cockpit. Lin Tao fared slightly better, but Zhang Cheng's buttocks were thrown from his seat, and he was thrown forward. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes and quickly manipulated the controls with his right hand. The black tiger mech hissed, spitting out a small metal knife, aimed directly at the heavenly armored general's chest. This was the black tiger mech's only weapon besides its missiles and the long cannon on its back. Now, to deal with the heavenly armored general, Lin Tao had no choice but to use this weapon. Damn it! Hao Tonghe also felt a violent tremor, almost throwing himself from his seat. Seeing the black tiger mech spit out the metal knife, he was enraged, quickly pushing the control stick and slamming on the accelerator. With a roar of the engine, the heavenly armored general staggered back 2 steps, leaping into the air. Not bad. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, Zhang Cheng, do you know Hao Tonghe's mecha pilot level? I heard some time ago that Hao Tonghe passed the A-level mecha pilot exam, Zhang Cheng replied. An A-level mecha pilot? Lin Tao looked up at the heavenly armored general slowly descending from mid-air and frowned. Attack! Attack now! Just then, Hao Tonghe's furious voice, filled with gritted teeth, came through the communication channel. The 5 Blood Wolfgang mechas finally reacted and hurriedly aimed their cannons at Lin Tao's mecha. Boom 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 boom. All 5 cannons fired simultaneously. Facing the attack, Lin Tao was not in a hurry. He gripped the control stick with both hands and made a series of casual maneuvers. The black tiger mecha bent its limbs and leaped forward, dodging the attack on the spot. Originally, Lin Tao's black tiger mecha also had such a cannon, but unfortunately, he had already run out of ammunition when he tested it. In fact, there weren't many cannons, only 3. This was unavoidable. The Interstellar Federation strictly controlled mechs. Despite the Liu family's background, the approved mech weapons and ammunition were limited. Even in the underground arena, only 2 or 3 rounds of ammunition were available. Too many would cause chaos. Lin Tao estimated that the opponent's ammunition was also limited. Thinking that the black tiger mech would be free to hand over to Zhang Cheng later, he quickly lured the opponent away again, finally exhausting the long-range cannon ammunition before the heavenly armored general landed. Now, seeing the heavenly armored general about to land, Lin Tao once again maneuvered the black tiger mech to pounce. HMPH. Hao Tonghe snorted coldly. He had been conserving ammunition, waiting for the right moment. Seeing the black tiger mech pounce again, he quickly swung the heavenly armored general's main weapon, a metal dagger. Clang. The metal dagger immediately blocked the metal knife in the black tiger mech's mouth. The impact was considerable. After the parry, the 2 mechs temporarily separated due to inertia. Who exactly are you? Hao Tonghe opened the speakerphone and demanded sharply. After only a few probing attempts, Hao Tonghe had already sensed that the mecha pilot inside the black tiger mecha was definitely not weak. Such strength was rare even on the entire Mingyuan Star. However, after observing Lin Tao's attack methods, Hao Tonghe couldn't imagine anyone using such a bizarre attack style. Lin Tao smiled but remained silent. Why would he answer? Aside from his status as a student at the first Mecha Academy, He currently lacked the power to protect himself. If he were recognized, the Liu family would definitely use various methods to force him to join them, and that would be a huge problem. Lin Tao, I found it. I found a hidden door to the Heavenly Armor General's cockpit. Just then, Zheng Cheng, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, pointed to a spot near the Heavenly Armor General's cockpit. Zheng Cheng wasn't stupid. Upon hearing that Lin Tao would hand over the Black Tiger Mecha to him, he instantly understood that Lin Tao intended to seize the Mecha by force, and his repeated probing attempts were all to find the hidden door to the cockpit. Once located, he immediately notified Lin Tao. Lin Tao looked closely and saw the same spot. He grinned and said, Zheng Cheng, get ready to take over. Don't worry. At this point, Zheng Cheng had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes and once again controlled the Black Tiger mech to charge forward. Hao Tonghei's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He snorted coldly and used the engine's impact to make the Heavenly Armor General jump into the air. This was a common evasive tactic used by humanoid mechs. It was unclear which designer had lost their mind, but humanoid mechs with engines mounted on their backs generally had better airtime than most bionic mechs. With this technique, humanoid mech pilots could also control their ascent and descent speeds in mid-air, allowing them to formulate appropriate combat strategies. Lin Tao smiled slightly. This was something he had already figured out. He quickly pressed a button. The cockpit door opened wide. Lin Tao swiftly flew to the door. With a leap, he flew like a bird towards the cockpit of the Heavenly Armor General. Simultaneously, Zheng Cheng quickly moved to the main pilot's seat, taking full control of the Black Tiger mech. The hatch opened and then automatically closed. This was an automatic program set by Lin Tao to prevent the chaos of battle from affecting Zheng Cheng inside the cockpit. After pouncing on the Heavenly Armor General, Lin Tao gripped the protruding joint tightly. Inside the Heavenly Armor General's cockpit, Hao Tonghei, witnessing the scene, froze for a moment, then his face flushed crimson, as if he had been deeply insulted. In the midst of battle, one mech pilot lunged at the other's cockpit. It was obvious without thinking that the other side wanted to seize the mech. To the other mech pilot, this was blatant disregard. In other words, it was an insult to his mech piloting skills. Hao Tonghei was enraged. Before the Heavenly Armor General had even landed back on the ground, he abruptly stood up, pulled out a pistol, and peered out, his eyes bloodshot. Get out of my way. Get out of my way right now. Hao Tonghei roared. Huh? Just as he was about to move towards the hidden door to the cockpit, Lin Tao suddenly saw the cockpit door wide open and was stunned. Why is this guy so easily provoked? After regaining his senses, Lin Tao shook his head inwardly. If he had known Hao Tonghei's temperament, he would have used this to set a trap long ago. However, this was fine too. At least, Lin Tao no longer had to brave the strong winds of the night sky and move around on the Heavenly Armor General. He narrowed his eyes, pushed off the surface of the mecha with his feet, and used the momentum to leap towards the cockpit. You're asking for death? Hao Tonghei roared, and at the same time, he aimed and fired a bullet at Lin Tao with a bang. Just as I expected. Little did he know that Lin Tao had already anticipated this attack. He grinned, and his strength surged again, instantly making his muscles bulge into bulges, like steel plates. Although he had ingested an impure version of Gene Enhancement Agent number 7, reaching the 7th stage meant its physical enhancement effects far surpassed those of ordinary gene enhancement agents. The bullet struck Lin Tao, only causing him to shudder. In a flash, Lin Tao's feet landed on the cockpit. He lunged forward, striking Hao Tonghei. Two sharp cracking sounds were heard, followed by a muffled thud, and Hao Tonghei instantly lost consciousness. Was it too easy? Lin Tao was taken aback upon seeing the unconscious Hao Tonghei. The bullet, however, was embedded in the muscle of Lin Tao's shoulder, failing to penetrate. Not good. Suddenly, Lin Tao jolted awake. The Heavenly Armor General was still in midair. Without any protection, it would be ejected from the cockpit upon impact. He quickly unfastened Hao Tonghei's safety harness, grabbed him, tossed him carelessly to the back seat, and closed the hatch behind him. Chief Leader! Chief Leader, how are you? Screams of alarm came from the communication channel from the pilots of the other 5 mechs. Lin Tao frowned slightly and quickly switched the communication channel to the Black Tiger mech. Sitting in the main pilot's seat, he called out, Zheng Cheng, hold them off. I need to familiarize myself with this mech. PFFT. Zheng Cheng's voice, almost spitting blood, came through the communication channel. He dared to try and steal a mech before even getting familiar with its controls? Wasn't he afraid of being snatched away before he could even get used to it? Fortunately, Zheng Cheng knew this wasn't the time to be shocked. He quickly controlled a black tiger mech and pounced towards the 5 mechs. Luckily, when Lin Tao was in the center of the Zhengwei mech, he had chosen the Heavenly Armor General. The cockpit and virtual reality pod were somewhat similar, and in a moment, Lin Tao understood the function of each button. He stepped on the ground. The Heavenly Armor General slowly descended back to the ground. This was the first time Lin Tao had truly piloted a humanoid mecha since arriving in this era. Whoosh! The engine roared. Under Lin Tao's control, the Heavenly Armor General took a few steps forward. Bang! 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 The familiar feeling of the mecha's feet touching the ground seemed to transport Lin Tao back to his future life, as if he were once again piloting that mecha he was so proud of. However, the unusual engine noise abruptly pulled Lin Tao back to reality. Because Yao Tonghe and Lin Tao were locked inside the Heavenly Armor General's cockpit, unaware of what was happening inside, the 5 Blood Wolfgang mechas dared not leave easily and were currently locked in combat with a Black Tiger mecha. Lin Tao didn't immediately make a move. He intended to use this opportunity to assess Zheng Cheng's mecha piloting skills. According to Zheng Cheng, he now possessed the strength of a B-rank mecha pilot. Zheng Cheng, let me see if you're worth my training, Lin Tao said, looking outside the cockpit. After observing for a short while, Lin Tao frowned deeply. It seems that due to the limitations of their physical strength, current mecha pilots only master relatively basic movements. Zheng Cheng's mecha movements, in the eyes of later generation mecha pilots, were only at the basic level for novice mecha pilots. This level of skill is still a bit weak. Lin Tao shook his head. Mingyuan Star belongs to the Liu family's territory. Any large-scale operations on Mingyuan Star would inevitably arouse the Liu family's vigilance. If the mecha pilots they train only possess this level of skill, even with high-level mecha, they will ultimately be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Chapter 95 Night Raid on the Blood Wolf Gang Headquarters. After familiarizing himself with the various buttons on the Celestial Armor General, Lin Tao easily accessed the mecha's basic parameter data. At this time, due to the diverse types of mechas, including humanoid and biomimetic types, and even early wheeled chassis models, the data was relatively traditional and complex. Essentially, all the data, from components to the entire mecha, was piled together, including height, length, maximum jump, landing weight, initial velocity, maximum speed, and so on. Without specialized knowledge, it was difficult to understand. This data structure only improved slightly with the arrival of the Neuron Module Mode mechas. Because in the Neuron Module Mode, the main combat mechas were primarily humanoid, the key data, after multiple combinations, were divided into 4 main aspects: operability, defense, attack power, and speed. Although only 4 aspects were considered, the actual basic parameters were still numerous. However, this allowed for a clear understanding of the mecha based solely on these 4 aspects, making it easier for mecha pilots to choose the appropriate mecha. He glanced through it briefly. It has to be said that the difference between the mechas of this period and those of later generations is far beyond what's needed. However, according to the mech data in Lin Tao's later records, the early humanoid mech, the Heavenly Armor Divine General, was considered quite good among mechas of its time. If judged by later standards, it would be roughly rated F for operability, F for defense, G for attack strength, and F for speed. Well, that's about it. It was at the bottom. Compared to the Black Tiger mech, it was only 1 level lower in defense. Of course, this is based on the physical strength of mech pilots in later generations. Without a super strong physique, it's impossible to perform some high difficulty mech maneuvers. After reviewing the data, Lin Tao looked up and immediately saw that Zheng Cheng's Black Tiger mech had fallen to a lower level. Zheng Cheng, Lin Tao opened the communication channel. Step back a bit, I'll demonstrate some basic mech operations for you. Zheng Cheng was speechless. How to put it? Zheng Cheng was, after all, the top student in the mech pilot department of the Mech Academy back then. Demonstrating mech operations to him, and basic operations at that? It was only because Lin Tao dared to say such a thing. However, the 210 km/h speed that Lin Tao achieved in the Black Tiger mech left Zheng Cheng speechless, because this was not the level a normal mech pilot should have. 5B level mech pilots mechas? Lin Tao exhaled lightly, pressed a few buttons, and then slammed on the accelerator pedal. Vroom! The engine revved up at high speed. The powerful force, combined with Lin Tao's operation, caused the heavenly armor god to suddenly hover with its feet on the ground, the entire mech 20 centimeters off the ground. Go! A sharp glint flashed in Lin Tao's eyes, and he pushed the control stick forward with his right hand. Instantly, the heavenly armor god remained hovering, its feet motionless, and glided straight forward like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing the sudden scene before him, Zheng Cheng's eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? What kind of movement is this? Why can the heavenly armor god move like this? The mech pilots of the 5 Blood Wolfgang mechs also showed horrified expressions. Because they had never seen a humanoid mech move in a way similar to what they were seeing. Weren't humanoid mechs supposed to only walk on 2 legs and jump? Weren't they supposed to be unable to run? Everyone was stunned. While they were stunned, Lin Tao reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly armor general had charged into the mech group. There weren't many weapons, Lin Tao only saw that the heavenly armor general possessed a metal dagger. However, that was enough. Under Lin Tao's control, the heavenly armor general extended the metal dagger from its right arm. This kind of movement? Sensing the heavenly armor general's movement, Lin Tao frowned slightly, because compared to mechs from later generations, this movement seemed to have a kind of delay, which annoyed him greatly. Fortunately, the movements of the opposing mechs also appeared similarly sluggish to him. Swoosh! The metal dagger slashed fiercely at the head of the opposing mech, instantly severing its head. Pretty sharp. Lin Tao nodded. At high speeds, even the tiger tail of the black tiger mech could exert similar cutting power, otherwise, Lin Tao wouldn't have been able to use the black tiger mech to annihilate a group of enemy mechs in a single encounter. 5 mechs, in the blink of an eye, had completely lost their combat capability. The battle was over. That's it? Zheng Cheng, who had been watching Lin Tao's demonstration from the black tiger mech, was dumbfounded, unable to react for a moment. How long had it been? It seemed like only a blink of an eye. You must know that, disregarding the aura given to humanoid mechs by the Interstellar Federation, the Black Tiger mech's performance was slightly superior to the heavenly armor general. Against the same 5 enemies, he could only retreat step by step, while Lin Tao easily annihilated them all. At this moment, Lin Tao glanced at the mech's radar. The Blood Wolfgang shouldn't have any more mechs. You clean up the battlefield now, I'm going to the Blood Wolfgang headquarters. After saying this, leaving a stunned Zheng Cheng behind, Lin Tao piloted the mech towards the Blood Wolfgang headquarters. At the Blood Wolfgang headquarters, quite a few people remained. However, as a key figure, old Yu had escaped. Hao Tonghe was still unconscious, leaving only Sun Kangping inside. When Lin Tao arrived at the Blood Wolfgang headquarters, he was clearly stunned upon seeing Sun Kangping. Lin Tao? What are you doing here? Sun Kangping's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn Hao Tonghe, didn't he say he hadn't captured Lin Tao? Sun Kangping was both anxious and angry. If it weren't for Lin Tao, he wouldn't have lost his position as department head, and Guz Hanky wouldn't have been threatening the Blood Wolfgang. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Lin Tao crossed his arms and grinned. Are you also a member of the Blood Wolfgang? Only when Lin Tao asked him did Sun Kangping realize the seriousness of the situation. It seemed that the person who had stormed the Blood Wolfgang was Lin Tao. No, I'm not, he immediately denied. But before he could finish speaking, a voice suddenly appeared on the communication channel. Vice Leader Sun, all of our Blood Wolfgang's mechs have disappeared from the radar. We haven't found a single one. Sun Kangping's face flushed red, like a rooster being strangled, unable to utter a single word. Vice Leader Sun. Vice Leader Sun. Seeing that Sun Kangping didn't answer for a long time, the other side kept urging, wanting to get the latest instructions. Sun Kangping's old face was embarrassed like a chrysanthemum. He had been cursing in his heart. If it weren't for this voice, he could still use his title as the former head of the department of the first Mecha Academy to escape from Lin Tao's clutches. Lin Tao's heart stirred. He stepped forward, turned off the communication video, looked at Sun Kangping, and asked, Department Head Sun, it seems that your plan to frame Department Head Yan Zhi with Liu Xueying is not as simple as it appears? Back at the academy, Lin Tao had never understood why Sun Kangping, with such a high position as department head, would instigate Liu Xueying to cause trouble for Yan Zhi. Now that he understood Sun Kangping's other identity as the vice leader of the Blood Wolfgang, he immediately realized that there was more to the story. Seeing that Sun Kangping didn't answer, Lin Tao smiled and asked, "Are you from the Liu family? How do you know?" Sun Kangping was shocked, then his face darkened. Lin Tao was recommended by Master Gulei. How could he not know about Gulei's relationship with the Liu family? He straightened his chest and coldly snorted, "Since you also know about the Liu family, then you should understand that I am a member of the Liu family, and the entire Blood Wolf gang is under the Liu family's control." "Lin Tao, do you intend to deal with the entire Liu family?" Sun Kangping's old face hardened, and he demanded sharply. "How many people like you are there at the first Mecha Academy?" Lin Tao countered with a question. "HMPH. Even Guz Hanky from the first Mecha Academy is a dog of the Liu family." At this point, Sun Kangping snorted angrily, "Lin Tao, I'm not afraid to tell you frankly, if Guz Hanky wasn't on my side, let alone slandering beyond ZHI, even a genius student like you couldn't do anything to me." Lin Tao smiled but remained silent. Lin Tao knew clearly from later records that when the 8 powerful families broke away from the Interstellar Federation, the first Mecha Academy sent a considerable number of talents to the Liu family. This was undoubtedly aided by the department heads and deans, otherwise, most of these talents would have remained with the Interstellar Federation. This was precisely why Lin Tao wanted to poach talent from the first Mecha Academy. It seemed that after resolving the Blood Wolf gang issue, it was time to begin his talent poaching plan. Thinking this, Lin Tao raised his wristwatch and immediately dialed Zhang Tuo's number. "Lin Tao, how is it?" The moment Zhang Tuo's effeminate voice came through the wristwatch, Sun Kangping's mind went blank, and he shuddered. He exclaimed, "Zhang Tuo. You, I didn't expect it to be you. Vice gang leader Sun." Zhang Tuo recognized Sun Kangping's voice and was immediately shocked. "I didn't expect it to be you secretly dealing with the Blood Wolf gang. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Liu family?" Sun Kangping was furious, his chest heaving. He had always assumed the enemy was from the Green Bamboo sect, never expecting it to be from within. His shout silenced Zhang Tuo. "Zhang Tuo," Lin Tao shoved Sun Kangping aside, smiling as he asked, "What do we do with this old man's son?" Zhang Tuo responded with a puzzled tone. Sun Kangping froze. After a moment, Zhang Tuo spoke again, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. "Lin Tao, have you already stormed the Blood Wolf gang headquarters?" "Yes," Lin Tao nodded. "I've knocked Hao Tonghe unconscious, and there's this old man's son here. What do you plan to do?" Lin Tao entrusted the handling of these two to Zhang Tuo, wanting to gauge his resolve. "Kill them both." Zhang Tuo paused, his tone becoming firm. He said in a deep voice, "Lin Tao, kill them both. I'll head to Mingyuan City immediately, and tomorrow I'll take over everything at the Blood Wolf gang headquarters." "Zhang Tuo. You dare?" Before Sun Kangping could finish speaking, Lin Tao had already delivered a palm strike to his forehead. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Liang Ziyu in Arrest. Just after dealing with Sun Kangping, Zhang Tuo's communicator rang again. "Lin Tao, I'll be there in 2 hours, came Zhang Tuo's solemn voice. 2 hours? Lin Tao was taken aback. It had taken him and the Du siblings almost a whole day to drive their hovercar from Anzhang City. Could Zhang Tuo really arrive from Anzhang City in 2 hours? Then, he chuckled to himself. He'd almost forgotten that this era had a type of ultra-high-speed vehicle called the Express Flying Car. This was a hovercar powered by an aircraft engine, normally only usable by personnel from the Star government belonging to the Planetary Federation. It seemed Zhang Tuo was going to use one of these vehicles. However, to be able to apply for and obtain the right to use the Express Flying Car in such a short time, Zhang Tuo must have some connections within the Star government. Lin Tao frowned slightly. Since Zhang Tuo wanted him to stay, Lin Tao wasn't in a hurry. A short while later, Zhang Cheng also made a communication. "Brother Lin, I've taken care of everything. Now I plan to hide the Black Tiger mech back to avoid being discovered." Zhang Cheng's tone towards Lin Tao was respectful, even more so than towards his third brother, Zhang Tuo. Ignoring the cloaking material coated the Black Tiger mech, a single Black Tiger mech had single-handedly taken down over 40 mechs from the Blood Wolf gang, and even managed to steal the mech of Hao Tonghe, an A-level mech pilot, at the last moment. What shocked Zhang Cheng most was that Lin Tao, with a stolen mech and after only a brief period of familiarization, had annihilated 5 Blood Wolfgang mechs right before his eyes. This was the mech piloting skill he had always dreamed of. At this moment, the thought of becoming Lin Tao's apprentice even crossed Zhang Cheng's mind. Lin Tao's heart skipped a beat. Wait a moment, I'll hide the Heavenly Armor General too. The Heavenly Armor General was a humanoid mecha. Even if Hao Tonghe obtained it through immense connections, if the Blood Wolfgang were to suffer an accident, the Interstellar Federation would definitely want to retrieve it. This was the first humanoid mecha Lin Tao had encountered since returning to this era, so naturally he wouldn't let it go. After speaking, Lin Tao turned off the communication and quickly returned to the Heavenly Armor General, piloting the mecha back to the cave with Zhang Cheng. Outside the cockpit, Bai Fan was still fumbling with the 2-chip blueprints. Bai Fan, come back to Mingyuan City with me. Lin Tao waved. The Blood Wolfgang matter was resolved, now they needed to go back and enjoy the fruits of their victory. But, Bai Fan glanced down at the blueprints on his wristwatch, then looked at Lin Tao, his face full of reluctance. We've been out for almost 3 days. If we don't go back soon, something big might happen over there. After a pause, Lin Tao chuckled, besides, the blueprints are with you, you can study them any time. Bai Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried Lin Tao would take the blueprints back. They boarded the hovercar. Before leaving, Zhang Cheng quickly arranged the entrance to the cave so that passers-by wouldn't notice its existence. The round trip took almost half an hour. Lin Tao, the Blood Wolfgang headquarters is near Mingyuan City. As long as there's no movement here, the patrol mechs from the first Mech Academy and the people from Xingfu will soon come to investigate. Zhang Cheng glanced at the chaotic ruins around them and frowned. Lin Tao also frowned, but his mind raced, and he relaxed. Zhang Cheng, when Bai Fan and I left, didn't the people from the first Mech Academy think we were kidnapped by the Blood Wolfgang? Bai Fan was taken aback, and Zhang Cheng also looked puzzled. Zhang Cheng, doesn't the Blood Wolfgang headquarters have a dungeon or secret room specifically for imprisoning people? Lin Tao asked. Yes. Zhang Cheng immediately understood Lin Tao's meaning and quickly led the way. Follow me. The 3 of them moved quickly and soon re-entered the Blood Wolfgang headquarters, following a hidden staircase to the dungeon. The dungeon consisted of rows of iron-barred cells, resembling prison cells. Inside, it seemed, people were being held. Upon seeing someone arrive, the man immediately lunged at the iron bars, wailing, "Let me go. Please, let me go. I promise I'll never leave the company again." Huh? Hearing the voice, Lin Tao let out a soft exclamation. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and he quickly stepped forward. The man was disheveled, but Lin Tao still recognized him. His eyes widened in surprise. "It's you?" The person imprisoned here was none other than Liang Xiu, the Phnom Penh youth he had encountered in Ansang City. After Lin Tao helped Liang Xiu out of trouble with a few Blood Wolfgang henchmen, he considered establishing his own business to be self-sufficient. So he gave Liang Xiu an opportunity, a high-level company position if he came to Mingyuan City. However, Lin Tao had been at the first Mecha Academy for several days and hadn't seen him. He assumed Liang Xiu had given up the opportunity, but unexpectedly, he was imprisoned in the Blood Wolfgang headquarters dungeon. "Lin Tao, is that you?" Liang Xiu recognized Lin Tao. You were captured too? You know each other?" Zhang Cheng found the key and was about to open an empty cell for Lin Tao. Lin Tao nodded, pointing to Liang Xiu's cell. "Let's put us here for now too." Zhang Cheng quickly opened the iron gate, letting Lin Tao and Bai Fan in. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry to trouble you. Keep an eye on things outside. I've already notified Zhang Tuo, he should be here by express train soon," Lin Tao said. "Brother Lin, I'll head back upstairs now." Zhang Cheng nodded and left along the same route. "Lin Tao, you. Liang Zi was shocked. He could tell Lin Tao hadn't been captured here, but he couldn't understand why Lin Tao was there. Lin Tao didn't explain. He frowned slightly and asked, "Liang Zi, why didn't you come to the first Mecha Academy to find me? Why are you locked up here?" Liang Zi was covered in filth and had many wounds, clearly indicating he had been in prison for more than just a day or two. Liang Zi sighed and explained. It turned out that after meeting Master Goulet, Liang Zi immediately had the idea of currying favor with Lin Tao. Furthermore, Lin Tao's help in dealing with the Blood Wolf Gang's underlings had impressed Fang Guo, who also thought highly of Lin Tao's character. Therefore, upon returning that day, Liang Ziyu submitted his resignation and requested to leave his job that same day. Unexpectedly, his request to resign that very day immediately sparked speculation that Liang Ziyu had defected to a business rival. That very night, several burly men went to his dormitory and kidnapped him. The next morning, after being in prison there, Liang Ziyu finally realized that the company he had been working for was actually a Mecha company invested in by the Blood Wolf Gang. The Blood Wolf Gang had been torturing Liang Ziyu these past few days in an attempt to extract information about their business rival. Hearing this, Lin Tao felt quite helpless, as he hadn't expected such a thing to happen either. He could only blame Liang Ziyu for being incredibly unlucky. Suddenly, Lin Tao's eyes lit up. Liang Ziyu, you mean the Blood Wolf Gang owns a Mecha company? Yes. Liang Ziyu nodded repeatedly. It's not far from Ansehang City, a relatively small Mecha company, mainly producing bionic Mecha, specifically for interstellar pioneers. What's it called? Lin Tao quickly pressed. Four Symbols Mecha Company. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao was overjoyed. He had always wanted to establish a Mecha company to secretly research new types of Mecha. He never expected that the Blood Wolf Gang would invest in a Mecha company, and one that was somewhat famous in later generations, specializing in the designs of the Four Symbols sacred beasts. No wonder the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters had accumulated more than 40 tiger-shaped mechs. It turned out they had shares in the Four Symbols Mecha company. Lin Tao didn't know if this was fate or a twist of destiny, but he understood that if he could gain access to the Four Symbols Mecha company, he could definitely secretly create a neural module Mecha of his own. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again, how many shares does the Blood Wolf Gang have in this Four Symbols Mecha company? Liang Ziyu shook his head. Although his income in the company was not low, he was still a relatively low-level employee. He only learned about the Blood Wolf Gang's investment in the company after he was imprisoned. Thump 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 thump. Just then, a series of footsteps came from the stairwell. Everyone turned their heads and immediately saw several figures rushing over. Leading the group were Zhang Tuo and Zhang Cheng. Upon their arrival, Zhang Cheng quickly stepped forward and opened the iron gate. Brother Lin, you can come out now. When I came here, I contacted the first Mecha Academy. They demanded I find you immediately, Zhang Tuo said in a soft, sinister tone. However, Zhang Tuo's expression was not joyful. Instead, he looked worried. What was wrong? Lin Tao wondered. He had already dealt with Hao Tonghe and Sun Kangping of the Blood Wolf Gang. Zhang Tuo should be able to take over all the affairs of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, so why did he look so distressed? Zhang Tuo, what's wrong? Lin Tao's face darkened. Zhang Tuo glanced at Lin Tao strangely and then sighed deeply. Originally, Zhang Tuo thought that Lin Tao and Zhang Cheng had come to the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters only to assassinate Hao Tonghe. He had even brought the two of them along, hoping to claim the assassin's role. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, he was so horrified by what he saw that he almost couldn't stand. The Blood Wolf Gang headquarters was surrounded by ruins, and flames flickered in the nearby woods, as if it had been under heavy fire. With Zhang Cheng's arrival and hearing his words, Zhang Tuo was even more shocked. A single mech had extinguished all the Blood Wolf Gang's defensive points in the southwest direction, and had also wiped out all the mechs the gang had accumulated over the years. It's over, it's over. Knowing what Lin Tao had done to the Blood Wolf Gang, Zhang Tuo nearly collapsed. More than half of the defensive points were destroyed, and all the mechs in the hangar had been wiped out. The entire Blood Wolf Gang headquarters was practically an empty shell. Staying here as a figurehead leader was worse than returning to Ansehang City to continue as the head of that branch. At least the Blood Wolf Gang branch in Ansehang City still had 5 mechs. Seeing Lin Tao now, Zhang Tuo could only sigh repeatedly. He truly didn't know what to say. Chapter 97 The Dean comes to pick us up. Seeing Zhang Tuo remain silent for a long time, Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. He did have some questions to ask. Lin Tao had always wanted to develop a new mecha model suitable for himself. If he could forcefully enter a mecha company and take control, he could secretly conduct research on the new model without outsiders knowing. Moreover, this would save Lin Tao the trouble of establishing his own mecha company. Zhang Tuo, I heard Liang Ziyu mention that your Blood Wolf Gang has invested in the Four Symbols Mecha company? Lin Tao turned and asked. You know him? Although Liang Ziyu looked disheveled, Zheng Tuo still recognized him. It seemed that he had personally ordered Liang Ziu's arrest and sent him to the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. If this person was truly one of Lin Tao's men, then it would be a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Zheng Tuo felt slightly embarrassed. This is a friend of mine. Zheng Tuo's reaction didn't escape Lin Tao's notice, causing him to frown slightly. Hearing Lin Tao's words, Liang Ziu felt a surge of warmth and became even more determined to follow him. In his mind, only someone who treated him as a friend was truly worthy of following. Zheng Tuo's eyes twitched slightly. Lin Tao's eyes were sharp. He calmly changed the subject. Zheng Tuo, do you know the amount of investment the Blood Wolf Gang has in the Four Symbols Mecha Company? Brother Lin, third brother, doesn't know much about this, but I happen to know a little. Before Zheng Tuo could speak, Zheng Cheng, who had been standing at the back, stepped forward and said. All eyes fell on him. The Blood Wolf Gang headquarters recruited a wise man named Elder Yu. This man has some connections. He has links not only with the Four Symbols Mecha Company but also with the Star Palace. For a time, the Four Symbols Mecha Company was impacted by the Black Wolf Mecha Company's new models and fell into crisis. After learning of this, Elder Yu personally made connections, getting the Blood Wolf Gang to invest 1 billion star coins in one go, thus acquiring 10% of the Four Symbols Mecha Company's shares, Zheng Cheng explained. Zheng Tuo was startled. He had met old Yu once, but only briefly, and he hadn't expected old Yu to possess such abilities. Oh no, where's old Yu? Suddenly, Zheng Tuo's body trembled. Only then did Zheng Tuo realize that he had only seen Hao Tonghe and Sun Kangping, whom Lin Tao had dealt with, but he hadn't seen old Yu at all. Third brother, I've inquired. Old Yu left the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters a long time ago, Zheng Cheng quickly replied. After a pause, seeing everyone looking at him with suspicion, Zheng Cheng quickly explained, because we couldn't find him, we inquired with some members of the Blood Wolf Gang. It seems he secretly left just as we were about to deal with Hao Tonghe. Ran away? Lin Tao suddenly became interested in this man, but what concerned him more now was the matter of the Four Symbols Mecha Company. He crossed his arms and frowned. 10%? It doesn't seem enough. For a typical large company, with relatively scattered shareholdings, 10% might even make one a major shareholder. However, the Mecha Company is different from these large enterprises. Not only does it require authorization from the Interstellar Federation, but it also requires the transfer of 40% of the shares. This would reduce the total shareholding of the Mecha Company to 60%. In other words, if Lin Tao wanted to successfully control the entire Mecha Company, he would need at least more than 40% of the shares. Lin Tao, do you want to join the Four Symbols Mecha Company? Having heard Lin Tao mention the new Mecha model before, Zheng Tuo naturally guessed his thoughts. Lin Tao nodded. I have that idea, but even 10% of the shares might not be enough to control the entire company, which is a bit troublesome. Lin Tao, if you really intend to join this Mecha Company, it's not difficult. Zheng Tuo hadn't finished speaking when his wristwatch suddenly beeped. He gave everyone a shushing look and immediately took it. Brother Zheng, people from the first Mecha Academy have arrived. They specifically requested to take Lin Tao back. I know. Zheng Tuo closed the communicator and said to Lin Tao, let's go up first, otherwise it will arouse suspicion from the first Mecha Academy. Lin Tao nodded. In front of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, a group of old men stood in front of the gate, peering into the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters while also looking at the surrounding ruins and the rising flames. These old men were none other than Gu Zhenke, the dean of the first Mecha Academy, and a group of department heads. They were all from the Mecha Academy, well-informed and experienced. Seeing the flames, they immediately understood. They were the sparks from destroyed mechs. What an undeserved disaster. Dean Gu Zhenke coldly surveyed the surroundings. HMPH. I say they deserve it. They actually built their headquarters in our Mingyuan city. Did they really think the first Mecha Academy didn't know they existed? Department head Tong Zhai scoffed. Today the Blood Wolf Gang is destroyed. Tomorrow I'll see if the Green Bamboo sect will move. Of the 5 major underground forces on Mingyuan Star, only the Blood Wolf Gang and the Green Bamboo sect had their headquarters in Mingyuan City. Although they chose relatively remote locations, it was still on the edge of Mingyuan City, still considered part of Mingyuan City's territory. This had long been a source of resentment among the teachers and students of the first Mecha Academy. If it weren't for the Liu family's intervention, they would have been driven out of Mingyuan City long ago. After all, Mingyuan City was established with the support of the first Mecha Academy. Judging from the surrounding situation, the Blood Wolf Gang must have suffered heavy losses. It's estimated that apart from the Green Bamboo sect, another underground force, no one else has intervened. Therefore, the group of old men were eager to see how the Green Bamboo sect would fare after tomorrow. Just then, Lin Tao was respectfully escorted out by Zhang Tuo and the others. A distance away, Zhang Tuo saw the group of old men from the first Mecha Academy. He stumbled, almost twisting his ankle, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why are they here? As members of the underground forces, they might not recognize the department heads, but how could they not recognize Gu Zhenqi, a member of the first Mecha Academy? Almost every minor leader in the underground forces had his photo on their person. One wrong move and you could be fatally offended, a figure who could bring annihilation upon the entire gang. However, Zhang Tuo couldn't understand why this old man was here, and with a group of department heads no less. Zhang Tuo also recognized these department heads. Lin Tao, what exactly did you do? Why did you get them to come pick you up? Zhang Tuo swallowed hard and asked in a low voice. Lin Tao smiled but didn't answer. In fact, not only Zhang Tuo, but also Liang Ziu and Zhang Chang, besides Bai Fan, were equally surprised. With their connections, how could they not recognize the old man in front of them? They couldn't figure out why Lin Tao could have these people come to pick him up. Damn the Blood Wolf Gang, they really kidnapped Lin Tao. HMPH. We've been letting them build their stronghold right next to us, and they've been plotting against our students all along. It's like raising a tiger to cause trouble. Tomorrow. No. Tonight I'll write a report to the Star Prefecture and have them expel all the underground forces from Mingyuan City. That's right, they dared to target our students, and they still have the nerve to ask our first Mecha Academy to patrol for them. The department heads kept shouting. The dean also had a gloomy face and didn't say a word. The old men rushed forward, immediately gasping in surprise. Liang Ziu, disheveled and covered in wounds, was so conspicuous that he instantly drew their attention. After a moment of shock, they quickly scrutinized Lin Tao, examining him closely from head to toe. The dean, Tong Zhi, and the three department heads, Liu Xueying and Bian Zhi, almost stripped Lin Tao of his clothes to check for internal injuries. Lin Tao, where are you injured? Department head Bian Zhi asked in a trembling voice. Lin Tao, have they been feeding you properly these past few days? Tong Zhi and the other department head quickly added. Lin Tao, how many people did they send to torture you? Department head Liu Xueying asked with equal concern. Lin Tao's clothes were intact, and he didn't appear thin at all, but the old men were still filled with worry. Even the dean was no exception. Lin Tao was the top student in their academy, and in their eyes, his status was no less than that of Master Gu Lei. Where's Hao Tonghe? Call Hao Tonghe out immediately, the dean shouted in a deep voice. Gulp. Zhang Tuo swallowed hard. He had never seen such a scene before, and his heart pounded. Fortunately, he remained calm. Hearing the dean's words, he quickly replied in a trembling voice, Dean Gu, when I arrived, both gang leader Hao and deputy gang leader Sun were already dead. Upon hearing this, the old men were stunned again, especially when they heard deputy gang leader Sun. The dean narrowed his eyes. Dead? Yes, Zhang Tuo nodded. HMPH. Good riddance. None of these guys were good people. Now that they're dead, we can at least have some peace and quiet, department head Bian Zhi sneered. As department heads of the first Mecha Academy, which one of them didn't have some inside information? They all knew who deputy gang leader Sun was. Department head Bian Zhi, who had almost suffered at Sun Kangping's hands, naturally wouldn't give him a friendly look. All the department heads shut their mouths and remained silent. They didn't have much grudge against Sun Kangping, and since he was dead, there was no need for them to spread any more rumors. And who are you? The dean squinted at Zhang Tuo. Dean Gu, my name is Zhang Tuo. I'm from the Blood Wolf Gang branch in Anzhang City. After receiving the news, I used Xingfu's express train to come and clean up the mess. At this moment, Zhang Tuo finally recovered, forcing himself to remain calm. Oh? The dean frowned slightly, as if remembering someone. You're Zhang Tuo from the Zhang family? I've heard of you. You stay here and clean up the mess. We'll take Lin Tao back first. At this point, his tone turned cold again. However, let's make this clear, If Lin Tao has suffered any unfair treatment in the Blood Wolf Gang, I will still drag you out for questioning. Also, your Blood Wolf Gang should find another location as soon as possible. Starting tomorrow, all underground forces are prohibited from staying in Mingyuan City. At the end, his tone suddenly became sharp, and his eyes shot out a murderous aura. Chapter 98: The Bai Family's Mysterious Real Estate. After Lin Tao and Bai Fan were brought back, they were taken to the first Mecha Academy's medical clinic that very night for a series of examinations. Only after confirming they were unharmed were they allowed to return to Aunt Bai's building. Lin Tao's return surprised and delighted the Du siblings. "Lin Tao, are you alright?" Duruzi looked Lin Tao up and down. Duruming didn't speak, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. Then, seeing Liangzi following behind Lin Tao, he looked puzzled. "Lin Tao, who is he?" Liangzi's injuries were minor. After a quick treatment, he left the first Mecha Academy with Lin Tao. "His name is Liangzi. He'll be staying with us temporarily," Lin Tao said with a smile. "Lin Tao, won't this be inconvenient for us?" Duruzi, being a woman, became wary of the sudden presence of a strange man in her quarters. "Don't let his injuries fool you. He's an employee of the Four Symbols Mecha Company. If you get along well, he might even be able to get you jobs there in the future," Lin Tao said with a smile. "Really?" Duruzi's eyes changed instantly. Duruming was also shocked. They followed Lin Tao to the first Mecha Academy simply because they wanted to find a respectable job in a Mecha company after graduation. The Four Symbols Mecha Company was relatively small compared to other Mecha companies in the entire Interstellar Federation, but it was considered a good company compared to those on Mingyuan Star. Moreover, most importantly, it was a good fit for their majors. After realizing that Liangzi worked for a Mecha company, Duruzi's attitude improved significantly. If it weren't for the fact that Liangzi was injured, she probably would have surrounded him and questioned him relentlessly. It was late, so after Lin Tao sent the Du siblings back to rest, he took Liangzi to an empty room. Of the 5 rooms, Lin Tao, Duruzi, and Duruming each occupied one. Lin Tao had originally planned to convert the remaining 2 into apothecary rooms, but before he could take any action, a series of events occurred, so the 2 rooms remained unused. The next day, just as dawn broke, Bai Fan arrived carrying a large bag of breakfast. The breakfast was very plentiful, and after washing up, Lin Tao and the others filled their stomachs. "Let's go back to the academy," Duruzi said after a quick pack. "We got the dean's permission to rest at home for 2 days, Bai Fan said with a smile. "Really?" Duruzi was surprised to hear this. "What about us? Can we both rest too?" Duruming seemed to want to stay as well, showing great interest in Lin Tao. "Duruming, do you want to skip school?" Duruzi's face darkened, and she reached out and grabbed Duruming's ear, spinning it around. Lin Tao came back from a close call, so of course the dean approved a couple more days of rest. "But you, instead of studying properly, you keep thinking about skipping school. Do you want to waste the degree that Lin Tao worked so hard to get for us?" Of course, this was only one reason. After receiving Lin Tao's help and entering the first Mecha Academy, Duruzi realized that she and Lin Tao seemed to be different kinds of people. Coupled with the Blood Wolf Gang incident, she vaguely felt that Lin Tao's background was more mysterious than she had imagined, and she didn't want Duruming to fall into the same trap. After all, the Du family only had one son. "Sister, if you can get into the top class like Lin Tao, I won't care if you take a few days off." Duruzi revealed a fierce face. Mentioning Lin Tao's achievement as the top student in the academy, Duruming immediately became embarrassed and dared not speak. After the Du siblings left, everyone smiled. Lin Tao smiled without saying a word. He had vaguely sensed Duruzi's change, but he didn't take it to heart. After laughing, Liangzi sighed, stared at Lin Tao for a long time, and shook his head, saying, "I really didn't expect this. When I saw Master Goulet that day, I thought you were just being favored by him. I never imagined that with your abilities, after only a few days at the first Mecha Academy, which is full of geniuses, you would not only become the top student in the academy but also have a special class open for you." Liangzi had sensed Lin Tao's extraordinary status when he saw the dean of the first Mecha Academy personally go to the Blood Wolf Gang to welcome him. Taking advantage of his nighttime rest, he borrowed an account from a colleague who had graduated from the first Mecha Academy and logged into the academy's BBS, thus learning about Lin Tao's remarkable abilities. "You've met Master Goulet?" Bai Fan asked in surprise. Just once, only once, Liang Xiu quickly explained. If he hadn't met Lin Tao, he probably wouldn't have seen Master Gulei's face either. I'm a student in the maintenance department of the first Mecha Academy. I used to be one of Master Gulei's disciples, Bai Fan said. Before becoming obsessed with chip-powered flying cars, Bai Fan was considered a genius in the maintenance department, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the first Mecha Academy. Liang Xiu, having gained access to the first Mecha Academy's BBS, naturally found Bai Fan's information, but he was still quite envious of Bai Fan becoming Master Gulei's disciple. Bai Fan, how's your understanding of those two blueprints coming along? Lin Tao asked. Mentioning this, Bai Fan looked embarrassed. My mom was watching me yesterday, and I fell asleep. I haven't had time to study them yet. Then take a rest today, Lin Tao said with a smile. No need, I'm full of energy today. I can study them all day long. Bai Fan immediately became anxious. His obsession with chips was unimaginable to most. Lin Tao shook his head, indicating, I need your help with something. Go ahead, as long as it's something Bai Fan, can do, I'll do my best. Bai Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest to assure him. Lin Tao made a few operations on his wristwatch and sent a document to Bai Fan, purchase these things for me. Beep beep. Bai Fan's wristwatch beeped twice. The first time was with a document, the second with a message. Your account has been transferred 20 million star coins. This. Seeing the string of zeros after the two, Bai Fan was startled, his eyes filled with doubt. Lin Tao, what is this? If you don't have enough money, just let me know. Lin Tao waved his hand dismissively. 20 million, and still not enough? Bai Fan quickly opened the document, and when he saw the items that needed to be purchased, he was shocked again. Lin Tao, so much stuff, isn't there enough space here? Is it too much? Lin Tao frowned slightly. Not to mention the instruments. Look, 5 simulation pods, how can we fit them all here? Bai Fan gestured around, considering the available space. Lin Tao suddenly slapped his forehead. As if he had been so focused on writing the list that he had completely forgotten about this. It seemed that yesterday's events hadn't quite taken him to heart. Are there any other vacant apartments in this building? Lin Tao asked. No, if someone hadn't just moved out, my mom probably wouldn't have put this apartment up for rent. Bai Fan shrugged. Lin Tao pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Bai Fan, don't you have another property on the other side? Is that rented out? Another property? Bai Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of the building that had almost led him into Feng Lehao's trap. If Lin Tao hadn't reminded him, he might not have realized Feng Lehao's trap and would have foolishly walked right into it. Now, reminded by Lin Tao, he thought for a moment and said, it seems to have been vacant all along, no one has rented it. Hearing this, Lin Tao was very puzzled. If it was vacant and no one was renting it, why was the Liu family still keeping an eye on this property and even having the Blood Wolf Gang handle it? Lin Tao, why don't we go over there together and see what's going on? At this moment, Bai Fan also sensed something was amiss and suggested. Lin Tao nodded. Lin Tao, my injuries are mostly healed, so I'll come with you. Seeing the two about to leave, Liang Xiu called out urgently. He was determined to follow Lin Tao, and given the Blood Wolf Gang matter, he naturally wanted to help Lin Tao. The three got into the hovercar, driven by Bai Fan, and headed towards the mysterious property. The location was quite far. After leaving Mingyuan City, it took about 3 hours to reach their destination. Before them was a bustling town. The town wasn't large, but it was filled with people coming and going, and many enormous hovercars were parked there. From a distance, a massive 12 or 13-story building could be seen in the very center of the town. Such a tall building wouldn't be particularly noticeable in Anzhang City or Mingyuan City, but in this town, where most buildings were only 3 or 4 stories high, it was quite eye-catching. That's our Bai family's property, Bai Fan said, pointing to the extremely prominent tall building. The hovercar entered the town. Along the way, Lin Tao noticed many people on the container trucks still using primitive methods, shirtless, carrying large bags of goods to load them onto the trucks. This era had largely adopted engineered mechs. Even in places where mechs couldn't be obtained, robotic arms were used. Why were there still such primitive working methods? Puzzled, Lin Tao opened the car window, and a pungent, strange smell immediately filled his nostrils. He raised an eyebrow. This is This town is the largest medicinal herb trading point on the entire Mingyuan Star. Almost all medicinal herbs collected from various parts of Mingyuan Star pass through this town first before being sent elsewhere, Bai Fan explained. No wonder a strong smell of various medicinal herbs rushed in when he opened the window, Lin Tao understood. I remember now, this place is called Medicinal Herb Town. Any medicinal herb that can be named on Mingyuan Star passes through here first before being wholesaled elsewhere. Liang Xiu seemed to recall the place as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao's eyes lit up. He was currently only consuming an impure version of Gene Serum number 7, and he had been trying to further purify it to create a pure and clean version. Bai Fan. Find a place to park right away. Oh, and by the way, is your place vacant? I'm thinking of renting the whole building, Lin Tao said. If it's vacant, I'll mention it to my mom. Why rent it? If it weren't for your help, I would have already fallen into Feng Lehao's trap. Bai Fan waved his hands repeatedly. Chapter 99 Haunted Building. The Bai family's property had been vacant for a long time. Not only were the gates tightly closed, but even those in the medicinal herb business seemed to regard this place as a forbidden zone, mostly avoiding the house and leaving a large open space at least 20 or 30 meters away. This allowed Bai Fan to drive over smoothly. Opening the gate, Bai Fan parked the car in the first floor garage. Just as Bai Fan opened the first floor gate, almost all the medicinal herb merchants nearby stopped what they were doing, their faces showing shock. Even the porters didn't notice their bundles of herbs falling to the ground. Lin Tao frowned slightly. After opening the car door and getting out, Lin Tao looked at the people outside again, only to find that they had already resumed their work, not even glancing at them. It was as if the previous scene was just a hallucination for Lin Tao and the others. If it weren't for the porter who had dropped a bundle of herbs and was frantically trying to put it back on his shoulder, the three of them would have thought that they had just pressed the pause button. What happened? Lin Tao wondered. Bai Fan shrugged. How would I know? Liang Zi frowned secretly. Since this town had developed into a medicinal herb town, in his experience, this building was almost the most eye-catching place. If he could rent it, he could definitely become the #1 merchant in the medicinal herb town in a short time. But now, not only was no one paying attention to it, but even the space around the building was vacated, as if avoiding it at all costs. There must be something else going on here. Liang Zi whispered a simple analysis to Lin Tao. Hearing this, Bai Fan suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. I remember now. My mom mentioned that this building seems to have been rented out several times, but for some reason, some people canceled their leases the next day, and some even left without asking for their deposits. Oh? Lin Tao quickly glanced at the nearby medicinal herb merchants. Apart from one or two people who kept staring at them, most people had already started to continue their work and didn't bother to look up. I heard this building is haunted, Bai Fan shrugged and said. Haunted? Liang Xiu chuckled. What era are we living in? Haunted? I think it's more like being disturbed. Lin Tao also laughed, but his laughter quickly faded. Ghosts, of course, didn't exist. However, monsters even more powerful than ghosts appeared in later generations, star monsters. According to later records, the first appearance of star monsters was near the Mingyuan Star region, and Mingyuan Star became the first inhabited planet to be reduced to dust after these star monsters appeared. Considering the timeline, although these ferocious beasts wouldn't appear for several hundred years, Lin Tao still felt a vague unease. Let's go, let's explore this house first. Could it really be haunted? Seeing Lin Tao's changing expression, Bai Fan's heart sank, and his face turned embarrassed. Liang Xiu's expression tightened. He was an atheist and didn't believe in ghosts at all. In his experience, rumors of a haunted house usually stemmed from one reason: someone coveted the building's location and wanted to seize it by force, resorting to underhanded tactics. However, seeing Lin Tao's unusual expression, he remained silent. Since the Bai family rarely visited, the building was always powered on, so the smart vacuum cleaners on each floor could operate automatically. The electricity bill was negligible for them. Bai Fan led the way, walking through almost every room on every floor until they reached the top floor. The building only had 13 floors, and apart from the occasional smart vacuum cleaners on each floor, it was completely empty. I knew it. How could there be ghosts in this world? Bai Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably some unscrupulous businessman trying to seize this building. Liang Xiu nodded in agreement. Lin Tao remained frowning but didn't speak. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin Tao walked around the area. Before he had gone halfway, he suddenly stopped, his gaze sharpening. Below the building, a bright light flashed within a medicinal herb trading shop. It was light reflected from a mirror. Lin Tao quietly memorized the shop's location and continued forward discreetly, keeping a close eye on it as he walked. Even at the corner, he could still sense the reflected light. He remembered Feng Let Hao mentioning that someone from the Liu family had ordered them to seize the building and then hand it over. Thinking this, Lin Tao paid even closer attention to that location. However, after walking through the entire building, aside from sensing some commercial value, Lin Tao couldn't think of any reason why the Liu family would be interested. As for the star monster, Lin Tao shook his head, dismissing the thought. In later years, Lin Tao had fought against cosmic monsters and was quite familiar with them. These monsters possessed special abilities, including the ability to teleport to specific points in space. Therefore, upon hearing about the haunted building, he immediately thought of the cosmic monster's teleportation ability. However, along the way, Lin Tao hadn't detected any radiation from any teleportation point. The cosmic monster's teleportation emitted special fluctuations upon establishing a connection, causing subtle changes in the surrounding space, creating displacement coordinates. In space, special instruments would be needed to detect this, but it was easily observed inside a planet because of the gas. Once the displacement coordinates appeared, the surrounding air would also change slightly, making it visible to the naked eye. "Let's go down," Lin Tao beckoned to the two. Although Liang Ziyu and the other were puzzled, they followed him down. "Bai Fan, since this building is empty, I'll rent it." "Ask Aunt Bai for the rent," Lin Tao said as they walked. "Lin Tao, I already said I don't need it." Before Bai Fan could finish speaking, Lin Tao waved his hand again. "Only when you become the head of the Bai family and have the authority to lease this building will you waive my rent." Hearing this, Liang Ziyu chuckled. Compared to him, who already had a job and was considered independent, Bai Fan was still just a student, probably unable to even support himself, let alone have the right to dispose of property like a house. He guessed that if Bai Fan really didn't charge rent, his family would definitely break his legs, and might even treat Lin Tao as a swindler. Bai Fan then understood Lin Tao's meaning and immediately touched the bridge of his nose in embarrassment. Afterwards, Bai Fan immediately contacted his aunt. "Mom, someone wants to rent the building in Yaoke Town. How much rent are you planning to charge?" Bai Fan asked. "The building in Yaoke Town? Bai Fan, you have to tell them that the building is a bit unusual. I heard it's haunted every night around midnight, and several people have tried to rent it. Don't try to scam anyone." Aunt Bai's admonishing voice came from her wristwatch. Lin Tao felt a warmth in his heart, but at the same time, his disgust for Feng Let Hao intensified. If Aunt Bai hadn't reappeared in this era, she would have inevitably followed the same path, ultimately ending up jumping to her death. Liang Ziyu also glanced at Bai Fan with slight surprise, because a landlord would generally not mention such things to a tenant. "Aunt Bai, I'm Lin Tao. I'm the one who wants to rent the building," Lin Tao said with a smile. "Lin Tao? Don't you have to go to school? Why did you go to the herb town?" Aunt Bai was taken aback, then seemed to remember something. "I heard Ruzi mention that you've become the top student at the first Mecha Academy, and even the dean has personally opened a special class for you." After a pause, Aunt Bai burst out scolding, "Bai Fan, did you take Lin Tao to the herb town? He's a model student, don't lead him astray." Oh. Bai Fan was extremely embarrassed. Lin Tao was also a little embarrassed. He was the one who confronted the dean at the school gate. When had he ever been a model student? Seeing their expressions, Liang Ziyu couldn't help but find it amusing. As the saying goes, there's no harm without comparison. These two standing together were like heaven and earth. The difference was obvious. Helpless, Lin Tao forced himself to calm down before speaking again. "Aunt Bai, I'm a material science student. I've recently become interested in medicinal herbs, so I asked Bai Fan to bring me here. I just didn't expect you to have a building here, so I was thinking of renting it to store some herbs." Why would someone from the Mecha Material Science Department be researching medicinal herbs? Aunt Bai muttered under her breath. After all, material science and medicinal herbs are completely unrelated. Her voice wasn't loud, but all three could hear her. Lin Tao shrugged and smiled. "Never mind, since it's Lin Tao who wants to use it, then just take it. Anyway, no one's renting that building, and we feel quite safe here. We probably won't be going back for a long time." Aunt Bai spoke very decisively. Lin Tao was taken aback. Before he could speak, Aunt Bai continued, Lin Tao, since your grades are so good, could you tutor Bai Fan for me? His grades are terrible. It's a shame he got into the first Mecha Academy with such genius grades. I'm afraid he'll be. Before Aunt Bai could finish, Bai Fan abruptly ended the call. Seeing Lin Tao and Aunt Bai looking at him, he quickly shrugged and changed the subject. I already told you, I won't charge you rent, but you wouldn't believe me. You. Liang Zi shook his head. Lin Tao also shook his head silently. However, even though Aunt Bai wouldn't charge rent, Lin Tao still sent another 1,000,000 star coins to her account. After all, he hadn't just decided to rent the building on a whim. Gene enhancement medicine required a lot of herbs, and since this place had developed into a medicinal herb town, it was very convenient to purchase them. Besides, Lin Tao also wanted to investigate why the Liu family was interested in this building. Thinking of this, Lin Tao narrowed his eyes again. He remembered that on the rooftop, a herbal medicine shop had been spying on them through binoculars. Bai Fan, Zhu, let's go for a walk outside and buy some herbs, Lin Tao said. Buy herbs? Bai Fan asked suspiciously. Lin Tao, you're not joking, are you? You're researching mecha materials, are you really going to buy herbs? Liang Zhu was also completely bewildered. Chapter 100 Large-Scale Procurement of Medicinal Herbs. Medicinal herbs are crucial materials for synthesizing gene-enhancing drugs. Now that he's in the herb town, how could Lin Tao pass up this rare opportunity to stockpile a batch? As for money, Lin Tao wasn't concerned. Aside from the 20 million he'd given to Bai Fan, Lin Tao still had nearly 50 million star coins, enough to stockpile a considerable amount. If that wasn't enough, Lin Tao could ask Zhang Tiyuo for help, since Zhang Tiyuo also understood the wonders of gene-enhancing drugs. After leaving the gate, Lin Tao had a sudden thought and asked Bai Fan to stay. Bai Fan, you stay here for now. If I buy the herbs, I'll have them delivered directly. You can meet them here. But Bai Fan rarely came back, so he naturally wanted to go outside for a walk. But after thinking for a moment, he nodded. Okay, anyway, I was planning to study those 2 blueprints again. What blueprints? Liang Zhu, a longtime employee of the Mecha company, was taken aback upon hearing the word blueprints. Before Bai Fan could speak, Lin Tao smiled and said, you'll know when you get back to 4 Symbols Mecha company and help me. Hearing this, Liang Zhu immediately fell silent. Lin Tao quickly walked over to a nearby herbal medicine merchant, but just as he was about to speak, he saw the man turn his head away as if he hadn't seen him. Lin Tao frowned slightly. Do you wholesale herbal medicine here? Lin Tao asked casually. Upon hearing this, the herbal medicine merchant abruptly stood up and hurried to a porter who was about to carry goods. What's wrong with you? I told you to be careful. If you damage the goods, the boss will definitely yell at you. While cursing, the man helped carry the goods onto the porter's shoulders, helping one person and then waiting for the next, as if Lin Tao were a ferocious tiger, ready to devour him whole if he remained. At this moment, Liang Zhu also walked over. Seeing the strange behavior of the herbal medicine merchant, he couldn't help but whisper, Lin Tao, these people are suspicious. Lin Tao nodded. After scanning the area, he noticed that everyone around him was consciously keeping a certain distance. There were only 2 reasons for this: either these people were also monitoring the Bai Fan building, or they had been threatened and were forbidden from trading with the building's people. Lin Tao sighed inwardly. It seemed that sometimes being too low-key wasn't a good idea. Since arriving in this era, Lin Tao had always kept a low profile, only taking action when someone dared to cross him, just like Qi Zhangfei and his companion from Hyacinth Academy, and the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Now, things were different. Lin Tao had not only entered the first Mecha Academy, but had also earned the title of #1 person of the Academy. Even when he was kidnapped by the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, Dean Guzhanki had ordered that the Academy's patrol mechs be forbidden from assisting the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, watching helplessly as the headquarters was destroyed. Lin Tao wasn't sure what the consequences of destroying the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters would be, but he understood that as long as he had the first Mecha Academy backing him, he could practically do whatever he wanted on Mingyuan Star, as long as he didn't openly confront the Liu family. Now, he'd actually suffered a setback in a mere medicinal herb town? Lin Tao returned to the building, thought for a moment, and then raised his hand to dial Zhang Tiyuo's number. Lin Tao, what's up? I'm still dealing with last night's troubles. Zheng Tuo was currently very troubled by the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters incident, and coupled with the threat from Gu's Hanki of the first Mecha Academy, he still needed to find a new location for the headquarters. Have you found a new location for the headquarters? Lin Tao asked softly. Lin Tao, I've only just become the head of the Blood Wolf Gang. I still have to lead people to deal with the wreckage of the mechs around here. Where do I have any free time? Zheng Tuo felt a pang of heartache when he mentioned the wreckage. It was almost the entire savings of the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters, now completely destroyed. If word got out, the Blood Wolf Gang would definitely be ranked last among the 5 major underground forces. Even the people behind the Liu family might temporarily abandon the entire Blood Wolf Gang. At that time, it was uncertain whether the Blood Wolf Gang could continue to exist on Mingyuan Star. Lin Tao smiled immediately. Zheng Tuo, I found a new location. Come over now, and maybe we can buy the land as well. Where? Zheng Tuo asked immediately. Medicinal Herb Town. Medicinal Herb Town? Medicinal Herb Town. Zheng Tuo sighed deeply. Lin Tao, don't joke around. Medicinal Herb Town is the territory of the Green Bamboo sect. If we set up our headquarters there, it will definitely incur their displeasure. If they come knocking, the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, which doesn't even have a single mech, will definitely be driven away. If that happens, our Blood Wolf Gang will not only lose face, but also its very foundation. Medicinal Herb Town is the territory of the Green Bamboo sect? Lin Tao asked in surprise. Yes, even Medicinal Herb Town was developed by the Green Bamboo sect, Zheng Tuo explained. Lin Tao said oh, feeling even more puzzled. Since they knew Medicinal Herb Town was the territory of the Green Bamboo sect, why did the Liu family need the Blood Wolf Gang to help them seize Bai Fan's property? Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Tao, and his eyes flashed. Zheng Tuo, everyone suspects the Green Bamboo sect was behind last night's events. Your forceful entry into the Herb Town will only confirm their suspicions, Lin Tao said with a smile. But then, are you afraid of the Green Bamboo sect's retaliation? Lin Tao countered. Zheng Tuo remained silent. Mingyuan Star is Liu family territory. If the Green Bamboo sect really wants to act, do you think the Liu family will ignore it? Lin Tao continued, and even if they do act? Whether it's martial artists or mechas, do you really think we're powerless to resist? This. Zheng Tuo then remembered that dozens of mechas from the Blood Wolf Gang were shot down by Lin Tao on the spot. If the Green Bamboo sect really sent mechas, not to mention whether the Liu family would intervene, Lin Tao alone would be enough to handle it. Zheng Tuo, why did the Green Bamboo sect develop a small town into Herb Town? Can't you figure out the reason? Lin Tao asked again, this time in a slightly lower tone. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tuo immediately realized what was happening. Lin Tao, wait here, I'll send someone right away. No, I'll go myself, I can get there in half an hour at most. Half an hour? Lin Tao's eyes narrowed. This Zheng Tuo seemed to be able to borrow the Star Mansion's express flying car at any time. Could it be that he also had a background in the Star Mansion? But before Lin Tao could ask, Zheng Tuo had already cut off the communication. It seemed that this question had to be asked in person. The mastermind behind the Green Bamboo sect was the Davis family. In this way, Lin Tao understood why the Green Bamboo sect would develop a small town into a medicinal herb town. Because medicinal herbs were an important raw material for refining gene-based medicines. Xinyan, quite suddenly, Lin Tao remembered this woman who left her name in later generations but abruptly disappeared from history. Obviously, the Green Bamboo sect deliberately developed this small town into a medicinal herb town in order to secretly acquire the medicinal herbs they needed. Suddenly, Lin Tao felt a strange unease. If the Green Bamboo sect was secretly purchasing the necessary medicinal herbs in the herb town, why was Xinyan, this little woman, going to the herb shop in Ansang City to buy them herself? Things were getting increasingly strange, and Lin Tao couldn't figure out the reason. He rubbed his temples and then put the matter out of his mind. After all, compared to finding out the reason, he'd rather find the person directly and ask her. Half an hour? Lin Tao glanced at his watch. In the time he was pondering, almost 10 minutes had passed. Zheng Tuo should be arriving soon. Bai Fan, stop studying the blueprints for now. Let's go outside together and see if we can buy some herbs in bulk. Lin Tao waved his hand, calling Bai Fan and Liangziu to the outside of the building. Liangziu had a knack for business, so Lin Tao quickly called him over. Zhu, could you put up a billboard? We need to purchase a large quantity of medicinal herbs, bulk orders preferred. That's not a problem, Lin Tao. What kind of herbs do you need to purchase? Liang Zia countered. Normally, for all gene enhancement drugs, from the 1st to the 7th, herbs like Hyacinth grass, Lin flower, and Piao grass would be essential. However, Lin Tao calculated that if the King's Hu sect truly intended to research gene enhancement drugs in Xin Ye's way, they would definitely secretly purchase these herbs, and regardless of whether they publicly advertised their purchase, they would be unable to obtain them in the herb town. This didn't stump Lin Tao, because Xin Ye wasn't the only one with gene enhancement drug formulas from later generations. Someone had tried using a new formula, but the resulting gene enhancement drug was far less effective than Xin Ye's formula, and the cost of the herbs far exceeded the budget, so it was never widely used. Even so, this expensive formula was still preserved. Since it was anticipated that the medicinal herbs such as star grass, forest brown flower, and misty grass would be unavailable, Lin Tao immediately set his sights on this formula. Natural chenstone, bright core grass, extreme misty flower, heavenly cluster leaf. Lin Tao rattled off the names of 12 medicinal herbs. Compared to star grass, forest brown flower, and misty grass, natural chenstone, bright core grass, extreme misty flower, and heavenly cluster leaf were not only more expensive but also much rarer. However, the gene-enhancing potion formulated with this new formula was equivalent to the number 4 gene potion. Once synthesized, it could at least elevate Lin Tao's physical body to his current level. As a businessman, Liang Ziu's wristwatch seemed to possess a special function. Just as Lin Tao finished listing his herbs, Liang Ziu manipulated the wristwatch, and moments later, it projected several lines of text onto the building's facade. Large-scale purchase of natural chenstone, bright core grass, extreme misty flower, heavenly cluster leaf. Large quantities preferred, price negotiable. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.